Thank you for your patience, everybody. A little bit delayed starting here. Getting our wonderful tea farmer, Mr. Takaki, joining us today. I'm really glad to have him live. This is the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. We just had a great session talking to Eric Smythe. We've had some fantastic speakers like Shana Chang on. We had Tea Con. That was a lovely conversation on how, using your 5 senses for tasting tea. There's lots of archive footage you can check out on the YouTube channel. We have still quite a show ahead of us, but today we're bringing you a farmer live from Japan, and I have my co-host on here with me, co-director of the Tea Festival, Ryan Moen. Hello, Ryan. And and oh, your microphone, sir, needs to. There we go. Yeah. Okay.
Needs to be by my mouth.
Yeah. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Awesome. Now we can hear you again. And then Takaki-san, welcome. もうライブですよ。見えるのかな？
皆さんはじめまして。
はい。
高木です。
ちょっと映らなかったんですね。ちょっと待ってくださいね。
映ってないですか？はい。
はい。ちょっと待ってくださいね。So I can't get him. His visual is not showing up for some reason. Give me a moment, everybody. I'm just gonna.
Well, I guess I could fill in because hopefully mine will pop over with the audio.
Yeah, you want to talk while I'm figuring this out?
Yeah, I think we're running through our list of all the people we've been on so far. Sierra, they were with Unity June. That was amazing and fun. Really early. That was our second. I think it was our first official speaker and our second person, and the first person, of course, was Trevor. And so they took us through there. And the nice part about Trevor's talk is it ties all him and our last speaker, Eric Smythe, in together, because that was the pu'er that Trevor was showcasing. That was actually the first sophisticated or just, interesting tea that I've ever been gifted was from Eric way back at our very first tea festival.
Yeah, awesome. And it was really lovely to have him on. I hate to interrupt you, but I did get us live. Ryan, I'm pretty excited about it. Okay, so we can see everybody. もう見えるようになりましたよ。We can see now. Okay, so here's Mr. Takaki.
聞こえます？
はい、見えますよ。今。
はい、高木です。
So,
福岡県八女市星野村でお茶の生産をしております。
So he's saying that he's in Fukuoka, Yame, Hoshinomura. He's a tea farmer. And his name is Kohei Takaki.
はい。で、この茶畑が、ちょっと一部なんですけど、ここで、天茶を栽培してます。
And he says this is just a small portion of his property or of his land that he farms. But this is for tencha production. This corner right here.
はい。で、この畑が手前の分が、サミドリの畑になります。
And this is the Samidori cultivar in the front here.
はい。
Oh, すごい綺麗ですね。Looks beautiful.
奥の畑が、露光の
And the cultivar, if you can see it in the back there, that's Tsuyu Hikari cultivar. はい。
はい。で、ここがちょっと見回してみると分かるように、防霜ファンっていう設備がついてないので、霜によく当たるところで。
So there's no fans for you can see like normally in the Japanese farms there's these fans for blowing the yeast off of the leaves, but there isn't one in this farm. So he says frost is definitely a big problem in this particular piece of his farmland.
霜に当たらないとすごくいいお茶が取れるところです。
He says when the frost doesn't damage the leaves, it's a beautiful. It creates some really lovely tea. はい。
今日は実は今日も仕事してまして、今日は肥料を振ってました。
Okay, and right now he's actually mid work. He was actually putting fertilizer into the roots of the trees.
で今日振ってたのがごまの油かす、こういった肥料見えます？
This is some sesame hull that he was putting down into the soil. はい、見えますよ。
有機 100% の肥料になってます。
Okay, so this is 100% organic sesame seed husk.
魚の餌みたいな感じのペレット状にして振りやすい肥料になってます。
And it's been made kind of like fish pellets, like when you use fish fertilizer. Similar idea. It's like a pellet form. Makes it a little bit easier to work into the soil. いいですね。便利ですね。It's kind of convenient.
はい。すごく振りやすい。
Nice.
で、
Okay.
油かすは今日ちょっと肥料の話なんかしたいなと思ってまして。
And he's calling it aburakasu is I keep on saying is sesame seed husk, but it's not really a good translation. Probably better is just like the leftovers from pressing sesame oil. It might be a better way of expressing what he's, pardon the pun, what he's saying. Yes. はい、すいません。もうちょっと通訳をもっとちょっと変でしたのでちょっと直しました。はい、すいませんでした。はい。
で、油かすといえば、お茶でいう油かすといえば、菜種の油かす、菜種油かすが大体多いんですが、
はい。菜種ですね。菜種、ワイルドフラワーかな。サフラワーオイルとかそういう感じですかね。
菜の花とか
ですよね。
油中。
Okay, canola oil pressing, like when you press for canola oil, that's what's more common. はい。そちらの方が普通ということですね。
本当はそれを振った方がいいんですが、ちょっと昔に比べると値段がだいぶ倍ぐらい高くなってしまいまして、代用品として今ちょっとごまの油かすを使ってみようかと思って。
He said the canola oil pressings leftover from pressing is actually ideal, but it's gone really a lot further up in price, almost doubled in price. So he's experimenting with using sesame oil pressings leftovers. 面白いですね。他の宇治田原にある私の知ってる農家でハリーマエンというところですけど、
はい。
ごまかすをよく使います。
おー。
And so I was just explaining that the Harimas family that we've worked with in Ujitawara in the past actually has used the sesame. Okay. はい。
はい。で、この油かすの中にはやっぱり微量要素、窒素リン酸カリ以外にもお茶の香りだったり、
Nitrogen and もう一度お願いします。窒素と
窒素リン酸カリ NPK 以外に微量要素が入ってるんですよ。微量要素9度とか鉄とかマンガンとか。
Okay, manganese and iron and all sorts of interesting and important minerals are. I think I'm going to get some help here. Hopefully. Okay. Sesame pulp is the translation that I'm being told is a better one. Okay. So yeah, manganese and metals are really helpful. And then there's also potassium, nitrogen, all sorts of interesting elements that are being added via this route. はい、頑張りました。
この微量要素っていうのがなんですか、たくさんあると害になってしまうんですけど、ほんのちょっとでいいんで、あるとすごくお茶の香りとか味とかバランスが良くなる。
Okay, so phosphorus was another thing, but he's just talking about how like this mineral content, these components of the soil, by encouraging the participation in the growing process, it makes a huge difference in the end flavor, which is really the topic that we're talking about today, which is structure, like soil structure and its impact on finished tea. はい。
はい。あと、微量要素の中に硫黄っていうのが入ってまして。
硫黄。S. Okay. This is so like I feel like so lost, man. He's using all these scientific words that are so great. So, S. What is the scientific table for S? Is this so?
はい。S っていうのが
sulfur? I think it might be
香り がすごい立つような成分になってまして、
by
こ
having
れを
that in
補
the
給する
soil,
ことによって、はい、
it really helps with awakening aromatics. はい。
香り高いお茶になります。
And it makes a tea that has a lot more more aromas, like a much richer smell. I don't know what's the right word. Yeah, aromatics. It just really improves aromatics and concentrates those aromatics. はい。
まあその他にもアミノ酸、いろんなアミノ酸がたくさん豊富に含まれてますんで、まあそういううまみ成分になるアミノ酸
And then that helps to
なん
like
かを多
bring out
く
umami
含んでます。
and really draws out some really rich flavors as a result. はい。
はい。
面白いですね。
で、そうですね。あとこの後、だいたい1月ぐらいに、また配合肥料を
So
振ります。
after this, he's gonna put in some 配合肥料。配合は何でしょうか。はい。
配合の中に含まれているのがだいたい魚、うちが使っているのが魚とかと、まあ、化学肥料も、まあ、それにちょっと入ってまして、あと駆動も入ってます。
駆動ですか。駆動は何ですか。
はい。駆動はなんだ
すみません。私の日本語がちょっとyou know, S was sulfur in the end, and he's just talking about different what he's going to do in January is he's going to add another kind of fertilizer that's going to be a little bit of the fish will be in there, some kudo, which I haven't found the translation for. I have some help on the phone here. Hopefully we can get a response on that, what kudo is. We also have he did say there's some chemical fertilizer in there too that he will use depending on the lot that he is managing the soil for.
駆動はマグネシウムですね。マグネシウム。
Okay, kudo was magnesium. Okay, awesome. So and that's going to help in building soil structure as well. はい。
こういったものがバランスよく入ってます。
So it just helps to, if you have a balanced approach to soil building, it's good. I don't know if that's a good translation, but yeah. Okay.
で、2月ぐらいにアミノ酸の肥料を振ります。
And in then they put down アミノ酸。アミノ酸。
はい、アミノ酸。はい。
プロテインかな。どういうアミノ酸を振るんですか。
味の素とかでこう出たやつなんですけど、
はい。
どう言ったらいいんだろうな。黒い粒みたいなやつなんですよ。
おお、OK。
はい。
味の素ですか。
味の素の工場から出た
OK。
肥料があるんですよ。で作られてる肥料が。
Okay, interesting.
そういうのを使ったりします。
So he's talking about in some of the farm, some of the soil that he puts together, he gets the pressings from Ajinomoto. Ajinomoto is actually the company that is really famous in Japan for creating monosodium glutamate. And there's a big, I mean, this is just an aside. There's a huge, obviously, health concern for some people with MSG. Science isn't really backing up this concern so much, but there is, for me, I've always felt like a sense of I don't want it in my food because it kind of hides or it's kind of like it hides the craftsmanship of the food. So, but to make MSG, they often are pressing like kelp or working with seaweed, or they're using all sorts of natural foods and pressing it to achieve this result. And then he's using the pressings from creating that umami, which is kind of interesting. I didn't know this. This is fascinating. Okay. はい、すいません。
はい
ちょっと私の意見も入れましたのですけど、すいません。So I'm just apologizing for explaining a little bit of an aside, but yes, はい、お願いします。
はい、で3月の中下旬ぐらいに、これ化学肥料、化成肥料になるんですけど、それを振ります。化成肥料なんですけど、その中には硝酸抑制、の肥料が入ってまして、土の中から流没しにくい、ようなやつが入ってます。
He adds, so in March, when he's adding to the soil, he puts in elements that are not like that the earth has a hard time producing, and he adds those in March. And I couldn't quite pick up some of the words that he was using. Just give me one more second. その肥料のタイプもう一度お願いしていいですか？
硝酸抑制、
硝酸抑制、
はい、そういう効果があるやつが入ってまして、
はい、
そのお茶っていうのはアンモニア体窒素、窒素2種類あるんですけど、アンモニア体窒素と硝酸体窒素。
Okay, there's different types of nitrogen, and one uses ammonia, and もう一つはアンモニア
硝酸体窒素。
And then there's 硝酸。硝酸は S ですか？
硝酸はですね、窒素なんですけど、
はい、
硝酸体窒素っていうのはお茶はそんなに吸えないんですよ。
あ、そうなんですか。はい。So there's
はい。
there's another kind of
木の
nitrogen
中に
that is that's hard for the tea plant has a hard time actually picking up on. Okay.
肥料っていうのはお茶土の中にやると、アンモニア体窒素とその硝酸体窒素、アンモニア体窒素からすぐ硝酸体窒素に変わろうとするんですよね。
So when you put in ammonia, nitrogen ammonia into the plant, it tries to change its form. Like it'll actually try to that nitrogen that you're trying to engage with the plant will actually transform into something that the plant can't work with. So
その硝酸体窒素にならないようにする効果があるのが入ってます。
So they use a particular style of soil, or like they add it so that transformation doesn't occur, so that it's easier for the plant to pick up on. はい。
はい。そうすることによって、お茶に、そのアンモニア体窒素を長く効かせることができます。
Okay, and then by adding that, you can allow the ammonia nitrogen to be more activatable for longer. はい。
はい。で、昔はたくさん窒素をやればいいっていうことだったんですけど、昔はですね。
はい。So a long time ago, they would just say like you just need to put in nitrogen into the soil, and that would be producing what you needed to produce. はい。
はい。そしたらその硝酸体窒素に、変わるので、近くのため池とかが、魚が住めないような感じになったことがありまして、静岡の方なんですけど、だからそういうことにならないように、お茶にたくさん吸わせるように、そういう硝酸抑制効果がある肥料を使って、たくさんお茶に吸わせる。
So he's saying that in the past there was issues with the farmers using too much nitrogen, and it would actually cause problems where it would damage local water systems, and especially an infamous problem in Shizuoka, further north in Japan. And to solve this problem, they realized that they needed to prevent the nitrogen from transforming into this ammonia nitrogen. And they were able to do that by adding this component that he's talking about.
ただまあ環境のことも考えて、流亡しないような施肥設計を考えて、肥料を使ってます。
So they're trying to develop the system so that they can have less of an like a negative impact on the environment, and so they're changing the way that they interact with the soil.
はい。で、4月に最後の硫黄っていう肥料を使っ
And
て、はい。
in April, they use a fertilizer called Duan. So Duan は何でしょうか？ Duan。
それは、窒素主体の肥料になります。
窒素、
はい。
そのアンモニアの方ですか？
そうですね。アンモニア対窒素がほとんどです。
Okay, and that's when they put in the ammonia, nitrogen. Okay, at that time.
はい。
そのジャガシルクのために作ってる有機栽培の方はどういう、
はい、
どういうふうに違うんですか？その今言った1年の。
今、そうですね。有機で作ってるところはもちろん化学肥料とかは使わずに、
はい、
有機の肥料でやってます。
Okay, so we,
だから、はい、
I was just asking him about, we have a lot that we asked him to make when we've been talking to him that did not use any nitrogenous fertilizers and that was completely organic. It's not certified, but he found an area that hadn't been used and reclaimed it, and he's been experimenting with it, and we buy the lot from Mr. Takaki. And he was saying that in that one, yeah, it's a different process. He doesn't use these things. He doesn't use the nitrogenous fertilizers. He uses organic fertilizers. はい。
はい。そうですね。だから今年はやっぱりこんな様相がある茶畑には仕上がってないんですよ。
And this is
その有機の分の茶畑は。
the one that he did do that with, though, did not produce leaves that look like this. This is a really healthy 健康的ということですね。今のこういう風っていうのは健康的な茶葉になんて言うんでしょうね。
ですね、見かけは正直そんな良くないです。
Okay, so the one that
有機の、はい、
the organic plot that he has didn't have, like, it didn't look healthy, and it looks these ones are yeah, they just appear a lot better, I guess is what he's saying, and from his experience. Yeah. はい。
はい。今年が特に7月の長雨でお茶の木がまあ普通のところもどこでもですけどお茶の木が相当弱ってて、はい。
So especially in July, it was a lot of rain, like a lot of rain, and they had an unusual amount of damage as a result across. これは全国ですか？
そうだと思います。特に八女地方地域は結構みんな言われてますね。
Especially in his area during July, it got some pretty heavy damage. はい。
はい。お茶の木が弱るとやっぱり虫もつきやすいし、病気も出やすくて、そうですね。できるだけ消毒の回数とかは少なく、まあ普通のところでも消毒の回数は少なくやろうとは思ってたんですけど、回数がどうしても多くなってしまいました。
And he's been really trying to reduce how much, he doesn't want to spray. He wants to move away from that. And then they get hit with this like terrible rain, and it really damages the plants. And then disease starts to happen, and they just it's years like this where they're left with very little choice, and they end up having to treat the plants so that they don't get destroyed by the bugs. He's actually showed us some pretty heavy damage that can happen when things get out of control, which is kind of sad. はい。
はい。で、それこそ有機のところはまあ消毒とかも一回もしてないので、 まだまだ勉強して、茶園を良くしないといけないなと思っているところです。
He's really learning with this organic lot and trying to understand it a little bit more, and to get a sense of what's like it's definitely a learning journey for him, because it's not 高木さんは
はい。
この有機の方は経験の外にあるものですもんね。今まで育ってきたものと違ってまたなんか違うやり方っていうことですね。勉強っていうか、
はい、まだいろいろ考えて、挑戦していって、ですね、いいものを作りたいなと思ってます。
He's really trying to make a delicious tasting, or like a good tea. 今年の煎茶
はい。
すごく美味しかったんですよ。あんまり出来が良くなかったと言ってましたが、天茶にできるわけでもなかったと言ってましたが、
そうですね。
すごく美味しかったです。
ダニがついてしまいまして。
そうですか。
はい。
So he says, just there's a bug called dani that got onto the leaves, and that's a really a big problem to have. But so he wasn't able to make them into tencha like he does for us most years, and instead he turned them into a sencha for us, which was really delicious. I was telling him, but yeah, はい。すいません。ちょっと長くて通訳が。
そうですね。で、時期、お茶摘む前の時期に結構強い霜とかが降りてしまいまして、
This year, right
それで、はい。
harvesting, there was a lot of frost that ended up hitting the leaves right before harvest. はい。
そこで、やられてしまったのが、ダニがついた原因ではあるので、春先のその霜に当たらないような管理をしないといけないなと思ってます。
So he's what he learned from this year is just how he relearned this is just how important it is to manage the field so that it doesn't get hit by the frost. Just that's the area that really got impacted the most is the leaves that died via the frost, and then when they regrow they're so weak, and then they're a lot more prone to disease.
そうですね。その霜に当たらないためにはもうここは防草ファンっていうのがついてないので、茶畑見えます？
見えますよ。So he's wondering if we can see the field. Can you see okay there, Ryan? Yeah. Can our viewers see that okay? I'm going to try and blow this up a bit.
Yeah, I can see some green in the background there.
ちょっと暗いですけどね。
はい。こっちがいいかな。ここもそうなんですけど、霜に当たらないように時期をずらそうと思いまして、この状態からあと5センチぐらい春先に落として、摘む時期を遅くしようかと。
He's going to cut them a little bit deeper, so that the plants grow a little bit slower. So for next year, he's going to really try and slow down the reappearance of the young growth by cutting deeper this year, and he feels that that's going to produce a leaf that's going to grow after the frost hit. Like there's like a time period where, if the frost. He was explaining this to me another past year or to the group actually that when the frost hits too. Like at the moment that the young growth appears, that's the worst moment. So if you can encourage the leaves to generate the new growth after the frost hits, because the frost can hit, that's fine. It's going to hit. There's no way around it. It's just interacting and encouraging the growth to happen in a time frame that's not going to be impacted by that frost. 少し長々説明しましたが、はい、終わりました。
はい。そうですね。だからやっぱりそのお茶時期の霜っていうのが一番被害が大きいんで、それに合わせないように
ちょっと見えにくいんですけど、ちょっと
はい。
画面に指を少しだけ押すと明るくなる可能性はあります。
ちょっと待ってくださいね。ちょっと変えましょうか。
I'm just explaining to him that it might be
あら。
あ、ちょっ
ちょっと
と
待ってください。
It's getting dark over there, so it's a little bit harder to see, but he's going to try and
ダメだな。
try and make it more visible for us all. まあ、仕方がないですね。大丈夫ですよ。
はい。
Okay.
もうちょっと、はい。
So this is
夕方で、
yeah, it's a
で
little
も
bit
日が
getting
沈
dark.
んでしまいました。
大丈夫です。Okay. So it's a little difficult to see, but he's just explaining about that cut. 高木さんはこれは話で聞いたりしますけど、有機を育てようとするときは、2番茶を取らないようにと言いますけど、どうですか？2番茶を取るとか取らないのはどう思ってますか
？2番茶取るのは相当難しいと思います。
About second flushes and whether or not you should be harvesting them from the field. He's saying that would be very challenging. そうですね。取らない方が木のためになるでしょうね。
そうですね。それは確かに、取らない方がいいです。
そうですね。
次の年の一番茶の準備をした方が確実にいいですね。
So he's saying that what he's learning with organic is that just one harvest and then spending the rest of the year just preparing for that single harvest that you do makes a lot more sense when you're managing them. はい。あと5分ですけど、すみません、みんなに40分になった時に言ってますけど、はい、まあ説明してる間に時間がなくならないようにただ今言ってましたっけ変です。なんか私の日本語本当どんどんダメになるんですけどね。通じてますか？
はい、大丈夫ですよ。
よかったです。Just telling him my Japanese is getting worse and worse every year. I'm wondering if he understands me. He said it's no problem. So anyway, I was just he was just explaining just how those second flushes are not not ideal. Prepare for the next year. はい、お願いします。
はい。
はい。
何を？
すみません。続きの説明の続きですね。もう終わったですか？
はい、一応。
Okay. So that's what he wanted to talk to us about was just like different what he does for building soil structure and how that brings out different interesting flavors. その窒素とかがその代わりに有機にするときはどうやってその美味しいお茶を作るんですか？その霜のタイミングもあったり、あと使う肥料ですか？それかなんか切ってその茶園で買った茶葉を落とすとか、どういうなんていうどういう
肥料？
そうですね、肥料
とかそうですね、その有機質の肥料を中心にやっていって、夏とかにあまりもうやらない。
Okay, so he's just saying with the organic ones is to just give them some good fertilizer, like organic fertilizer in the spring, but not in the summer is an important part of building good soil structure. Okay.
はい。で、肥料をやったりするのはもう秋口。秋ですね。
Okay, so
9月、10月。
Maybe if you're going to add more, then just do it in September and October. 肥料を与えすぎるっていうのもあり得るんですか？有機特にそうですでしょうか？
そうですね。あまりやりすぎると虫がつきやすくなるので、そこはやっぱり、はい。
So it's good balance is really important. Like use 高木さんは他と比べてよく肥料を使う人ですか？それか少なく入れる人ですか？ I was just asking if he uses more or less than the average around him in terms of fertilizer.
僕は結構入れます。
そうですか。So he does
それこそ有機系統の肥料をたくさんですね使って、 まあ、化学肥料、茶の木にこういいものを与えるようにはしてます。
わかりました。Okay. But kagen ですね. So it's all about balance, but he does put in
そうですね。
fertilizers it's called for, and then figures it out from there. Okay. もうすぐ終わりますけど、みんな見てる人たちに、最後に、
はい、
何か言葉はありますか? I was just wondering if he has anything to say to those viewers out there who are watching.
はい、そうですね。まあ、僕はお茶飲んで美味しいお茶を作っていきたいなと思ってまして、まあ、それこそ環境とかにも配慮した製品設計だったり、まあ、農薬とかも、まあ、できるだけ少なくっていうのは、まあ、心がけて作っております。で、まあ、これからもずっと先お茶を作っていくんですけども、まあ、子どもたちにもお茶作りやってほしいし、まあ、そう思ってるんで、まあ、持続可能な感じで、お茶を作っていけたらと思っております。
So he wants to make tea that when he drinks it, that he thinks it tastes good, and at the same time, he really wants to make sure that he's doing what he can to make teas that are not damaging to the environment. So he's been really trying to balance what he's learned with what he's learning, and make moves towards using less or minimal sprays, and moving towards moving things in that direction. He also would love for the children, I couldn't quite pick up if it was his children or just children in general, would take on this role of producing tea, and to do that he thinks that he needs to make it a worthwhile endeavor. So yeah, some interesting words. Ryan, did you have any? We're kind of wrapping up here with Takaki-san, but did you have anything you wanted to say at the end here? That I can
Yeah,
pass
I
along
mean,
to?
can we thank a farmer anymore for giving up the last of the sunlight on a field? So thank you so much.
心から礼を言います。農家からしてその最後の光を負けてくれて本当心から感謝です。
ありがとうございます。こちらこそ。
He says he's really appreciative as well. So thank you, he says, for having him. So, okay, wonderful. Thank you, Takaki-san, and to our viewers who are watching. We're gonna take a short break. We're gonna be coming back very, very soon, in about 15 minutes. We're going to be Ryan. Maybe you want to tell everybody what we're going to be moving on to.
Yeah, perfect. So in about 14 minutes from now, we're going to be talking to the Doke estate in India. We're going to be talking to Vivek, Rajiv, and Niha. They're going to be telling us about the Doke estate and Lokan tea. So it should be pretty exciting. We're going to try and actually get it right on the dot because these are starting to get really easy for us. Sometimes when you're trying to get a farmer in the middle of his field and away from fertilizing, it takes a few minutes to get the camera up and going. But Doke estate might not be any different because I think they're right there on the crop. But if you stay tuned, in 14 minutes, we'll be back with you. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, everybody. Take care. Bye. Everybody, hello to everybody who's watching. We're back. It's the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. We are in our 12th session. We've had we're live from Japan. Now we're live from India. We were live from Vancouver, Victoria. We've been live from Yunnan, China. We've been live from all over the world. Really exciting show today. I'm joined here with co-director of the Tea Festival, Ryan Moen. We also have some really exciting guests live from India, from the Doka State. We have Rajiv and Neha and Vivek. Really happy to have you guys. Welcome to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival. Thank you for coming on.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi, guys.
Awesome. So, Rajiv and Vivek.
Hi, good afternoon.
Do you guys want to maybe start out with just maybe explaining a little bit about like who you are and what role you play at the Tea Festival? Oh, sorry, not the Tea Festival. The role that you play at Doka State.
I'll start. I'm Rajiv Lochan, and in 1998, that's almost about 25 years ago, we got an invitation from the government that they wanted to revive this area, which was very, very dry, and then the people were just running away from this area because they could not do the cultivation.
Right.
They used to go to Punjab. It was a very rich state agriculturally, and they used to work there for a pittance.
Right.
The government wanted to do the reversal of the human migration, and then they invited us to plant tea. Or rather, we said that we'll plant tea here. They facilitated, and it took long time. And now you can see the greenery all around.
Oh, wow.
On my back, you can see 4 tea trees, which are only 25 years old. But for India, this is just like China's 1,000-year-old plants or 800 years old plant of Sichuan or of Yunnan or anywhere else. So for me, today it's a big day to present ourselves in Canada, Victoria, and all the places, and then
we have
introduce you what
viewers
we are
from all
doing.
over the world.
Making something which is very unique, very special.
Cool.
Vivek to take over.
Lovely. Okay, and what is the role that you play at the Doka State, Rajiv? Are you you're one of the owners? You are the owner. Do you do quality control? We had you on my show earlier in the year, but maybe you can tell our viewers, what you do at the Doka State, and then we could ask maybe Neha to speak up or Vivek after you can explain a little bit.
My role here is basically of a
What you call a pioneer.
Okay.
Like people who brought tea from China and they took it all over the world.
Yeah.
They went to Japan, they went to Korea, then they brought it to India.
Certainly.
So they were all pioneers. And then I brought tea to Bihar from Bengal.
Lovely.
And I didn't know that what will happen. We were all very worried that it is not going to survive or something bad will happen. But then we found that the new water which was coming from a all India river joining exercise, which was a mega event for India,
Right.
that they were joining all the rivers to distribute water for irrigation and for agriculture. So the water came to our place, and then the whole area became green. The temperature came down by about 5 degrees centigrade, and we had beautiful crop, and you can see today's green color all over the place. And then by an accident, we started making this tea, which we are making today, which almost tastes like maple. Maple is associated with your area of Canada.
Yeah, totally.
Very, very sweet.
Very smooth.
Very, very sweet. We are very lucky that one way or other we are associated with Canada now because of the apple, or because of the maple taste in our tea.
Yeah.
And we have a guy from Canada, Phil Holman, who is in uh, on your eastern side,
Okay.
and Halifax, and he introduced Tok in Canada. That's long back when we just started, because we have been working together since beginning, and slowly, all over the world. It has gone to Australia, it has gone to Japan, it has gone to China, it has gone to Latin America, all over the Europe. We're so happy,
That's awesome. That must
Probably
be
one
very,
of the happiest
very, very
person in
fulfilling.
university.
We love what you do. We love what you do. Um,
Thank you so much.
Neha, you want to maybe let us know a little bit about what you do on the Doka State? It's lovely to hear from the pioneer, Rajiv. What is your role? What do you do at Doke? I mean, I understand you're all family as well, which is
So
pretty
what
cool.
I do at Doke is, yeah. So what I do at Doke is we make handmade teas.
Mhm.
Like you can see right now, they're rolling some black fusion.
Oh,
So
very
that's
cool.
what I do. Is basically I manage the tea garden, but then full time we have a manager here, and otherwise me and my mother we look into the production of tea leaves, of the green or the black or the white or
Okay.
the oolong.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're managing the production. What is and maybe we can
Yeah.
talk a little bit about that in a moment. But Vivek, what is your role at the Doka State?
Hi. So I am mostly into the sales and the promotion part of it.
Okay.
Like getting the teas to the right people, to the right places. I think introducing more and more people to Dok, to what we're doing here in Bihar.
Mhm.
A lot of people are not used to the fact, that tea. Even a lot of people in India don't know that tea comes from Bihar.
Yes, I've heard
So
that.
getting it to the right people, getting it to the right places, doing some promotion, all that kind of stuff.
Letting people know, and I'm really, I mean, we've worked together for quite some time. Generally, it's
Yes, we have.
Vivek who I'm speaking with a lot of the time, and going back and forth. Last time we had you on my show, we were talking about the impacts of different types of water, and you went back and did some tests on it. That was really exciting. But
Yep.
it's so interesting,
Yep.
the imagery that you guys are showing right now. There's we're seeing water. We're seeing beautiful fields of tea. We're seeing structures. We're seeing people rolling tea. What a question for you, Neha? The tea leaves that were being rolled. Is this
Yes.
when you're managing this process? I've heard word that when you're managing it and you're smelling for certain aromatics, you're gonna
Yes.
want a particular like a green apple smell to kind of come into your nose, and that's going to be your notice that the tea is ready. Is what I've heard
Yes.
from certain people. What is it that you're looking? What is your telltale sign? When do you know that this, like I have this small leaf talklie that you guys have? How do you know that it's
So
ready?
So what happens is for the weathering, I feel the tea leaves. I don't smell it. After the weathering, like there's a it has to go like when I squeeze it in my hands. When I take a handful and I squeeze it in my hands,
Mm-hmm.
they don't break.
Okay.
So that is my sign that it's leathery enough and it's ready for rolling.
Ready for rolling. Okay.
And then yes, and for the rolling part, we sort of look for a little bit of juice to come out.
Okay.
Any season that happens, because in the spring it's really easy for the juice to come out from the leaves while rolling it, but in the autumn season, like right now it's nearing winter,
Mm-hmm.
and so it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the juice to come out. So you can see them rolling, and but the juice will not be there. It's going to be in a very less quantity.
Okay. Okay.
For
So,
the nose, I use my nose only for the drying part.
right. The
Once
end.
it's like half dried or dried, yes, then I use my nose. Otherwise, it's more for me. It's more for the look and touch process for me,
That's really fascinating. How
because
these people who are working with you, the folks you have working on your farm here, are they? How long does it take
Yes.
for them to get to a place where you're happy with their work? Like, are these really experienced? Is this multiple years? Is it?
No.
Is it a pretty
So
simple?
these have sorry, yes.
Just I'm wondering how complex the system is for making tea. Is it possible for you to bring on people and they're with you for just a small amount of time, or is this a long-term time investment, or how does that work?
For us, it has no. These people have been plucking leaves for us for some of them have been plucking for us for a long time.
Okay.
But in the rolling part, we started this year.
Okay.
So up till last year, it was me and my mother who was rolling it, and then they were rolling it under our guidance. Like we had them, but then we were always there. This year, what we started is we've asked a manager who's always there,
Mm-hmm.
so you can see him coming down.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's the one responsible this year for being like they do the right thing.
Yeah.
Up till now, I was doing it.
That must be a little bit scary. Was that to I don't know about you, but when I have to leave something I've always been responsible for, it's quite an emotional challenge, or like a mental challenge. It's like, okay, I got to trust this person.
Yeah.
I have to believe that this is going to be okay, right? and
Exactly.
that
So
should,
every evening when I receive the tea leaves, that's my only worry. Is it okay? Did they do it anything? Did they do anything wrong? Then also I get a call from them. Like, is everything okay? Did I do anything wrong?
Yeah.
They're also as worried as I am, I think.
Yeah, fair enough. That must be a really interesting, but really important challenge for you, right? Because you want to be able to pass on some of this knowledge to other people. It helps you to do some other things for the company that you would like to do. And your family, it's family run, right? Like
exactly.
Vivek is your brother, I understand, and Rajiv is your father.
He's my younger brother.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My father.
Cool, and it's how and the Doka State. You guys, I know I asked you some of these questions before, and whoever wants to answer this question, but like Toklai, again, an interesting cultivar. But again, I remember working with you in the early years, and it was supposed to be about white teas in the beginning, and then you made this switch, and I felt like, just from the outside looking in, that when you guys made this decision to go with what you call the Black Fusion, it was such a good decision. Like I think that it's producing what you guys have produced for this particular style is really exciting for me. It could be just the water that we have here. Ryan is brewing some up right now, I think, as we speak, or has brewed it already while we're talking, which is great. Yeah, you're drinking it. I'm also brewing it right now. I have a minute left in my extraction. But can you talk a little bit about choosing a tea for like a cultivar for white tea, but then making that pivot and deciding that your production would go in a different direction? Can you speak on that a little bit?
Okay, I'll answer this.
Okay.
When we started the planting here,
Yeah.
we took 2 clones, which were from Tea Research Association of India,
Uh-huh.
and those cultivars, TV 24-25.
Right.
India introduced a series TV that's from Assam, some clone series from 1 to 31. And the one after another, whenever one succeeded, that was really taken up for plantation.
Mm-hmm.
That was 9, then it was 18, and after that was 21, and then 24, 25 were very successful, and then they went up to 31. But 31 was almost like what you call this purple tea, but it did not survive very well. So India has majority of the tea, which is 24, 25.
Right.
Quite good for the quantity, and then quite good for the quality. So we had maximum 24, 25, and then we got little bit of 23 also, which we put into the areas which were very prone to the drought, on the periphery from where the hot winds entered into our small tea farm. So 24 and 25 are our main 2 clones. And in the beginning of the year, every year, we harvest the small buds and then make the white teas. And after that, we start, when the leaf is little more, we start the other teas like the Black Fusion
Mm-hmm.
and the oolongs and greens little later. So one bush gives us all the four uh, varieties of leaves, white,
Hmm.
according to the quality of leaf which we harvest and according to the seasons.
Ah.
And but very soon we are going to experiment with some more plants like we are going to get tinali, which is a very long bud,
Mm.
and that the particular cultivar is from Assam only, from a garden called tinali, means three ways.
Okay.
So things like that we are going to introduce, and we will try some purple tea also, which are from 31. Some improved strains are coming up, which we want to experiment. And we are getting some new areas also, which we want to plant with these new cultivars. So this is
Very interesting
for the
work.
cultivars.
Very interesting work. Because in Bihar, like you were saying, it's a
Thank you
region
so much.
that's not known for its tea, and to be doing these different selections in this area is fascinating. And Tinali is actually a cultivar that you've sourced from a different tea garden for us in the past, and we really enjoyed it where I work or at the company I own, Jagasilk. But that was it was really really delicious. It'd be exciting to see what the Bihar terroir does for the Tinali cultivar. That'll be really fun. Oh, that's really cool. There, Neha, you want to talk a little
Thank
bit
you
about
so
what's going on there? This is
So what's happening here is they've rolled. So what we do is we roll it and then we open it to see how much we've rolled it. Is it done or not done?
right.
So that's what they did. The first time they've rolled it and then they're opening it. They have to open all leaves so
Okay.
that they don't remain into balls, because what happens is during drying then these balls will remain into balls. So then
Ah,
it doesn't look nice. The finished tea doesn't look nice. So
interesting.
we have to keep opening all the tea leaves. Yeah. So
Wow.
that's what they're doing right now.
That's very labor intensive work. Um,
Yes.
so what does that kind of look like? What is that in terms of time? Like if I want 1 kilogram of product, how long does it take to unravel it? Um, I guess it's wet right now, so it's hard to tell.
Yes.
But is this a really long
It is
time
wet.
or?
So for I think 1 kilo of tea, for made tea we take about 1 to 1.5 hours of rolling.
Wow, that's really interesting. Okay, it really. Um,
Yes.
it must be really.
You can see her rolling now.
Must be really challenging to do this when monsoon season hits. Hey, I guess you have to kind of pull out of production for a little bit and kind of wait for the rains to
Yes.
end. Um, what?
Yes.
Because that's going to impact the harvest. It's going to kind of really wreck the drying procedures, the rolling procedures. Everything's going to get impacted. But maybe you.
Also that, and also the fact that there is a lot of water content in the leaves during the rainy season.
Of course.
So when you taste the tea leaf, when you're doing the testing or when you're selling it, you get a lot of watery taste to it.
Yeah.
It's not as good as an autumn or a first flush.
So how often are you harvesting? One of our viewers wants to know how many times a year do you harvest? And you already answered their other question, which is what types of tea are you producing? Um, I think they were more interested in your withering percentage. So like, are you withering before you do the kill green process? For your white teas, obviously you want to keep it into the 10 to 20% region. But for your oolongs, maybe
Yes.
do you take it to 50% moisture loss for your oolongs and like closer to 80% for your black
For the
teas?
black teas, yes, we go for 80%.
Okay.
And for the oolongs, again, as you said, 50%. For the greens, we don't wither it a long time.
Right.
What we do is we just pluck it and then I go for the kill green.
Right.
I don't
Just immediately,
wither
bam.
my green.
And how are you killing the green these days? Is this like I think we talked a little bit about this on before, but you're parching, or are you steaming, or you said you used to boil, but
Steaming.
now you're doing
I'm steaming it.
Okay, so that's really
No,
interesting.
yeah, we used to boil it,
Uh-huh.
but then the aftertaste was not good.
Right.
So then we went for steaming, but then I'm using a different method for steaming it. It's more sort of like an Indian style.
Right. Okay. What does an Indian style of steaming look like? What are you steaming for like more than 40 seconds or 60 seconds? Are you steaming a long time? Or are you steaming a short amount of time? What is the
I
kilogreen
go for
process?
2 minutes.
2 minutes. Okay, that's a long time. That's cool. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah. I can show you the instruments that we use for steaming it.
oh, that'd be really cool. Yeah.
It'll be a little bit different. Yeah.
Okay. That.
मास्टर जी वो जिसमें स्टीम करते हैं वो घड़ा ला दीजिए जल्दी से
नहीं वो वहाँ रख दीजिए चूल्हे पे रख दीजिए
Oh,
हाँ चूल्हे पर रखो ट्रॉली जाके फोटो ले ली
this is.
So, Jared,
Yes.
ऐसा करते हैं वो
What's up?
coming back to the question why we went to the black fusion
Mhm.
instead of continuing with the white,
Yeah.
I think it was also to do with identity.
Right. Okay. Where
You
people
know,
would.
when you think of silver needle,
Yeah.
as we call our white tea,
Yeah.
people think of China. You know, they don't think of India; they think of China.
Right.
So we got a lot of questions. You know, why are you making silver needle in India?
Right.
So, and India is known for black teas.
Yeah.
So we kind of thought, you know, that makes sense.
Right.
And we just started experimenting. You may remember we first started with an oolong after the white.
Yes. I really enjoyed that
Oolong
oolong. It was a good oolong.
Yeah, you usually enjoyed it, but you know we didn't get as good a response as we thought we would.
Right.
And then we just kept experimenting, and then we came up with the black fusion.
Right. And that's
You know,
that's
I
the one
think
that's been
it was
carrying it.
it was also to do with identity. You know, to create something that people would automatically associate with Bihar. So I think we've been quite successful in that.
There's definitely an identification with like if when it's gotten to the point where when we talk about Assam or Darjeeling, different very popular or
Yeah.
very big producers of tea in India, those
Yep.
growing regions also struggle with producing anything that's not a black tea, like or what we call crimson tea here. If they
Yes.
want to do anything different, it becomes really confusing. It's like, what do you mean green tea or white tea from Assam? That doesn't make sense, right? But it should. It's Camellia sinensis. It's the tea plant. There is so much opportunity for being able to manipulate the leaves in a different way. The region should not define it, but I guess it's a sales thing too, right? Like if people are like, hey, I have this Indian tea that needs to be this particular way, and if you experiment with things that people aren't buying and aren't drinking, then it's not going to make sense. But if you create something that people are enjoying and they're going to drink it, then there's a very practical element to the whole thing, isn't there?
What are we looking at with Neha?
Neha, you want to talk to us a little bit about what you're showing us?
So this is how we steam our green tea.
Okay, very
So
cool.
in the steel, the bottom steel is a bowl, is where we keep the water,
Uh-huh.
and this is a coal. We use coal for this.
Coal. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, coal.
Okay.
So this is where we have the coal in that hole,
Uh-huh.
and then we have water on top, and then the mud. We call it a ghada in Hindi.
Hara. Okay.
So the mud pot has the tea leaves
It's a
in it.
jug actually. It's
Okay.
an earthen jug.
Okay.
Pot,
a
yeah.
picture
Picture. Okay. Yes. Amazing.
Yeah. So that has the tea leaves in it,
Interesting.
and then you can see it has some holes in it on the bottom.
Yeah.
It has some holes,
Mm-hmm.
so that is how the steam comes through.
Interesting. Is this a common tool, or is this something that the Doak estate? Am I pronouncing it right? Is it Doak or Doka? Or
Yeah.
Doke?
dog
It's dope.
Doak.
dog and it is that in charge
Yeah.
our in charge master ji who perfected this instrument, you know, he took a picture
Mm-hmm.
and he drilled the holes, he perfect, he polished them, and then the steam was coming, it was holding this thing. It was very good, very ingenious idea he did.
Yeah, that's really fascinating. I would have expected a different appearance to the vessel that you were using for steaming. That can't hold very much. Does it? It looks quite. I guess maybe just because the camera angle. Now that I'm seeing people next to it, it's actually quite large.
Yeah.
How
It
much
holds about,
fits inside
two
of it?
handfuls of tea leaves.
2 handfuls.
I don't use much.
Okay, so This is a very
Because
labor-intensive process. Mm-hmm.
If I use too much, then what happens is the tea leaves on the top,
Yeah.
they don't get steamed enough.
Right.
But then the tea leaves at the bottom, they'll get too much steam. So what happens is you don't get an even steam.
Right. Okay.
So that's why I use only 2 handfuls. It is labor intensive, but then I think the end product is appreciated now around everywhere that I've heard from people.
Yeah. No, that's really cool. Yeah, I'm curious. Like each year, I've been tasting different layers of flavor, almost like adding themselves to what you guys are producing. And it seems that every year that you're experimenting and you're adjusting your processes and going for more and more interesting flavor complexities. And it's just such a fascinating journey to take with you guys because I think that every year it's just getting better and better. It's really, really.
It is a learning process for us too. I mean, we've learned a lot over the years. We keep learning new things. We keep adjusting ourselves.
For certain, you know, and we had some really interesting folks on the tea festival so far, and one of them was, a few of them have talked about regions that have been producing tea for over 1,500 years, right? So really long time, but even those regions are changing their processes quite regularly and adjusting and changing what they're delivering and what they're creating. And it seems that that's a really important part of the process of tea, is to keep it alive. And as much as we want to protect traditions and traditional tea making techniques, it's also really important to grow and learn and experiment, it seems.
Yep, true.
What are we seeing here?
So this is what the drying after the rolling.
Mm-hmm.
So this is how we dry the tea leaves.
Okay.
They're sun
It's
dried.
also
Sun-dried, okay.
sun dried, and also a little bit of I forgot the word.
That's all good. Sun-dry.
Yeah.
Withering? You're withering them? Is that
Fermenting.
Yes, sorry, fermenting. Yes.
Okay, yeah. Okay. Awesome. So it's the
You can also call it oxidation. Because these days, to be precise, people have started calling it oxidation. Previously, it used to be called fermentation.
Yeah.
Basically, in fermentation, you need some living thing, which ferments.
Yes. But we're talking about an enzymatic oxidation, to be particularly accurate.
In fact, it is an oxidation.
Yes, exactly.
Scientifically.
Yeah. No, that makes more sense, for certain. Have you guys experimented with some of the some interesting crimson teas that we've had out of different regions? One of them was to put a blanket over it during the withering process, which is kind of interesting. But you guys raise it up off of the ground. There's a lot of people wither the leaves right on the ground on tarps and stuff. You guys are withering. I want to get this. Neha, can you speak just on the process?
This is all for the ease of operation.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you keep it a little above the ground, then the flow of air is far superior than keeping it on the ground.
Right. Okay.
So and then we have got a small river, so the flow of air is more than the normal plantation.
Okay.
So we found that the oxidation is much better this way. And my knowledge of Chinese production and of travel to so many areas all over China, Japan, and India, and other growing areas, I experimented, and we are trying to improve the quality in the cup. All the experiments and results which you saw about the kill green, about the withering, about the rolling, and other things.
And this is a process that you guys have just been working on and perfecting. Is this? Do you shake them during the oxidation process? Do you speed up the enzymatic oxidation, or you kind of let nature do its work, or
we let nature?
Interesting. You move it. I see some movement happening. That's just like kind of creating that initial
She's turning
layer.
the tea leaves.
Oh, so she is turning it. Does this happen?
Yeah, she's just turning. Yeah.
Okay, so this happens midway through, so it's kind of a light adjustment to the leaves as they're oxidizing?
Yes.
That's really cool.
Yes.
Okay. Interesting. Yeah, They must smell so beautiful, hey? Like when you get right in there and
Yeah, yeah.
so interesting to see that
For
people.
the final drying, we take them home.
You do. What does the finishing process look like? Like, do you guys use a like an oven style for doing the final dry, or do you just dry it until like this way until like how do you do that final? How do you get it down to 4% moisture?
So we use hair dryers.
You use which?
Hair dryer.
Hair
Hair
dryers.
dryer.
Oh, that's awesome. That's cool. Okay. You know, a farm we visited in Japan uses a futon heater for one of their processes. It's like
We use hair dryers and we use the heating bulbs.
oh, very cool. Okay. No, that's awesome. That's really awesome.
It's
Cool.
a little bit of the slow process,
Uh-huh.
but then the taste is a bit unique because of that, I think.
Yeah, that's really
So
cool.
what
The development of flavor also is far superior when you dry teas slowly.
Yeah, fair
Instead
enough.
of quickly losing the moisture. And our end product moisture is never more than 3. It's between 2 and 3.
Huh. If you check out some archive versions of our show that we're doing today, we actually experimented with cooking some tea. We were just cooking out on a frying pan in the kitchen, and then we had a Japanese horoku, which is like a ceramic cooker, and we were pan firing that with a mutual acquaintance. I know Vivek knows Pedro over at O5. We were firing some tea together, and Ryan was in his kitchen. He was cooking up some tea, and it was very apparent to me. Like, I knew that going into it, that my tea was going to be not very complex, but it was interesting just experimenting with a little bit of heat and just how much that does, but also just how quickly you can ruin the tea. Like, I can imagine if any of these steps that you're doing go wrong, suddenly you've lost quite a bit of labor and quite a bit of effort has been kind of flushed down the drain. What are some areas that you need to be careful of so that you don't damage the tea, so that you
I
can
think
protect
all
it?
of them. You need to, yeah. You can't play with any of them. The withering has to be right. Otherwise, even if there's a little bit of too much of moisture in the tea leaves, then the leaves will break.
Okay.
So then you don't have very good. You don't have the look is not nice.
Okay.
There's a lot of breakage in the tea leaves. If the rolling is not proper, then when you're brewing it or when you're looking at the tea leaves, they'll be more open. So again, the look will not be nice. And if oxidization is not right, if there's why we also have the nanglos mid-air, like we don't use the ground, we don't put them on the ground, is because our ground has too much of moisture.
Right.
It's very wet. So because it's made of bamboo, it sort of sucks the moisture from the ground and it brings it into the tea leaf.
Right.
Then you get a very bad taste to it.
Okay.
Also a very bad smell to it.
Yeah, makes sense. Yeah.
So there's a lot of things that you need to be very careful about while making teas. I mean, you can experiment. You never know what's going to go right. But then for experimentation, I usually do it in the spring.
Fair. Yeah, a little bit more.
Because it's young tea leaves and they're a bit easy to play with.
That makes sense. When they get a little bit more developed, then it's a little bit more problematic, I guess, hey?
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah, because rolling and everything takes time.
Interesting. I was just thinking also about like the trays that you use, like you choose bamboo. That must also impart a certain flavor to the leaves, like even what you're drying in. Like if you chose a different material to dry in, it would probably change the flavor. And the ceramic that you use for steaming the leaves, there must be, if you used a different clay, it probably would impact the flavor of the leaves. And the water that you're steaming with, that's going to impact and the soil structure, of course, and what you put into the soil. It must be so fascinating to see when you make these minute, small changes, and you taste them later when you're done. It must be so interesting to taste that flavor change that happens as a result. Must be such, what fascinating work.
I'm also curious at what's the temperature outside, the exterior temperature, while you're curing all this?
That depends on the weather, I think. In the summer, it goes up to, I think, about 35, 36 degrees centigrade.
And
Right now,
is
like
that
we
like
make
high
green tea.
humidity as well?
Yeah.
Can you bring your microphone closer, Ryan? What was the question?
Yeah, I was asking about the humidity as well with that kind of temperatures, because that would just be such a challenge to work with, right? Like you'd just be working against the moisture and the heat.
So that's what I said. Like, we can't go according to, like, you can't have a certain set of written instructions for making tea here. You
Right.
need to go by feel and you need to go by look,
Right.
because different days, different temperatures, different weather conditions.
Makes sense.
So then you have to play around with that.
It, there are areas though that you can measure. Like, are you able to like weigh your leaves and kind of get a sense of how much moisture loss there was, and be able to kind of
We did do that. We did do that in the beginning
yeah.
when we started, but then what we realized while we were doing it is you couldn't go with the same thing every day.
Right.
Like, the temperature might be different today, the temperature will be different tomorrow. Today it's rainy, there's not too much sun, it's a cloudy day, so everything differs. So what we realized was it's better to go by feel.
Interesting.
Some days withering takes a long time, some days it's not a long process.
That's so interesting.
Yeah.
So what a process to get to. We've been talking a lot about the idiosyncrasies of brewing, and how like we need to. There's certain opinions on how important it is to measure everything, and there's different opinions on how important it is to do everything by feel. I think it's so, for me personally, I'm always fascinated by utilizing both perspectives. Like having areas that I can measure that make sense, and then the areas that it doesn't make sense to do it by feel. I think
Yeah.
that's the answer for me. It must be, yeah, it just must be so interesting to be able to experiment this way. I'm really looking forward to your guys's tea nally as well, that you're going to be growing, and I imagine it will do well in this environment. We are at 40 minutes past the hour, and we only have 5 minutes left with you guys. Was there any more pieces to this conversation that on the Doak estate that you wanted to, maybe you could talk on the rest of the production process, or is there any other pieces that you wanted our viewers to hear about what you guys do at Doak?
Yeah, I'll tell you something about the artisanal.
Okay.
Because you have also widely traveled and you have also widely seen number of different teas. You go for like the Longjing.
Right.
There is nothing which associates Longjing with any meters or any set of parameters.
Right.
They simply plug the leaf, put it into the wok, and they do everything by their hands and their noses continuously for hours together. When you make gyokuro in Japan, you do the same thing. So artisanal teas means no meters, no parameters. Simple is all personal experience and the development of those flavors, which should come into your cup.
Right.
The cup should be very pleasant to the taste and very nice nose to your whole system, so that your body is you're enjoying the tea. Those are artisanal. Very, very different from the industrial teas where you are setting everything. You're just, if you are not setting something, then you are controlling that thing, like the humidity. You have those huge machines, huge fans to change the humidity, to change the temperatures, to change those air conditioners or the moisture hoovers or other things. So those industrial teas, huge factories, expensive factories, and these artisanal teas, which doesn't require anything except your own experiments and your own personal uh, preferences.
That's
That's what
interesting.
I just want.
Yeah, no, that's a really important insight. I really appreciate that. I think that if I were to ever have a tea garden, I think I would love to be able to have that perspective. I think it would be so interesting to be able to go into each day and each session with a with a fresh perspective and an intuitive sense and doing things by feel. Yet at the same time, I feel like I would always want to keep a log book and try and understand what it is that I did on certain days and just kind of record the processes that I did just so that I can kind of leaf back in time and read through that. Do you guys keep a log of the different sort of adjustments that you make as you go along so that you can reference some of the experiments that you did and understand them years down the road?
Yeah, we
Initially,
do that.
yes. For the experiments, yes, we do keep a log
Awesome.
so that we can learn what mistakes we did. We can understand how we can change it, what we need to tweak, and what we don't need to touch.
Nice. Okay. Very cool. Yeah, we have a beekeeper that we work with for some of the fermentations we do here, and I thought it was so interesting how he's a very does things by feel as well, but he just has this book going. He says a good beekeeper must have good bookkeeping. He says, and he's always measuring the and it's 3 generations of beekeepers, and just measuring things, these experiments, these changes that they do over the years, and as they adjust and interact with the bees, and it's interesting some of the parallels that I'm hearing here. Well, yeah. Lovely. Ryan, before we wrap up here, did you want to say any words to the Lochan family here from the Doak Estate?
I was so impressed with how intimately you know your plants, and that at the end of the day they're living plants and they require living people to tend to them, right from being picked to obviously when you're feeling them on the day of and allowing them to cure as is. So I'm just so impressed with the love and care that you put into creating your tea. So thank you for that.
So much.
Yeah.
We are so honored. We are so honored.
Yeah,
It's
been really lovely to have you guys on the show. I think this has been a very special series. You guys have really definitely added to the experience. I think that everybody watching, I think, is having. I really encourage you to check out this archive video. If people are watching this archive, you can also go to doak.com. Is that your guys' website where we should send people?
Yep.
Doak.com.
That's the correct one.
Awesome. So if you want to go and check out what they're doing at Doak, there's some really interesting work that you guys are doing in the community that they can read up on your webpage there. And these videos are a really good reference for if people want to check out some of the plants and the work that you guys are doing. So again, huge appreciation. Vivek, really lovely, of course, to have you on as well. And Neha, Rajiv, heartfelt thanks for you coming on the show.
Thank you so much. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
And you're most welcome to India to visit Doak and our area called Bihar.
Lovely.
And we welcome you all the time. Thank you so much.
Looking forward
Thank you
to
so
it.
much.
Awesome. You take care. Goodbye, guys.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye. See you later.
Bye.
Okay. Oh. Ooh, wow. I think we have a late night visitor. So that was the folks from Doak on the show today. It was really lovely to have Rajiv and Neha and Rajiv, Rajiv, Neha, and Vivek, sorry, on the show. Really enjoyed that session with them. Ryan, if you want to take over from here.
All right, perfect. I'm just making sure because we are reaching out to French Canada and Quebec with Charles Antoine from Les Samples, and they're going to let us know what let plants change you, gaining significance through relationships with plants. I don't think we could have a better kind of transition to that. All you have to do is hang in there for 14 minutes and we'll be right back. Seeing as it's all kind of happening in the 2 different Canadas, English Canada, French Canada, we should have a pretty quick turnaround at 2 a.m. our time, Pacific Standard Time. So if you can hold on, we'll see you then. So thank you.
Lovely. Peace. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We, if you can believe it, are at 2 a.m. Ryan Moen, the co-director of the Victoria Tea Festival Revival, is joining me this entire time he's been on. And we have one of our volunteers, Mike. A big shout out to him. I don't know if you have any 24-hour volunteers over in Pod B there. I think we lost the puppy there. He's gone to sleep on you. But that's okay. You know, it's 2 a.m. PST. That's all good. But we've had some pretty exciting dialogue. So we just had the Doka State on live from India. We have had some sessions live from Japan, live from China, live from Vancouver, live from Victoria. It's a very global experience that we've had so far. I'm really happy to have a good friend of mine on the show today, joining us from Quebec. It's 5 a.m. in Quebec. Charles of Le Simplon. Can you pronounce this for me? Maybe Ryan's going to do a better job.
Les Samples.
Le Simplon.
Yes.
Okay. This is it. This is an okay pronunciation. Le Simplon. Okay, thank you. You're very kind. Charles, you wanna tell our viewers a little bit about what it is that you do and maybe introduce yourself to them?
Yeah, totally. So, Les Simples is a herbal tea production farm.
Mm-hmm.
So we produce herbal teas. We grow them or harvest them either in our garden or in the wild, and we dry them and we distribute them in our community. So that's the main part of what we do with Les Simples. With the garden that we tend and the fact that we are constantly outside gardening, either gardening or harvesting. We also grow a big part of our food, vegetables. So it's a business for herbal tea selling, but also it provides us for direct sustenance for our food.
Okay. Yeah. Very cool. Yeah. And I've as long as I've known you, you've been really fascinated by the medicinal impacts that herbs, Camellia sinensis being one of them, have on our system, but also on our spirit, on our psyche. And it seems to be that you've always been, as long as I've known you anyways, you've told me some stories of your transition to be thinking of herbs this way, but just how the carefulness in production, the carefulness in the harvest, that mindfulness seems to translate into greater not only flavor complexity, but medicinal integrity. And I think that's an area where we really jive, like we really agree on this. And you've taken this care, this conversation that we have, like we've been having a lot of really amazing tea farmers on the show, but you take this perspective of care in harvest to herbal teas or to these tisanes, and you wanted to do a talk today, it sounds like, on how plants change us, and how we can gain significance through our relationship with plants. Maybe you wanted to talk on that a bit, man, if you would be so kind.
Yeah, but you're talking about our own relationship, you Jared and I. Since we know each other, I think in 2009 we met in a tea festival in Victoria for the first time with me, you, and you made us drink with my friend Renaud at the time, the great matchas. We were so impressed.
Nice to hear.
So delighted. It was amazing. This meeting with you, but I wasn't farming, so you see how things have changed in such a small amount of time for me as a herbal tea farmer. It's something that I do since not such a long time, and I was just watching the people from the Doak estate, and I didn't catch how long they've been doing it, but it seems to me that it's a long time that they've been cultivating and having the garden. Do you know that? Could you remind me how long they have been gardening tea?
As far as I know,
Since 1998.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, so quite a long time.
Yeah, so 1998. Yeah.
So 22 years.
I'm, I was just going to introduce the fact that my life at the point I was traveling and playing music and staying a few months in Victoria at the time when we met, and now I'm grounded in this lifestyle where I have this garden that I tend and all the plants that we need to take care of during the summertime, but also that we think about during winter time because they're perennials, and we always worry that at this time of at this time of the year now the snow has fallen, but that's great. Yesterday the ground was still you could see the dirt and the soil and everything and the leaves, but now it's covered with snow, and that's quite reassuring because tomorrow night will be minus 10 degrees Celsius, and that's really hard for the plants in the fall. So we think about them even when we're not gardening, and even when we don't see them, we're thinking, oh, we hope that they won't die in the fall when there is a really strong frost. And that has been a big part of my life to think about the plant. So that's a big part of the relationship that I maintain, and I say we because I do this and I live with my lover Cynthia, and we both are really intricating ourselves in relationship with the plants.
And to give honor to Cynthia too, like she's the one who started this herbal preparation. Like you have always been fascinated and interested, but in terms of the growing and producing them into herbs and then having them at the local farmers market, etc. It was the origin is of, I guess, of Le Simple is with her, correct? And then you've joined forces with your perspective and then shared this journey.
Yeah.
Which is pretty rad. And I remember viewing your drawing facility. Like I really connected with your space when we were able to visit you in Quebec, you and I, and it was just so amazing to see the different fermentations that you do, the different projects and experiments that you do. But it's also just so amazing. You know, you had this very how do I explain it? Like the drying facility that you have, like it's small and it works, and you're able to produce some. I mean, I've had some of your herbs sent my way, and they're just so beautiful, really amazing. They didn't make it in time for the show today, unfortunately, which is too bad. I know that I had a chance to taste them before. Canada Post has kind of let us down with a number of people that are on the show today, but some of them, they made it in time. So thank you to Canada Post, and darn you, Canada Post, at the same time. So, but
as long as you get to enjoy them whenever they arrive, it's okay. So yeah, I wanted to continue with the theme of what I was thinking to introduce with my appearance on the show. I just wanted to put things in perspective because for many people that comes from an agricultural background, it seems more natural that and more meaningful that they keep growing vegetables, they keep but nowadays, coming from the suburb and having free, free choice in my life for whatever I can do with my life. And I'm choosing to be a gardener and a herbal tea producer. Um, and that's what I was wanting to introduce with my presence on the festival is that it was for me about choosing a way of life that will improve the world, thinking that things are not going very well in many places in the world. Many people are moving around in really precarious conditions from war and from climate change. And then acting uh, on that for me was to ground myself in a lifestyle that will be lowering my needs and connected more to my directly to my food, my needs, food, drinks, and pottery, for the dishes in the house. So so yeah, and then plants, the role that it takes in this transition, I would say, from not knowing what I want to do in my life and having all the choice that I want. I could have done whatever I wanted. That's the chance that that I have in my life. I could have gone to school and study whatever I wanted. And then I decided to do this to lower my needs and live close from the plants. And then the plants, when I begin to think a lot about them and make sure that they're growing well, so growing really good herbal teas, so and my really good vegetables, succeeding in our short time season in Quebec. We have that's the particularity of our gardening experience here is that the season is really short. It starts mid-May. That's when we can sometimes get into the garden when it's not too wet, and then it finishes mid-September, end of September, maybe mid-October if we're lucky. So it's a really short time, and then we have to really be focused on making sure that things grow well, and then we also try to grow things that are, we say, we could not grow tea plants here, like camellias sinensis, because the season is too short. But we try to grow rice, but we have to focus on really short season rice. So that's an example of the thing that we experiment with, and then that keep us acting every day, thinking of the rice. Maybe it would be benefiting if I put a tarp on the rice so that it gets more heat units during the season, and then we can go through before the frost. Rice thinks it's freezing when it's 10 degrees Celsius. So then in August, when rice begins to think, oh, it's gonna be winter soon, but in August it's just beginning to flower. So we're quite worried at that moment that we want the rice to think that the season is still going.
Right.
That makes us active, and that gives us meaning in our life because it keeps us busy, keeps us really active. So that's I wanted to put that in perspective with the world situation, and then as an individual that comes from this society where we have a free choice of doing whatever we want. Then what is meaningful? I find myself surrounded with people that are looking and losing meaning in life. So that's how I have found for myself that plants bring significance in. And I like to think it like this. We say that we're slaves to the plants. And yesterday, when the snow falls like this on the ground, I have this extra garlic just in front of me on the ground that I could have planted, but now the snow have fallen. I'm free now of this garlic task. It's too bad that I didn't plant this. I already planted most of our garlic. That was in extra, but the snow has fallen, and then wow, okay, I'm relieved. So we laugh about this. We are slaves to the plants, or the plants. They know that they can use me. They can use the people that garden. They can use the people that like plants to propagate, to enhance their importance in the human world, as well as their own survival.
No,
Charles,
that,
somebody who's I got a little bit of echo there, but as somebody you said that's traveled around quite a bit, I know it takes a long time to get a garden, like to set the soil and then start to know where the sun is gonna to do best for which kind of crops. It takes a lot of energy. Like it's definitely rewarding, but it takes time for that kind of reward. And I was wondering, like, what was the first crop that, as a tisane or like an herbal tea producer, that you remember tasting after you put in all that effort?
That's a good question. I would think in my first garden here in Kamouraska, because before that I would have harvested a lot of plants when I was traveling, so mostly wild or in other people's garden. But in my own garden, I would think about holy basil as and it's still very present in my life. This plant is a really strong aromatic plant, and it was for me a new taste, a new range of taste. And so the holy basil tulsi as this um, half would be basil, like I would have known in the kitchen, and the other half would be more like the clove taste, rosemary taste. So, and then this mix in a really strong scented mix of aroma, and then gardening with it. So just passing by and touching it, that's the memory that I have. And, my first good encounter with a plant in the garden would be holy basil.
That's really interesting. Actually, you were also. I mean, I maybe you had more you wanted to say on that, Ryan, before I have to.
Yeah, I guess I want to jump back in. Is you were talking about when the snow falls, and that that's when that's when the garden sleeps, but it's also when that's when gardens sleep on the west coast because we live in the rainforest. But you deal with like freezing cold snow. Like, have you ever had to mourn the loss of any of your plants?
Yeah, often like remember the first year we had anis sup. So anis sup is perennial, but it's in our climate. We are in zone 4, and anis sup would be zone 5. So just a slightly warmer climate zone, and then so some winter it dies, some winter it survives. And we have the habits now of starting it over every year. We start new plants in case that they didn't thrive, and they didn't survive through the cold. So it depends on the how strong will be, especially the first frost in the when there is not a good snow cover, because the snow when it's there it makes an insulation from the air soil, so it keeps the soil not too cold. So when there is the snow like we had yesterday, it's amazing. We have it has been a little cold, but not too much. Now we have about 20 centimeter of snow, so that makes an insulation. So the Hannes up now will be protected from the minus 15 probably that will happen tonight or tomorrow night, and then it happens often that we arrive in the next year. The spring, the whole bed would have died. So because of the really strong, bad winter condition, especially in the fall. Like last year we had rain and then really good strong cold, and that kills the plants at the crown. It freezes the plants. And many plants survive. It's amazing because we have this Hanisisop that would die. We would have the lemon balm. We have the mint. We have all these plants that survive very well, no problem. We have never any worries about them in the cold. So it's amazing how different plants, all the needs of the plants are different from each other.
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, there must be such a definitely like an interaction with like I remember talking about this with you when we had you on the show. Was just this idea of working with perennials and focusing on that relationship with perennials, so they don't stick around. But some of the plants that you work with, it sounds like they do, and it's interesting to also hear kind of this this parallel with you're talking about sort of working with rice and trying to find a moment where you can give the rice an opportunity to grow in such an inhospitable area for rice, right? And you're just kind of giving it a little bit more room by maybe planting a little bit earlier or planting it in like a warmer environment and then bringing it outside, etc. It's interesting because we just had Takaki on from Japan, and he was talking about like how he's year after year he's trying different experiments to make things work, and one of the things that he's trying to achieve is to be able to have the plants ready at the right moment, so that they can produce really good flavors. That must be an interesting project for you too, right? It's like you're learning the plants year after year and figuring out, what makes them, not only what makes them develop in a way that they're not going to die, they're going to be ready at a good moment for harvest, but also sort of like, I guess, making those micro adjustments as the weather patterns change, and it just, I find this whole process so fascinating. Like, not only growing food for consumption, but this whole idea of growing medicine, and these changes that you can do in production to bring about different flavors and different potencies, right? You introduced to me this really lovely herb that I'd never had before. It was like, I think it's called great hyssop, or it's like an anise hyssop, and what a lovely plant. That is one of. You also do like an ashwagandha. What is it that? How do you decide what plants you're going to focus on and bring maybe like grow more of, so that you can make them a part of what you do as a company as well?
It's very intuitive, but it's mostly taste and what it's our appetite for it.
For
so
sure.
Taste, yeah, and then many plants we've known through seeds companies. So when we order seeds, we go through the seeds catalog. So and then there is a really good herbal medicinal plant seed producer in Oregon called Strictly Medicinal, and they have many 200, 300 different medicinal plants. Amazing seed source, really dedicated to high quality and variety, genetical variety of medicinal plants. And then we find these plants that we've never known, we didn't know about, and then we read about their properties and if we could grow them, and then we try them. So that's how we come to encounter many of the plants that we grow. Otherwise, it will be the taste. So we have this. Actually, it's a basil that we got from Strictly Medicinal, the seeds from them, and it got from. They harvested them. They harvested the seeds in Zanzibar, in Tanzania, and it's a basil that tastes lime. So it will be similar to a regular basil, lime basil, but this one we grow for herbal tea, not for cooking, and it's just really delicious in tea. And we've been saving seeds and growing it as much as we can. But it comes from Zanzibar, and that's another of these plants that likes the warmth. So what happens with basil? It's in our short season is that it just produces less, and we definitely have to adjust and time our seedlings in the spring when we start them indoor, so that they are at the prime size. They don't get the root don't get too big in the cells in which we grow them inside. So at the point where it's warm enough outside, we get the Kivum bacillin, that's the name of the basil, and get it outside. I think it's when it gets 18 degrees and more in average during the day. So then for it to get to maturity as fast as we can. So and then we start as soon as it starts to flowers. The first flower heads that comes out, then that's when we begin to harvest, and we do seeding harvest. So we harvest every week the same plants, but we just harvest the flower heads, and then from the year this grows into a bigger plant, and then get more flower heads as the season goes on every week.
Interesting. Okay, very cool. This whole idea of just harvesting that just the flower heads, is this a concept that you borrowed from tea, which is to like just concentrate on certain particularly flavorful components of the plant, or what is it that made you make that decision? And I imagine you would also harvest other parts of the plant, or is it just the flowers that you harvest? And is this, since it's a
It really depends on the plants that we grow, but mostly the flowers will be what brings more the aromatic sides of a plant.
yeah.
That's a prime time for aromatic taste. So the notes of the taste will be more aromatic when it's flowers, and then when if you let them grow, then they will concentrate more into the oil, which is some of the that aromatic too, but not the oils. It would be more the vegetable, the vegetal side, like the chlorophyll taste
right.
come out when you let them grow or before they flower, and then you get a more straw-like taste, like a drier straw taste, woody, when you let them even get brownish. They go to seed production when if ever they flower, it's because they will be producing seeds, and then that will be more woody kind of characteristic. And thus, we have one. We sell our plants to different people. So people come and ask for herbal tea to drink in the kitchen, but there is brewers that ask us quantities of plants for their recipes, the beer recipes, and one brewer in the community always buys us a quantity of hyssop, and he asks us that it gets brownish that before we harvest. So he doesn't want the flower heads. He wants more the brownish kind of hyssop, and it reminds me of the curing that marijuana growers do with their plants. They will let the plants mature completely before they harvest, so they develop a different taste. And hyssop seemingly has the same kind of the same notes, a skunky kind of taste, which is similar to what we can find in some hops. And then the brewer found that it's better when we let the plant we harvest it more at the end of the season. So it depends on which plant that we.
Now, hops are really bitter, and anise hyssop in my head is like licorice sweet. What characteristic is it about anise hyssop, or is this a different hyssop? Is this the other hyssop that you're talking about?
Yeah, it's a different hyssop.
Okay, so the one they're unrelated, right? Like anise hyssop it's like a relative of the mint family, if I understand, and then hyssop is a complete it's a completely different plant, and that one is a little bit more bitter, correct? And that's what you're referring to?
Yeah, well, they're both labia. So labia and family. Anise hyssop, another common name, the way we call it in French, but also sometimes in English, the agastache.
Yeah.
So that takes away the confusion between the two plants.
Totally.
But
I like calling it agastache. I think it's great way to differentiate. Yeah.
And hyssop is bitter, but not too bitter. It's really aromatic.
Interesting.
It's a bit skunky taste, like lavender and rosemary, thyme, kind of really strong, very strong essential oil smell. Also mint. There is definitely mint touch to this, a very, very strong taste, but not too bitter. It's the skunky side that will come to be similar to remind us what hops would be.
The hops is quite floral too. It's interesting, this idea of curing it on while it's growing too, because I'm really interested in wildcrafting, and one thing that comes up a lot is wild blackberry, and a number of First Nations communities talk about letting the blackberry leaves brown a bit before you harvest them, and they're going to have a way better concentration of flavor than if you harvest them when they're young, which goes against sort of the preconceived notions we would have, especially when we're dealing with Camellia sinensis, because we talk about always harvesting the young leaves, that's where all the flavor concentration is. It's really an interesting idea that we would we would adjust when we harvest to produce different flavor compounds. But it totally makes sense, especially if you're not going to get a super tannic or like a really unpleasant result. You're just going to have like a concentration of interesting or preferred flavors. That's
Right.
that's really fascinating, huh? We had a fellow on earlier in the broadcast, John Patterson. He was talking to us about his work with Tissons. I think I mentioned him to you before. Requiem Naturals. He's done some experiments where he's taken this idea of enzymatic oxidation that's been applied to tea, and he's purposefully taken fireweed and he's bruised it, and he's kind of like massaged it and worked with it and tried to bring out different flavor compounds similar to tea, and then like hitting it, like he'll steam it, or and then he'll to do the kill green process, and like it's quite fascinating what he's done, where he's taken these production styles. It'd be really interesting to see on your farm, Charles, that kind of thing. Hey, like what would be possible with holy basil if you were to kind of like take oolong style and maybe like harvest, but like bruise it a bit and bring out sort of like see if it browns. I don't know if it's possible. Like there might be an herb that it's possible with and herbs that it's not possible with, but unleashing and experimenting with enzymatic oxidation would be really, really fascinating, because it seems sorry, go ahead.
I'm just thinking that we've been experimenting too with milkweed.
Okay.
Not milkweed. The same plant that we say fireweed oxidation.
Okay.
What I've found, probably it's quite obvious, is that you need the best plants that turns out great with oxidation have a certain quantity of astringency. So that the astringency will transform through oxidation and will develop a better taste. And it's interesting how that happens with wine. So some of the good wines, from my experience, but from what I've heard, so you need a good strong astringency at the beginning before you begin to age it.
Good cider apples, same thing, right? You need a really, like, cider apples that are meant for cider are really terrible to eat, but some of the really delicious tasting apples are terrible for cider, because you need that presence of malic acid and tannic acid, and you need to develop that via fermentation into something really interesting. So it makes sense with these enzymatic oxidations to have something like Camellia sinensis that has a high tannin, and then developing that through that withering process. It's really fascinating talking to you though about those harvesting times. That's a really interesting piece of information, just like how you can cure on the plant. I'd never actually really heard of that before. That's really interesting. But to combine those two together, hey, like choose those harvest times, and then perhaps bring about some manipulation post-harvest that's going to bring about some really interesting flavors and medicinal opportunities.
And talking about harvesting time, we have these plants. So I'll come back to holy basil that we harvest every week. But then we always harvest the flower heads as soon as they begin to flower at the end of June. But then the quality of the flower heads change throughout the season, just of the different environmental factors, and also the rooting that has got deeper, and also with sometimes with dryness, we get all these dry spells during the summer, and then that changes the quality, and we like to observe this throughout the season. So the same flower heads that we harvest will have different notes and tastes. We end up quite mixing our batch. Though we keep them in big bags, this size approximately, but that's maybe 3 weeks of harvest in one bag. But still can retrace throughout the season within the numbers that we keep track on our harvest. Oh, this is interesting. At the end of the season, it has developed more deeper bitterness, or a lot more aromatic in the spring. So and that parallels a lot what I've experimented with tasting tea
Mm-hmm.
before I began to garden, because I was more tea had always been I guess a plant in my life, and it's different scale of the taste. Have been teaching me a lot about plants.
Interesting. Huh. Hmm. Yeah, no, that's really really fascinating. Um, sorry, what was that?
No,
I thought I overheard you saying so. So so your concept, this learning that you get from plants that help develop you as a person as well, I think is something that you wanted to talk on, and it's interesting to hear this conversation about the different um, ways that you've learned and understood the plants as you grow. It's I know that when I first met you, Charles, like you said in your introduction here, that you were quite the wanderer, and you still are. You still explore the world. You still, when it's not a pandemic, you're still doing your travels. But you are very rooted as well, and to be able to have that time with the same land. Like, I don't know about you, but for me growing up, I had a lot of different houses, lived in many different cities, and so I didn't have this chance to really connect with a particular space. And I still remember it very clearly when I first moved to Vancouver Island. I'd always had my father grew up here. My mom even grew up in Vancouver Island, but like I'd never really lived here long term. There was 3 years when I was really young. But it was really interesting to be in the same house for 2 winters in a row. And I don't really have a strong memory of that. And then to have like a third and a fourth and a fifth winter, and just there was like a nearby area, like a wild area near where I was living for the first while here. And I just remember seeing the trees get taller and seeing the landscape sort of gradually morph and change, and to get really connected and to see patterns that would develop over time. And it was just such a fascinating and beautiful experience. And it must be like to have that land that you're cultivating and interacting with. There was a person speaking today about how she doesn't work with farmers that are overly manipulative of the land spaces that they're working in. She really wants to work with tea farmers that are mostly off grid, that are self sufficient with their food growing, because she feels then they don't have to be as responsive to, I guess, government needs and requirements. This is a conversation that was happening in China. But it's such an interesting idea that I think the summary of that conversation was that she really likes to work with farmers where the tea is growing them, right? You must feel sometimes like your herbs and your plants that you're growing, that they are growing you as a person, hey?
Yeah, totally. Yeah. It's being really busy with the plants, really busy with the tea, and that definitely you feel that it's something that happens in between the humans and the plants, and it's a long time relationship that is revived.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Go ahead, Ryan. You look like you're about to say something. No, okay. Yeah, I was just gonna say we have about 5 minutes left with you, Charles.
Yeah.
I don't know if there's a little bit more like pieces to this conversation that you wanted to bring up at the end of our conversation here. I don't want to rush you in any way, shape, or form, but I like to remind people when we're at that 5 minute mark so that I don't stop you from finishing your thoughts or some piece that you want to communicate to everybody who's watching.
Yeah, totally. But well, I think there is also as I get into deeper into the seasons that succeed, it goes one after the other throughout the years. So the season come back. Okay, fall again. It's been 5, 6, 7 years that we go through these same tasks at the fall. We adjust every year to get them more efficient, and also we we take this task as meditative activity that keeps us sane and balanced. But I've found that also the plants, medicinal plants that we grow, we grow them for the medicinal properties, and of course there is all the chemistry in the plants. And there is a famous herbalist called Pelikan. He was writing about how alkaloids in plants, the way he would interpret the actions of alkaloids as a general chemical family in plants, is that, and I think it's interesting because caffeine is an alkaloid that we find in yes, but he was saying that alkaloids take possessions of human, so they possess human beings. So when you take alkaloids in, the alkaloids possess the human spirit, the human body, and it controls it in a way. So that's interesting how you could think of plant will that act upon the human being. So when you say that plants are growing meat, they're growing people as they consume them. So that's a concept that I like to think about when I think of my relationship and how it changed me.
That's really interesting. Their will is exercised upon you. That's a fascinating thought to finish up here with. I'm really learning a lot from these sessions, 1,000%. Ryan, did you want to speak some thoughts here at the end? Maybe if you wanted some final thoughts as we wrap up this particular session.
Yeah, I think it's the nicest part was just remembering that like there is space for grounding, and it's grounding when you see the first snowfall and having plants around us. You know, I first went to, oh, how is your garden affecting you? But you quickly reminded me that plants have always been around you and you could wild harvest. Of course, huge ethics around that and figuring out how to do that appropriately, but that plants remind us of the weather, that reminds us that, you know, it's each day is important, and yeah, that you get to bring that into a harvest that brings it into a cup. I think that's magic. So thank you.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Yeah, we really appreciate you coming on the show today, Charles. Really informative as always. I find that the dialogues with you are always very meaningful and very fascinating. So I appreciate what you bring to the world and what you allow the world to exercise through you.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you for having me. I'm a bit teared because I find that yes, we speak and we exchange with words, but I miss your presence and being able to exchange also when we get to drink tea together.
I miss it as well, man. You've come up a number of times in conversation already in the show, and the perspectives that you bring to tea are an inspiration. So thank you, and I'd also look forward to when the coronavirus's effects have subsided and we're able to interact in person again. It will be a good day, and we will drink tea, and it will be good. We will let the alkaloids possess us. We will be tea drunk a little bit, and it will be good times, my friend.
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Thank you for coming on. We'll catch you. I'm sure we'll talk again soon.
Yeah. You.
Goodbye, Charles.
Bye.
Okay. So that was Charles Antoine Frandelein joining us live from Quebec in a very small village north of Quebec City with his lovely work that he's doing with herbal tea farming. It's always a genuinely interesting perspective that he brings to the table, so huge appreciation there. And I will let Ryan, you want to take over for introducing the next one?
All right. For next one, in 14 minutes and 30 seconds, we're going to be talking again with Mimi. Well, Mimi's going to bring Mimi Chu from representing the Guizhou region of China. But I believe she's broadcasting out of Yunnan, and she'll be providing us with a Chinese tea ceremony. So if you stay tuned for about 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and again, that's just under 15 minutes, we promise we'll come back. And I know that those connections can be a little bit rough, but if you can hold on and bear with us, we're going to try and make it as pleasurable as possible. And I guarantee it's going to be the best 3 a.m. Tea ceremony you'll see tonight. Thank you. We'll see you.
And welcome back to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival. I'm Jared Nyberg. I'm co-hosting with Ryan Moen here. Ryan and I are in our 5th year doing this tea festival. We've also been awake for 15 hours in this particular rendition. Had some amazing speakers on. We had we started out with Unity Jun, and we went into some really nice sessions from T-Con and O5T, and we've had Requiem Naturals, and we've had the Wild Tea Chi and the Chi Tea, sorry. We've had the Chinese tea shop. It's been quite fascinating. One of the people that we had on the show, Mimi Chu from Guizhou, was talking to us about zinc and selenium in soil, and she is bringing on another group, or not a group, but representatives from the region that were going to take us through Chinese tea ceremony while we were listening to music. We had them on the call, and we somehow lost them. We're trying to bring them back, but while we're waiting for them to come back on, Ryan's joining me for a cup of tea. We'll try and we'll stumble through this one together, Ryan.
Yeah, I think Jared's starting to lose faith as I'm piling on clothes to keep myself nice and cozy, that I'm going to keep my eyes open. I think he's just like, you're settling in.
Yeah,
you're going to leave me stranded, and you're settling in.
No, we're making tea. We already lost Mike upstairs. He's passed out, I think, on the floor. Maybe he found a nice comfortable chair. But he's been a trooper, just dialing in folks and getting them ready. It's a bit unfortunate that we can't get Mimi on the line though, and so yeah, to keep Ryan from falling asleep, we're gonna make some tea. We're actually gonna make a selection we didn't get a chance to make with Pedro. This is gonna be his time traveler, and I would say if you have it, we would use 5 grams.
Oh, I guess.
Do you have 5 grams?
It says exactly 5 grams. Yeah, okay. That's what I love about Pedro. He gives you the exact measurement.
There you go. What do we got there? You know, that might actually. So this is it. I think that was the volunteers there, Ryan. Splitting a 10 gram in half for us because they're amazing. So we can give them and Pedro credit. So this is from Linchang in the Yunnan province. We've actually had a couple folks talking to us from Linchang. From Yunnan province. This one's made using old growth. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be good. Okay, so 5 grams. We want to do a little bit of a rinse to start, right? We're gonna do this Gong Fu style.
What temperature should my water be at?
Boiling water. Yeah, boiling water.
Well, I had it way down at 65 just because I couldn't remember.
Yeah, no, our Chinese.
It's a heck of a lot. Yeah, well, it's a lot harder to cool off water than boil it.
That's like an ammonia aromatic. Huh. That's really interesting. Huh. Really interesting smell. Yeah, it was funny. Eric Smythe from Cloudwalker was on my show. Oh, that's funny. I thought I transitioned to us both visible on the screen, and I hadn't yet. There you are. You're finally visible to the viewers. You were not visible.
And I've been showing you all these amazing things.
Yeah.
How cozy I am.
Cozy. Your blanket. It's been
showing off teas.
Yeah, I was just
really getting in there.
And you thought people were actually watching you do that.
Yeah.
So we.
I hear a buzz.
I know. I'm hoping. Okay. There's an echo of my voice apparently. You wanna? I'm gonna try muting mine. Can you make sure that your stuff that shouldn't be? There might be like.
Hang on. That's it.
Should be good now. Yeah, that's a better sound.
There you go.
Okay, good thing we still have our viewer support at 3 o'clock in the morning. That's pretty clutch. So, thank you. Okay, so you boiling?
I'm at 95 degrees.
Okay, I think that's a good enough temperature for a rinse. So why don't you get that rinse going? I'll get my.
All right. So I do have a rinse cup. I'm gonna probably show off my plate of all the beautiful teas that I've had to plate after. So does it matter how much water I put in for a rinse?
No, you just want to kind of cover the leaves and give them about 5 seconds, and then you wanna take it from there.
This is the perfect time for everybody to have a novice take them through the questions they wish they could ask.
Okay. Yeah, we have
The rinse.
Finland's telling us to hang in there. Yeah, we got this. We got this. We're open. You know, it's sad that we had Mimi and friends.
They were jamming music.
Yeah,
they have some beautiful instruments.
Yeah.
I have no doubt that this is going to happen. I still think it's going to happen.
I think it's going to
The problem is, oh my gosh, this is so beautiful. The problem is that we usually start late and we started on time.
Right, I see. So that we were just ahead of ourselves. They're probably going to come on at like 10 or 15 minutes past the hour.
They've probably been watching our program. They're like, and she was already a guest where she's like, yeah, right.
Yeah, they're not going to start on time. Pafa. Yeah, no, not going to happen. I've been enjoying these glass. That's a really interesting color here. This is good. Okay.
So I'm going to tear my scale. So tell me, how much water am I going to place in this 5 gram?
So what I would do is before I rinse, when I rinse, I tear the scale before I add the water. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay. So then I don't tear the scale the second time. I love to leave a little bit of room. So like if I'm going to brew, hey, you called it. Mimi, are you there?
Okay, I'm back.
Oh, amazing. Okay, welcome back, Mimi. So happy to have you back. We thought we lost you there. I tried calling a few times. This is great. Welcome.
I'm trying to get in and trying to get in and get in and... Okay.
Well, this is great. This is wonderful. I'm so happy that you're able to make this happen.
Let me briefly introduce them.
Yes, please do.
Professor Yang is for the Guzheng.
Okay.
She's in 10 years experience teaching.
Okay.
And Michelle Wang is 3 years experience of the tea ceremony performance.
Okay.
And today, welcome them. I'm very happy. I'm so glad that they are coming over for the performance.
Yeah, this is amazing. Okay. So this is.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, really appreciate it.
All right. So let's start. How's that?
Let's see it. We have some questions for you when you're done too. This is great. Okay.
3, 2, 1, action.
Oh, did it freeze? Oh, okay, awesome. Sorry.
This is from the morning, the black tea cha fan ji for Guizhou Gonggang. Cheers.
Very cool. Beautiful.
Yeah. And she's the first one to present it, and this one is performance is from the Song Dynasty.
Oh wow.
The Song Dynasty style. She's from Yunnan, and she's like just mix it together.
Yeah.
And then performance. So we have the next pretty lady. We'll have the performance as well. And she's from Yunnan. And she's from Guizhou.
Okay, very
Welcome to
lovely.
And I think it's important for the audience to realize that that music's being played live. It's exquisite.
Yeah, 1000%. We talk about the senses.
So they are going to present it together, right? Okay. This way.
Wow.
Hi, I'm back.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Beautiful. Thank you very much for the Professor Yang.
Yeah.
And thank you very much to Ms. Zhao.
Yes.
She's from Yunnan, and she's presenting the style is from the Tang Dynasty. And the tea that she's showing today is the Pura Santa unfermented.
Okay.
Yeah.
That
Any questions?
what a sensory experience. That's the music
Yeah.
and the visual on the preparation of the tea. I can only hope to someday enjoy tea in this is in Yunnan. You're in Yunnan, right? It's just for our viewers that are joining us right now.
Yeah, we are in Yunnan right now. Hope you guys will enjoy the music, enjoy the presentation.
Yeah. No,
I think that it was so lovely to see the silver kettle in use. Like, it's so beautiful, and you can see it really take center stage. Oh, yeah, exactly.
That's the handmade. How many grams is it? 它用了多少的银呢？200多克。They are using 200 grams silver.
Okay. Wow.
Handmade.
What?
And the top is the jade.
Right.
Top is the jade.
Top is jade. Okay. Yeah, we were just.
Very nice.
What a we often talk about Chinese tea ceremony, and it's a preparation style, but to have that accompaniment from with the music. What is the name of the instrument?
What's the name of the
musical instrument?
The musical
very
instrument.
well. Let me.
Certainly, yeah. It's Absolutely.
So,
Absolutely gorgeous. It reminds me of the Japanese koto. The Japanese play an instrument. I'm sure they're related or perhaps the same. Really gorgeous. Yeah, just is the tuning changed in the middle of the performance, or do you I'm just so fascinated by the instrument, and I'm so fascinated by the tea. Yeah, it's just really I'm really over here in Victoria. It's actually 3:37 a.m. if you can believe it.
yes, I know.
And it's such what a beautiful moment for the spirit. You know, I feel very very like there's just a beautiful feeling.
That's good. That's good. Maybe next time we will have another Chinese instrument for the other music for that. Instead of guzheng, we have the like.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit? So maybe remind everybody who's watching what there was two different pieces that were performed. Is that correct?
That's right. One is from the Song Dynasty. One is from the Tang Dynasty. That's the tea ceremony performance.
Amazing. And this concept of preparing the tea to the music, is this an ancient style or is this traditionally part of the ceremony?
Well, mostly we will have the guzheng or the buqing.
Very cool.
That is two types.
Okay.
The guzheng is more, the sound is more bright, and the guzheng is more fairly sound. It's more quiet.
Interesting. And do you have a connection between the teas that you choose? Like the lighter sound will be paired with the lighter tasting tea, and that's fascinating. I love this idea of connecting music with tea. Beautiful. Yeah, there's definitely an interconnection when we think about the world and the reality that we live in, between the sounds that we hear and the flavors that we're tasting. And I'm certain that if even just now I was listening to this music while I was drinking some tea, actually that we got from Pedro. Seemed like a good idea. It was actually from Yunnan, not from Guizhou, because we don't have any of the Guizhou right now. But it was an ancient tree, and Ryan was also drinking it, and I think the flavors are just that much more amazing because of the beautiful music. It just enhances everything. Yeah, really, really lovely. So yeah, what was that first tea that you had there, and what was the second tea? Mimi?
The second one is not good enough.
Oh, okay.
So what is your passion?
What was the first tea and what was the second tea?
Oh, okay. The first one which Michelle performed is the Cha Fan Ji. It's from Guizhou Honggang, and this morning I have already introduced. And that's the black tea. And the second one is Michelle has two types. Another one is the flower tea. It's camellia tea.
Interesting. One of our viewers was wondering if we could get a little closer shot of the tea table. Is that possible?
Sure. Okay. Should I move a little bit?
Oh. Unfortunately,
I'm going to move it.
Okay. Unfortunately for our viewers, the video froze for our broadcast, unfortunately. Although it's working in the Zoom, I think. No, the video stopped working.
Video stopped working?
Yeah, just for some. It was doing this during the performance a little bit too, where there was moments where where it stopped moving. But I wonder if I can try. Give me one moment. I'm gonna try and switch between two different screens here.
Is that still not?
It's just, you know, I don't think it's you. I think it's something to do with how it's being broadcasted. Oh, that's too bad. You know, if we're patient,
That's too bad.
it will probably start working
How
again.
about I change it? How about I change it to the? Let's see, if I change it to.
Oh, there we go. Perfect. Oh, now it froze again.
How about this?
It froze. It worked for a moment and then it froze.
I would do it manually.
We can see. We
I
actually see
think
a little
it's
bit of a
not
close up
shaking.
of the tea, the silver teapot, but we don't. It's not moving other than that. But if we're patient, it will probably work in a moment. But you know what, Mimi, it's actually a really good time to I guess we're coming close to the 3:45 mark when things finish.
Yes, right.
Put in again. Oh, we're seeing a little bit better now. Okay, this is the tea table. There you go. Our viewer that asked for it, I hope this is the perspective that you were looking for. That's really beautiful. What an amazingly gorgeous setup you have, Mimi. The presentation was just fantastic.
Yes, that's gorgeous. She's using the silver teapot.
Yeah, wow.
I love the jade on top as well. It's gorgeous.
Yeah, me too.
Very special. Very special. We're really honored that you were able to participate in this way, not only talking to us a little bit about the zinc and selenium teas earlier in the broadcast, but to bring this to the show today, to bring this to the festival. I think that that everybody watching is better for it, for certain. Thank you so much.
Mm-hmm. Thank you very much.
Did you have any final things you wanted to say to the viewers watching,
yeah, last but not least, and this is the puer sota fermented puer.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is.
Unfortunately, your hands, we can't. The video's frozen
Shaking.
again. No, it's frozen.
Okay.
Again. But
So
we can hear you. We just can't see you.
Okay. That's good.
That's good. Okay.
That's good.
Thank you so much, Mimi. Appreciate you coming on the show. I'm sure we'll be in touch. And next time you are in Canada, hopefully we can have tea together.
Sure.
You know, we'll wait for this virus to settle down a little bit, and so we'll. I think we're seeing.
That's good.
Hands. Okay.
That's good.
Awesome. All right. Thank you so much, Mimi. You take care.
Again, thank you very much inviting us in the show.
No worries. Thank you for coming on. We really appreciate it. Goodbye.
Bye.
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 All right. So that was Mimi Chu joining us from not from Guizhou, sorry, from Yunnan province. Really appreciate her coming on and sharing the Chinese tea ceremony with us, along with some beautiful instrumentation. What a joy it was to have her with us today. And I'll leave the introduction of the next session to Ryan. Ryan, or did I lose you too? Apparently I lost Ryan too. So I'll introduce myself. So I'm coming back in 14 minutes. We will be having me. We'll be talking about granular gauges and texture in matcha. It's going to be a really good time. So we'll see you soon on the broadcast. See you in about 14 minutes. Thank you so much.
How you doing?
Hold on one sec, man. I'm just muting. Mute myself. Excellent. Okay, welcome back everybody who's watching to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival. This is 2020. This is 4 o'clock in the morning Pacific Standard Time. This is the 16th session in a row. Co-host Ryan Moen.
All right, so if you haven't guessed it already, this is going to be the what does Jared have to say, and I'm going to try and keep him on point just because he did have things he wanted to talk about. He wanted to talk about granular gauges, microns, matcha, and the relationship between texture and flavor.
Yeah.
So I've got 43 minutes with him, and I promise I'll let the next guest come on after him. So, Jared, actually, you know what? For those of us who don't know Jared as intimately as I do, he's been talking a lot about his show, Jaga Vision. You can find that on YouTube, and you can see a lot of great content. That's kind of the backbone of what we've been broadcasting here. He's also like the co-host and co-founder of the Tea Festival, but a lot of people know him as the friendly face behind the partnership that is Jaga Silk. And it is an equal partnership, and that's predominantly who's on the phone correcting a lot of our things, keeping us on task. And big shout out to, I don't know if we're naming names, but
I think we could say names. We can say names.
Thank you, Mew. Thank you so much for making it work.
Thank you, Mew. Thank you for making me work. No, for allowing me to. Yeah, huge gratitude there for certain. And yeah, whenever we're doing these sessions, it's interesting to wear these different hats. You know, like to be part of the International Tea Appreciation Society is it means so much to me, and I've always it's such a cool opportunity to have an alliance of sorts. It's almost like a canvas or a tool that allows for this gathering of tea purveyors and tea people and a space to kind of share that's a little bit more neutral, you know.
Mm-hmm.
And so I hesitate to, talk about my own show, for example, or my own. I often kind of stay back a bit, and I don't really want to talk about what I do so much as like my Jaga Silk career when I'm doing this, when I'm wearing this hat. So it's interesting. I appreciate the moments within the Tea Festival where I can be that person. So this is me switching hats from co-director to being a merchant. So I get to talk to you about matcha. So 15 years ago now, man, if you can believe it, 2004, moved over here from Japan with my wife. I'm originally from Canada though, but 5 years in Japan. And when we moved here and we started Jaga Silk in 2005, a big part of that was because we couldn't get tea that wasn't old. And I often talk to people that it was like Japanese teas. It's a little bit easier right now, but it was very challenging then to find Japanese teas that you knew when they were harvested, that you had any information whatsoever on them, or that when you smelled them they didn't smell old. And I like to tell people a lot that it's not that Mew and I are like these big tea snobs or something. It'd be like moving to a country where all the bread is stale, like you just, I'm sure that there are amazing bakeries in the country that you've moved to. You just haven't found them yet. But it feels like the norm is that all the bread is stale. So you're not like a bread snob because you want to taste fresh bread or bread that's not stale. It's just something that you were used to and you no longer have access to when you change countries. So it was an interesting exploration to understand why that was. And I think part of it is cultural. I think that the crimson teas or the black teas that we drink as a standard in North America are going to stand the test of time a little bit more than your green teas. The green teas are, especially Japanese greens, especially micro milled teas like a matcha, are going to be so much more prone to oxidation. So there's this definite it's if we apply the logic that we have for our crimson/black teas, it just doesn't work with the greens, especially, preparation, storage, all of these different things. So as we've been kind of developing the company, we've been peeling back different layers of understanding and knowledge. At first, it was just all about, let's get fresh product. And that remains key, man. To this day, night and day when you have an old matcha versus a fresh, an old Japanese green versus a fresh. We did a little bit of toasting of some Japanese sencha that had gone a little bit with Pedro earlier today from 05. But with our matchas, there you don't really have that opportunity. It's milled to such a fine texture, and another layer of kind of I guess of where did my headset go? There you go. Hold on a second. Another layer of sort of information or knowledge that we've been exploring has been cultivars and understanding, how the role that varieties play in flavor. But we did a talk last tea festival on firing and how, like, finish firing, how you take an aracha to a sencha. That was a conversation that we talked about last tea festival in 2019. But this festival I really wanted to talk about because in 2018 we got this mill, right? And I guess it was 2017 we talked about finish firing, because in 2018 we talked about the mill, and in 2020 I want to talk about this. This is, I don't know if you can see that okay, but this is this fancy tool, and I don't know if you can you read that? There's like a 25 measurement so there's 0 to 25. Is that
there? That's good. I can see that.
Okay, cool. So we're gonna make ourselves some matcha, and we're gonna measure the micron counts. And the reason we're gonna do this is because one of the things that qualifies a matcha is how fine it is, right? If you take just a standard regular tea and like green tea and you just mill it into a powder, that's not gonna give you matcha, right? Like to get a matcha, you really need to the tea needs to be milled to a minimum of 10 microns, and one micron is 1/1000th of a millimeter. And for a long time, when we were searching for the perfect mill, we were trying to understand what it is that makes a matcha. And the big thing is when you mill this fine, you're likely going to create a lot of friction. Creating a lot of friction is going to create a lot of heat that's going to damage the proteins that are in the tea and burn it. So we spent a lot of time trying to find a mill that we could mill with that wasn't, say, a traditional mill, which is like $10,000 for the stone mill that produces 40 grams an hour and just doesn't make sense for us. And we found this company, Terada, that's been producing tea manufacturing equipment for over 40 years. And they've attached a chiller to this mill. It runs cold water through the teeth of the mill and chills it as it's milling. And we're able to get our numbers up to 300 grams an hour, which is still very, very slow. But mills it to the texture that we need. And that was really, up until we had this tool, purely sensory. So I want to give you a sense of this. So we were milling a slightly rougher texture when we started, and if you open up that tin that I gave you there, Ryan, it says 3 on the top. I want to go with the lower number, and I want you to put 2 grams of matcha into a matcha bowl. I know you got a matcha bowl there. You might have to run and grab it if you haven't had it set up already.
I just even warmed it.
You are amazing. Yeah, you're on fire. You know what you're doing. You are on your 14th session, right?
Yeah, but my whisk is in the other room, but we're close.
We're 75% of the way there.
Actually, I don't even know where that went.
Water, 65 degrees C. That's what we want. 65 degrees.
Oh, see, I'm at 97. That's good.
There we go. So you can just like kind of toss out half of it, or just like kind of do 50% cold water in there. You'll probably get pretty close to the temperature we're looking for. Okay.
So
I've just put through.
Can I leave you unsupervised for 2 seconds?
Oh. I don't know, man. No promises. No promises.
Okay, I'm gonna do the kettle.
Okay.
With the cold water.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna do the get the whisk.
You're gonna go get that whisk. So some tools that I'm gonna be working with for those who are watching. Got a chasen naoshi. This is actually made by a local fellow. Chasen naoshi literally means chasen fixer. This chasen is made by a certified living treasure named Mr. Kubo. I'm milling. We milled this matcha for the session today. It is it's an okumidori okuda. So another area where we've sort of started peeling back the onion layers is in micro lots of the same cultivar. So we work with a lovely farmer named Mr. Fujioka out of Wazuka for this particular selection. He produces actually 3 different. Well, he produces the same cultivar, the same variety of the tea plant in 3 different micro lots. And one micro lot he calls Okuda, one he calls Shimoyama, and the other one he calls Fukada. And this particular cultivar variety of tea is called Okumidori, and it grows a little bit slower. When he grows it alongside his Yabukita, he's able to harvest the Yabukita first, and then just like when we were talking to the Kyoto folks, the Teatopia people in the same region of Wazuka, this successive harvest is made possible by choosing cultivars that grow at that are ready at different times. So anyways, this is the Okumidori, a little bit slower. Ryan, we're gonna throw 90 grams of water onto 2 grams of tea. There we go. Oh, I love this aromatic. Just smells so good. And what's interesting is, again, they were talking how they don't finish fire, and I've just become such a huge fan of matcha that has been fired a little bit. Like, I believe that there's a tempering of that grassy note, brings out so much beautiful nuttiness. But you have to be careful, Ryan, because you are what you drink, right? So we don't want to be too
nuttiness.
You don't want to be too nutty. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
I'm hearing what you're saying.
You're hearing what I'm saying. Okay. Yeah, that smells amazing. And for me, like, when I mill at this texture, I can actually mill to order. Like, there's nothing that's going to stop this machine from moving forward when I mill at this texture. And there's a dial setting that I have on here that's actually like it's at a particular tightness, and when it's at 3, it's producing this texture. And under a microscope, when you have the teeth like this particular unit that are spinning in a circle like the traditional grinders, under a microscope they're actually going to have a circular texture, a spherical texture. This is going to be different from something you put through like a burr mill. Like in a burr mill or a conical mill, you're going to find that the texture under a microscope is square. And so when those square particles, even though they're the same size as the round ones, go through the pores of your tongue, you can actually pick up on the edges, and it's actually going to taste a little bit coarser. But this is round. Both of these are round. And so when you do pick up textures, because it's a little bit too large. So for me, when I drink this, it's not as ideal of a texture. Okay? But it's pretty close. It's pretty close to being pretty darn ideal, but it's just not quite there. So I wanted you to whisk it up. You know the routine. You're going to do the 90 mils over top. You're going to it's whisking is a form of agitation. Okay. And I want you to Hoshino Yuki matcha from Yame. Excellent. Yeah, we're actually Takaki-san, if you were watching him, he's actually from Yame. He was on live to Ani Caffeine, who's watching. Okay. So I'm gonna put 3.5 grams of water into this guy here. I'm gonna take a spoonful of matcha. I'm gonna measure 1.0 grams. Actually, I'm gonna make it nice and thick. I think I'm gonna do 2 grams.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Living that 4 a.m. lifestyle.
Yeah. No, it's gonna be amazing. So what we're doing right now, what I'm doing anyways, and you're not doing,
Yes.
is creating a paste. Okay. And I want to make it nice and thick. I'm going to grab my little this is a great use for old chasen, is just clip off the tips when they're all beaten up and unusable, and you can use them for whisking chocolate or other powders, etc. But in this case, I'm just going to use it for mixing in a really thick paste of matcha. And what that's going to achieve for me is too thick of a paste. So there we go. Okay, it needs to at least be somewhat, there we go. You can't really see that, but I'll hold that up to the camera. It's like the texture of koicha. So usucha literally means thin tea. Koicha means thin tea. And one of the things that I really enjoy about our matcha is that, so normally when you're buying tea in Japan, it goes from the farmer to the co-op, like George was talking about, and then it goes from the co-op to the tea company. The tea company will blend multiple microregions together, and then you're going to get this, you're going to get a finished product that's given a poetic title. It's roasted, or it's finish fired a little bit, and you guys can't see anything. I have too much on the table here. And you're going to give it this poetic title, and it's going to be amazing, but you're not going to really know who grew it per se. And I love how, say, if you think of the wine industry, it used to be all about like Burgundy, and it used to be all about Bordeaux and Beaujolais in France, right? And then to change that discussion to make it about the vineyard, to make it about the cultivar of grape. Is it Merlot? Is it Pinot Noir? We think that this is just like the most normal thing, but it wasn't always the case. This conversation about a terroir, an origin that's outside of a regulated standard for a region, you know, is a newer thing. And in Japan, domestically, ujicha, yamecha, your teas from Shizuoka, your teas, you know, like this whole conversation is it used to be all about region, and there's a movement now where they're breaking up regions into smaller regions, but there's still, I think, room for it to go down that rabbit hole that wine has gone down, that has encouraged this deeper understanding of cultivars and of farms, and I just find that whole process really interesting. So what we're doing at Jaga Silk that's a little bit different is we're buying from farmers before it's sold to co-ops, before it goes to the tea company, gets blended with other micro estates in that particular region, and we're getting single cultivars from single estates, so you can really taste those differences. And again, this is an okuda, which is part of a series that we have this year of different micro lots from the same farmer using the same variety of tea. So what I've done is I've created a really strong solution here, Ryan.
Okay.
I've done like 1 gram of tea for 3.5 grams of water. I doubled it up for some reason. I guess it's because it's 4 a.m. And I did 2 grams of tea for 8 grams of liquid. And what I'm going to do is it's going over this granular gauge. So this is used in science to measure the texture of something. And now, again, 1 micron is 1/1000th of a millimeter. So I was showing this to the camera, but there's this whole idea of the channel that this is going to go through. I'm going to use the stainless steel bar here. I'm going to push on it, and I'm gonna streak this through like that. And this is going to give us a texture. Now, when you look at that texture on the, I don't know if you can see it.
It's grabbing too much light, but they're kind of.
They're kind of. get that closer to the camera, maybe. Maybe I should flip it around.
Tilt it towards yourself more. There, a little bit more. Towards you. Other way. Sorry about that.
Can you see that okay?
Almost like it's flat, and you'll probably be able to see it. There we go.
Yeah, okay. So that is telling me that there's a little bit of granulation up until about 12.5 microns. So I would say that this is probably between 12.5 and 15 microns looking at this granular gauge, okay? So I don't know about you, but when I drink this, right, I get a little bit of texture. And I'm still going to get some even in the stuff that like fits the bill for a texture. And what's really interesting about this machine, this particular mill, is we can actually get it to a place where we're tasting a texture that's actually even finer than what you can get on a stone mill. So we can actually get it to a place. I didn't give you one, but I could mill it even finer than that. It's not really sustainable on this mill. I can't do a lot of it, but I can get it to a 7 on. That's going to change depending on the plates and how far they've kind of had a chance to grind down. And so there is going to be a variation. It's not always that a 7 is a 7 and a 5 is a 5, and it's not this universal thing. Nobody's going to know what I'm talking about outside of this particular mill at this particular time for that grind setting. But it's in what is going to be cross-transferable is micron counts, right? And
okay.
And that's where we can get some kind of understanding of where we stand. So it's not just this is why I get so really interested in. I love this intuitive process in tea. I love this intuitive understanding of tea. But I also really enjoy empirical tools. I think they're such an interesting. I believe that science is a form of art, and I think that there's an opportunity there to explore art and to explore the perspective that science brings by allowing us to do like a study and be able to prove to ourselves using tools that we're achieving similar results to the time we had before. Sometimes there's just too many data points, too much variability, and it's exhausting to try and record it. And I get that, but it's interesting though when we can, and I guess it's learning when that opportunity arises and when it's kind of a waste of time to even try, but I don't think we need to give up before we try. You know what I mean?
But it's also developing parameters. It's not necessarily hard and fast rules. Like
Exactly.
1 degree here, 1 degree there is not going to be necessary. But like you're not going to make your matcha at 100 degrees or 200 degrees, right?
Yeah, it's developing kind of a margin of error, 100%. And I always find it interesting for people that like say a tea ceremony teacher who's been making matcha for decades. If you and I've actually have had this opportunity with some folks in the I almost said the tea ceremony industry, as if it's an industry. I've had some senseis, some teachers get back to me with weights that they use. They've been kind enough to me when I was an incorrigible early 20s person asking a 70-year-old tea ceremony teacher, how many grams of tea do you use? And she was like, I don't know. I'm like, can you weigh it? And she's like, sure. And she was very sweet, and she wrote this beautiful letter to my wife and I explaining the results of her work, and we were able to establish kind of a technique for cafe service that was inspired by this, which is 1 gram for every 60 mils. It seems to be pretty standard, or 1.25 grams for every 60 mils. And then we doubled that to 2 grams because we use 2 grams for our sort of lightweight koicha that we use for a latte shot. And anyway, what I want to do with you next, did you pick up a texture there? You drank it? Yeah. It's enjoyable though, right? Like it's sweet and bitter at the same time. Obviously there's bitters, there's sweets, there's acid, there's like a full flavor structure happening on the tongue.
Correct.
But what I want you to do is, because I think that, like, I went for a long time with that setting. I was more than happy. I said to myself, you know what, this is okay. But over time, especially when I compared it to stone milled stuff, I was like, you know what, it's really easy to work with because, you know, the coarser the texture, less surface area means for the same kind of time of it, like interaction with liquid and agitation, I'm not going to bring out as much flavor development. It means I can actually have something that's a little bit less prone to get bitter.
Are we going to 5?
We're going to go to 5, and we're going to do 2 grams again. Okay. And we're going to do through the sieve. You know, in tea ceremony, you often see the tea sieve beforehand. So when you do pull from the natsume for during tea ceremony, you're having a sieved matcha. And this, by the way, Ryan, was milled this morning, so it's the freshest of the fresh, my friend.
Wow.
And
You
it's
spared no effort for this.
It's
tasting. That's beautiful.
Yeah, man. This is another thing that we're trying to bring to the table is this idea of transparency, right? Like freshness is all in the eye of the beholder. So I could have a tea that's fresh now but isn't fresh in 6 months, and that this tea will look and taste terrible in a year if you know it's just that how it works when you mill something this fine. But can you even smell that difference in aromatic already? Like when you pour the water on top? Like, I mean, you
haven't gotten there yet, friend.
Okay. I find that just so interesting. Like you can almost smell that you've hit the right texture because of how the water hits and the aromatics that are released at that particular fineness. It's gonna give you this ideal aromatic when you've worked with that particular tea enough times, right? And it's just going to produce something pretty fantastic. And it also it's also going to whisk up a little bit finer. Like you can actually see like a different texture to it, even though we're using the same amount of water, the same amount of tea, and the same amount of you know, agitation, etc. And a big thing I'd love you to focus on here is that it's going to be that finish. Like, I don't know if you kept any of the previous one, because I know you're using the same bowl for both. But I should have asked you to leave some aside, because it's really interesting to go back and forth between the two textures.
I tried to do the 2 savory gulps and ended up in 3s.
Yeah, no, it's actually 3 savory gulps. So you actually accidentally did it perfectly.
It's a tea festival miracle. I did it right.
It's magic. It's good. This goes with the theme. This is good. Okay.
The intuitive theme.
Yeah, right? Okay. I like it. So, gonna throw in 8.5 grams of what? No, 8. Why am I doing that? I don't need to use 2 grams. Apparently I want to. Okay, so I'm gonna measure in the desired amount here.
Thanks, George. George has given us tea with George is saying that we deserve our matcha. Annika in Finland, she's been with us, I swear, I don't even know if she slept.
I know, hey, like I think I saw a good morning, but I don't think if that was a good morning that there was a lot of sleep in between when there was participation before that.
For the European version of the Tea Appreciation Society.
Your microphone, sir.
You mean the one that's up in my hair? I was saying that Annika's been holding it down, and we're going to have to somehow make sure that she's on for the European Tea Appreciation Society, because she's been doing this for as many hours as us, I swear.
I think that's kind of what it feels like, doesn't it? So big shout out to Annika Finn. That's great. Okay, so you're drinking this second one. It's the same matcha. It's a very, very almost imperceptible difference in the the texture difference. And you know, when I was getting my tea milled for me, and it was quite a stressful moment or a nerve-wracking moment for me when I brought this selection back to Mr. Fujioka in Wadzuka that we had milled at Jaga Silk, and I said to him, "What do you think?" You know, and he drank. I whisked it up for him, and we compared it to stuff that he'd milled in house. He's got a great process. His mother, so Grandma Fujioka, hangs out with the mill and watches as it's milling and makes sure it doesn't, you know, mill dry when he's and 40 grams an hour. That's when you get a big enough order, you're kind of hanging out with it for a while, right? So and he's 3 mills going in refrigeration. And I've nothing but respect for that man's processes. Like what an artist. But I'm so fascinated by this whole process, and so I really wanted to take on this experiment of what would it be like if I could mill it here? Because you know, if we're all about freshness, how can you do better than milling it yourself, right? And but we wanted to make sure that we were hitting these flavor points, right? That we weren't gonna just be like, oh, I want to be this like modern tea company that's just going to mill stuff without really exploring what that might mean in terms of the interruption of flavor perception. And so I went in, and he was really happy. He really liked this. He thought it was great. And I he's an honest guy. He's going to tell me if he's unhappy with what we produced. He didn't sell me tea for like 2 years, even though I was like, please, when I first met him. Okay, I'm going to put this through. And there we go. Okay, so that's the granular gauge now. It's kind of hard to see on there, but
there's good. Tilted back towards you is better.
You know, I kind of want to show you closer to the 0. I'll put the 0 close to you. There you go.
That's almost completely golden. Oh, that's beautiful.
Right. So I don't know if it's perceivable on camera there, but this is noticeably a little bit finer. This gets I'm sitting between, yeah, I'm just under 10 or right at 10. So instead of 12.5 to 15 microns, I'm at a little under 10 microns. So it's a provable difference in texture. It's not just something that, you know, obviously I know that it's finer because I tightened it, right? I tightened the mill a little bit finer. But it's interesting to see that reflected here and to know that my goal if I'm ever going to take this to a lab, is to hit this 10 micron threshold in Japan. So, and why is that important? You know, like it's there's a flavor difference. I don't know if you can taste there, Ryan.
I wouldn't even say flavor as much as the way it interacts with your tongue. Like it just starts to move outwards on the tongue. And I know there's the archaic views that there's like actual sections on the tongue that taste different, but
yeah,
it literally starts to wave outwards, and it lasts longer with its complexity, because I think the neurological stimulation is trying to make sense of it because it's so complex.
That fineness, right? Like that sinks into the tongue, and you just get this greater sensation of flavor. And I thought that I was just trying to catch up to what's possible with a stone mill, but since doing this, I've learned just how hard it is to nail this texture with a stone mill as well. You know, like it's got to be, the teeth have to be sharp enough. You have to have put enough pressure on. You have to have adjusted things for the density of the leaf that you're milling. Like there's a lot involved in achieving a particular texture that goes beyond just the material or the grinder that you're using. You really need to be able to adjust your milling parameters to fit the needs of the tencha that you're milling. And that's been a really interesting exploration, because we do get different results on this micron meter depending on the text, like the density of the leaf that we're working with at the same mill setting. right?
Wow.
So that's and you know, if it's a denser leaf, it's also going to produce more friction. So you're going to taste. There's going to be a perceptible increase in kind of a roasty profile. It's not like a hojicha roasty. I'm talking about like different, almost imperceptible levels of change with the Maillard reaction and the development of sugars on the tongue and what you perceive. But like I just find that so fascinating. We have a question from Annika Finn, mentioned already, but can you basically mill any gyokuro and always have fresh matcha? No, you cannot mill gyokuro to make matcha. It's a common misunderstanding. Gyokuro is a shade-grown leaf, right? And it's like this like really amazing loose tea, and you're gonna like a lot that you plan to make into gyokuro would be a similar quality of investment and time investment as you would for tencha, but they're going to go to completely different factories and they're going to be shade grown at different moments. You actually apply the shade growing apparatus to tencha a little bit later in the game than gyokuro, and you keep it on a little bit longer because you want to do something called futoraseru. So it's like a fattening of the leaf. It's actually the unraveling of the bud, because you don't want to have any bud content in your tencha because you're going to devein and destem the leaf. And you're also, when you harvest it, you're going to bring it to a completely different factory. It's not going to, there's a gyokuro kind of / sencha factory for your loose teas. When you're going to be making a tencha, you want to bring it to a tencha factory. And they're going to devein, destem. It's also going to be dried flat. It's not going to be rolled into needles. And so when you devein and destem and you're working with the pure part of the leaf, that's what becomes ara tencha. And then you're going to put it through a system of separation like we talked about with George at the Obubu farm. But this is, he was talking about aracha to sencha or shiagecha. We have ara tencha or rough tencha that gets processed to a point where it can get milled a little bit easier. And then you're going to have, you're going to have a matcha at the end of the day. But really good tea companies in Japan will say that their matcha is good for about 3 months from the mill date. And we used to put that on our products, 3 months from the mill date. But I was in a supermarket customer of ours, and I saw a customer looking at our product and a kind of a bigger company's product and saying that they would go for the bigger company's product because the expiry date said 2 years, and they thought that meant that it was a superior product. But it's really in the eye of the beholder. So now Ryan, I just put production dates. Because
just let folks know when it was done. And
sometimes that's confusing though. They see like a stamp with the production date and they assume that's the expiry date and they think it's already expired. So I put it in big red letters, milled in Victoria on, like really carefully. But it's not always gonna make itself known. But we're 15 years focused on matcha now, and we're starting, I think, to see the results of this effort. And it's not just us. There's a lot of people out there that are putting some significant energy into education when it comes to tea. But yeah, this is where we're at with matcha right now. We're really focused on this micron measurement, this adjustment of the mill to produce and draw out different flavor dynamics in our tencha. It's been really, really fun.
I think that's the most important part, is that it's fun, because like as much as you get into it, you're never frustrated. You're I think, like you say, you're starting to learn more from the measurement upwards about the leaf and thinking about, oh yeah, that's a thicker leaf. It's giving you a tool to view the leaf, and that comes back to that living organism.
Totally. I feel like this is why, like, as much as I respect and understand this perspective that tea is intuitive and it needs to be that way for it to really resonate with us on a heart level, I believe that these tools are fascinating in and of themselves. It allows a deeper exploration on another level. That's it's not necessarily a higher or a lower level of exploration. It's just a different way of interacting with them and learning another element of their personality, right? And knowing that, obviously we can make these logical conclusions what finer and coarser grind settings for different leaves are going to produce different results, and maybe this leaf requires this and this leaf requires that. But it's really interesting when we can use a granular gauge to empirically measure that texture and then draw those conclusions. And so we've been doing a lot of bookkeeping with this too. Every day, every kilogram that we mill, we have a sheet going, and we've been doing it since 2018, a digital sheet we have online where we measure, we can track where our grind settings have been for the last 2 years. And it's so interesting.
That's super cool.
Yeah, just to look back on that data and learn from it for certain.
All right, Jared. Well, it's coming up to about 22. We're just almost quarter to, and you know what that means. So you're wearing your hat, you're loving it. You're one half of a fantastic partnership. What do you want to leave us with the Jaga Silk hat? What kind of parting words can you give us?
I think that I mean, there's a number of things. I mean, matcha, even if it's good stuff, don't put it on a pedestal. I tell people, like good tea, you should treat it like good wine. You wouldn't open up all the bottles of wine in your wine cupboard just so you could taste them all. Like really, you open it up, go through it as fast as you can, keep drinking that tea, and wait. Be patient until you've gone through it, and then open up your next batch. You could have some genres going, like have your favorite oolong going, your favorite green going, your favorite matcha going. But especially if you crack open on matcha, you got 3 weeks, really, max, before you start to really taste some flavor degradation through oxidation. So, be aware of that when you're tasting your teas. Stay aware of harvest dates, and if you don't know them, then ask the purveyor that you're purchasing from for that information. And many of them can provide it. You just need to speak up and ask, and it's going to really educate you on what your next steps should be in terms of storage and taking the necessary precautions to keep your tea tasting really yummy. So yeah, I would leave with that. And then texture plays a more important role than we realize. For the foreign market, a lot of matcha is milled coarser because it's faster to produce. It's not nearly as complex. Milling to the domestic standard of 10 microns or less is a lovely way, preferable way in my opinion, to enjoying it. Like, indiscernible to the naked eye, the difference between the 3 and the 5 there, but I think you really pick it up in the finish. Like, you just get a much more complex finish out of the finer texture, and it gets even coarser than that, Ryan. The opposite can be said too. It gets finer, and then it's just actually can be unpleasantly gummy. It's like a chocolate that's been conched for too long. So yeah, it's an interesting exploration for sure.
Beautiful, Jared. Well, I think I'll say thank you right there. You're gonna have to plug in your hat and come back to being the co-director of the Tea Appreciation Society.
Awesome.
I guess as I'm right on camera and holding this over, we got Jared Varani joining us next. He's probably one of my favorite chemists because he brews up kombucha, and he'll be taking us through a tasting with that and talking to us about fermentation. There is no end to his knowledge and curiosity when it comes to fermentation. So if you stick with us, in exactly 15 minutes, we'll be back, and hopefully you'll be tuned in then. Maybe you're just waking up, and you can always catch the rest of the stuff on YouTube and stay with us for the next, I can't do the math right now, 8 hours. See you then. Thank you.
Bye. Welcome back, everybody. We are here at 5 a.m. on the 24th of November. This is 12. Well, I keep counting. I think we're at 17 sessions. Yeah, we're at I think we're at 17 sessions. I'm joined here with a co-director of the Tea Festival, Ryan Moen. He's been with me this entire time. If you're just joining us, we are also joined by Jared Varani. Jared Varani used to work at Jaga Silk. He was instrumental in setting up the kombucha program here at Jaga Silk. We brought him onto the show today to talk a little about fermentation. There's a question I've been dying to discuss, which is does tea even have an impact in fermentation? So that was going to be kind of what we were going to discuss a little bit here. And I consider Jared to be an incredible wealth of knowledge, and it's good to have the Jared Squared happening again. How's it going, buddy?
It's going well. It's going well. Nice to be up at this hour of the day. I feel like you really get a good sense of getting ahead on things.
Oh, we're so behind on things. We're coming at it from the other side.
Yeah. How long has it been now? 17 hours, you said?
Yeah. I'm looking at the stream. We've been live for 17 hours and 11 minutes. So yeah.
Well, keep the tea flowing.
Yeah, keep the tea flowing. Keep the kombucha jun flowing. It's good times. Yeah, Ryan Moen again knows Jared Varani, of course, from his time here. Jared was at the various tea festivals representing, talking not just kombucha, but also some of our other selections as well, and talking about our matchas and our teas and all that fun stuff. But maybe you want to talk a little bit about what got you interested in fermentation in the first place, and what drew you to kombucha and beginning the program here with us back in the day, back 5 years ago now.
Good question. Myself, like many others, I think, were and are drawn to kombucha for their health benefits. I distinctly remember receiving an email from my dad's good friend, who was also a personal trainer, that was outlining a sauerkraut recipe. And after reading through it and going further down the rabbit hole of fermentative functional foods, I became increasingly more interested in fermentation, probiotics, and their relation to our own health. And specifically, having studied, or as I was studying biochemistry at UVic, I found the overlap between the two subjects very fascinating. And I remember writing in one of my classes for an assignment about fermentation through a more taxonomical biochemical lens.
And having that connection, being able to talk about it that much more in that much more depth, I can imagine. That's interesting. So there was that connection piece between your interest in health, your uncle doing some ferments, and then the study that you had chosen to take on, and that's what brought you into this world, I guess. And you came in after, I think, shout out to Eric over at Township Coffee, good old Eric. I think he was
Township.
Township. Yeah, he's good people.
I just cracked into it.
Yeah, I'm on this. Okay, we unfortunately. So for our viewers, the plan was the plan was, and I just found out that we could have done it. There was a courier. I was going to have courier over a bottle of our kombucha from Maria's Gelato in Langley to Jared Varani in Vancouver, and it didn't happen. So you don't have one of our bottles right now.
It might be for the best. I had some dental work yesterday afternoon.
Aha. Okay.
And so the face is still somewhat sore, and might be for the better that
you're not.
I keep to some other teas today.
Vicarious enjoyment, sir. This is, you know what's.
I've been
look at that.
Craving it.
Look at that. How gorgeous does that look? Like, can you see that? Like, I gotta hold that up to the camera. Like, look at that.
I really do miss it.
Yeah.
You miss the taste or the brew when you're saying that? Because you used to be in there for many hours in that place that Jared's been in for many hours. Jared Squared, of course.
A good question.
We call it Jared.
I imagine both. Definitely the taste, and I think also I was having a craving for energy drinks. I was at a Japanese market and picked up one of those small like energy bottle shots. And I was thinking to myself, if only I had a bottle of kombucha right now, that would be the perfect thing.
It happens a lot.
And so yeah, I miss the taste, miss the flavor, and the room. I think I'll have a nostalgia for that will carry with me for many years to come.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's a very transformed room. Back when Jared was working with us, he was trucking 4-liter jugs of cold water into these 15-liter and 30-liter heavy clay crocks that were meant for sauerkraut production, and producing, like 10 of those. 10, we called them FUs, fermenting units. It was our tongue-in-cheek abbreviation for the process. And now we have it all done in one unit, and it transfers over to another unit that chills it. But you used to transfer each one into a keg. You take that into the fridge and chill it. As part of the process that we worked on together, where you came up with this idea of, hey, why don't we cold crash that yeast to clarify the bottle and make for a more shelf-stable product without necessarily using some sort of filter. We wanted to keep it unfiltered, but you were like, we can filter it, but using a kind of reduce the amount
gravity.
And reduce the amount of activatable yeasts, I guess, in the system. And it's done wonders. I can leave bottles out of the fridge literally for months on end, and some of them, if we do it really well, like the really ideal brews, I can leave them out and open them up, and they're not gonna foam everywhere. That's not true of all of them, though, and it does bring us to our talk, which is, does tea have an impact on this fermentation? So we have tea, we have fermentation. The Noma book that was been really inspiring me for fermentation. Talks about how, and I don't know how many of our viewers know this, but like, tea is not even required for kombucha, and we call ours kombucha jun because we're not convinced that kombucha and jun are different. We're just we got ourselves what was technically what was sold as a jun SCOBY because it consumed honey for its fermentation, but we've since come to the conclusion that you can guide the SCOBY in a different direction. You can take it with and give it different sugars or different teas, and as long as you coax it slowly, it's going to survive. You just can't give too massive of a change too quickly, right? But in the Noma book, it says you don't need tea. We've experimented with that. You've made some really interesting honey-only kombuchas, right? Where it was just the SCOBY, honey, and water. There was no tea at all, and we had successful ferments. And it's logical, right? You just need bacteria, yeast, a sugar source, and the right growing environment, and you have a fermentation.
Right. I think many people, their first inclination is to think in more structured lines of what something is. And myself, I was the same. And it wasn't after asking these questions about where the boundaries are and trying to think a little bit further outside the box, I think impelled by a certain drive to keep innovating and trying out new things, experimenting in the kombucha room. And microbes are very resilient. Oftentimes they, there's many different kinds of microbes, and it would be naive to paint with broad strokes here. But yeast, for instance, doesn't need a whole lot to survive.
Right.
As long as you have a good sugar source and some trace nutrients along with a nitrogen source, you most likely have enough that the yeast can grow from. And one of the reasons being is that they can synthesize all of their amino acids. As humans, we have, I think, 8 essential amino acids that we need to obtain from our diets. Our bodies don't have the genes that are able to create those amino acids. However, with many microbes, they can. And so if you give them a sugar source, they will be more or less content. And you need far fewer of other components for life to continue.
In the world of the yeast. And
in the world of the yeast.
Yeah, there's this. That's interesting. So you can get away with honey, which I'm curious where the nitrogen comes from, but I guess there might be oxygen element. Like what is creating? You said nitrogen is required. Like where does that come from in this? That's an interesting. Is it in the bacteria that we're giving it? Is it in the SCOBY? Like where? What is?
That's a good question. I would imagine that much of the nutrient could even be coming from the previous SCOBY that was added to the mixture. Oftentimes, microbes are very good at recycling their own and reusing the nutrients from previous generations.
Could we? Is there going to be a saturation point, and can we keep making honey kombucha over and over and over again? Like, does the tea matter? Do we need tea? Like, tea is going to have nitrogen in it. That seems like a really good source for trace minerals as well. But
I think
is it a requirement?
It would start to matter when the limit becomes those materials, and it's going to be dependent on your honey source, your SCOBY, and if those are devoid of nutrient to begin with, I think you'd hit that limit much sooner. And tea would be, like many other foods, a good choice for adding extra nutrient. Although, as we've seen, I don't think it's necessary, and clearly there are many other substitutions that could be used in its place that fulfill those nutrient requirements.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, because we found that, like, what I've kind of answered this question for myself is, I got to a point where I was like, okay, tea doesn't matter. I can not have it in there. I can really use different botanicals, but like we were discussing with Charles a little bit earlier, and with John Patterson, just like the idea of having and developing tannin to when you have an acid, it seems to really help to create more complex flavors. And so I thought, okay, the tea, what it brings to the table is a contribution to that finished flavor structure. So sure, we can develop a SCOBY. Sure, we can continue to ferment without the tea playing a role. But the role that it does play is more of a contributor to that finished flavor structure, and to give it some balance, and to, you know, like, this is a really lovely, like, I'm drinking this Yunnan and Daezong that we've cold brewed, and we've utilized for our preparations, and I'm just like, okay, you know, this is delicious and everything. And one of the biggest things I think it's doing is it's got this lovely acid with the sweetness. It just tastes really balanced, and I'm really happy with it. But without it there, like, especially, you know, we've done the rooibos before, right? The honey bush and stuff, and it's delicious, but it's like super sweet, right? Like, I don't really get. It's harder to develop it, and I've noticed that we've been using, since we started using the Brix meter for measuring residual sugars and the pH meter for that pH, and we're just like making this hard decision that we're not going to stop the ferment now. This is something that we started doing since you moved on, man, is we do not stop that ferment until we hit 7. Even though we know the Brix is not going to be perfectly accurate, there's going to be issues about cloudiness interrupting our accuracy, we commit to the 7. And it's interesting what happens as a result. And it takes a long time sometimes when we don't have the tea. The tea seems to also improve the speed. And I guess talking to you now, it makes sense. Having those trace minerals, having that nitrogen, because it contributes to the ferment, it's gonna make a difference.
Yeah, I think that's also a worthwhile point to go into on why the tea might be required. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a conversation to be had about the nutrients they're providing, but also, like you're saying, the taste. Mm-hmm. I think tea as a botanical lends itself well to the fermentation process, and I think it could be required in the sense that the flavor structure is lacking without it, and I think that's what we found.
Yeah, and also, you know, it also there's a couple other, I think, interesting sort of results we found while you were working with us, and one of them was that green teas, you know, as much as they're supposed to be a part of the Jun experience, ended up producing such a vigorous, almost like overly vigorous fermentation, to the point where it was so fat it felt like the SCOBY couldn't form properly. Like, it was we hear a little bit about, you know, Jun makers talking about like a gloopy SCOBY, but to me it's like it's a SCOBY that hasn't had a chance to form yet, is kind of the perception that I end up having, right? And that when I give time for the SCOBY to go through its development phase and finish, it really seems to be beneficial to use teas that aren't green. And the only logical conclusion I can come to after looking at some different scientific research, discussions with yourself, also some anecdotal research, is that there's just a significantly increased amount of both nitrogen and yeast activity in the green teas that are just going to promote like a super powered ferment, right? And so the tea can be a massive contributor to the fermentation, especially when it comes to greens, and it can actually take it into a trajectory that's a lot harder to control when one of our goals might be slow fermentation for greater flavor complexity and greater safety on the shelf, so that it's less you know, it's not going to foam all over the place.
I think that's an interesting topic, the rate of fermentation. Mm-hmm. And what I've noticed with a lot of customers that would stop by at previous tea festivals, they would often, and even at the shop, they would often talk about how at home their fermentation would be too slow. Mm. And I would often say that we had the opposite problem. Right. And so I think depending on how quickly your fermentation is going, you might want to choose one kind of tea over another. and we've certainly found the same in our settings, that it goes too fast in certain conditions with more nutrient viable teas, and that we found that slowing it down by giving it teas that have been more withered and less nutrient available is an effective strategy.
Yeah, there seems to also be like a role. Like I thought, what was fascinating is what we discovered with this the potential behind using pu'ers in fermentation. How there seemed to be an interaction with the Aspergillus. What is the name of the mold in or the bacteria in pu'er? Do you remember? There's I can't quite remember.
Or orensis, I want to say.
I think it might be orensis. Yeah, Aspergillus orensis. I think. Anyway, it floats around in Yunnan. That's why you got to make your dark teas to qualify as a pu'er in that area. Is there's a particular basically the air is going to inoculate the ferment in the area. But that particular bacteria seems to work with the carbon dioxide in the liquid a little bit differently than others, and it seems to almost make it creamy like a Guinness. Like there's this fining of the carbon dioxide in the ferment, and I just find that so interesting that like we could use a particular tea, in this case a genre almost. I mean there's dark, it's within the dark tea genre, right? And you can use these pu'er cakes to ferment with and get this finished product where it doesn't seem to ever really over foam. Like even when there's a good amount of residual sugar, I feel like it almost traps it, is what we found from the research.
Right.
Is that and it's so silky. It's such an ideal flavor. And I'm actually getting a little bit out of this one. Hey, like we're doing this Yunnan Diazong, so it's from the right region. It would stand to reason that there's this bacteria in the air when this tea was produced as well, and then using that for the ferment. It reminds me a little bit of the results that we're getting from those pu'er cakes in the fermentation.
Right, and I think we noticed something similar when we made the batch 500 with chaga. And
which is interesting, right? Because they're unrelated, but they taste similar. It's this weird. What is that, right? Like
I want to say my thinking on this may point more towards the physical chemical properties of the liquid. Carbon dioxide can dissolve into water.
Right.
However, if there is a nucleation site, it's not always stable, and sometimes you have some molecules of carbon dioxide that bump into others and form bigger bubbles and come out of solution. And so if you have a solution with more molecules that can anchor the CO2 and hold it more stable, it's likely that the bubbles will be smaller, and it's will also be less likely that you'll have them forming larger bubbles and coming out of solution quicker.
Right. Like green teas kind of almost have that opposite response, right? Like or it creates that opposite reaction where they're like almost like pushing the CO2 out of solution and creating a more vigorous foaminess, whereas the pu'ers are again the other side of that coin, where they're trapping them in a little bit deeper and keeping them and also tightening them. Like there's an interesting. Yeah, I found it so interesting just how silky those bubbles got too. It was really interesting how that they contributed to texture.
Right. I want to say it points either at how slowly the carbon dioxide has been formed, lends itself to a more stable conformation within the liquid,
Mm.
or potentially in the brews we've noticed that have a finer texture, there is some compound that is helping to capture the CO2 and keep it stable and fine. And I think some tests could be done by adding some compounds in that might have this effect to a green tea. And
something makes me think that that what makes a green tea vigorous is that it's just such an amazing food for the fermentation. Like it makes the SCOBY, maybe it's not the SCOBY, maybe it's the yeast. I think it's the yeast that gets really, really zazzed and really, really likes it. And I bet you that the way to interact with green tea is in a more effective way might be to have a clearer and more concrete control over the temperature of the ambient temperature in the fermentation room. That by dropping down the temperature, slowing down that yeast development a little bit by, say, like trying to ferment at more like 16 degrees centigrade instead of the 20 that's our goal, would be more conducive to greens being involved in this process. I think that might help, and maybe choosing teas that are less nitrogen rich, like rather than working with Japanese greens where there's nitrogen actually added to the soil. For the work with parched Chinese greens where that same practice is not happening, and might be slower, so like work with parched Chinese greens at a cooler temperature would probably open up the door to some more sophisticated fermentations with green teas, is kind of the thought process that.
Yeah, it seems like these are some more advanced concepts and how to manage the rate of your brew.
Mm-hmm.
And I know there are a lot of parallels that are done in the beer industry, where the craft beer industry is looking very heavily at these metrics, taking detailed analyses of the nitrogen content, the sugar content, and extrapolating with software as well how the fermentation is going to proceed. And I think, like many other things that we've done with kombucha, this is another area to draw from other more developed fields. And I would expect to see this, if not already happening, in other kombucha operations as well. And so it's a goal of mine to continue to develop kombucha in that way, and hopefully there will be areas of kombucha that other fields then borrow from at some later date.
I think I would love to borrow from, like I was talking earlier in the broadcast about some parallels, like the length of a ferment and how like stretching it out for a longer period of time helps to layer the yeast and layer the flavor complexity. But in balsamic vinegar in Modena, I was explaining to the viewers that it was really interesting to see them transfer between different wood like barrels, and having the storage container contribute to that end flavor. It'd be really interesting to do kombucha, I think, and explore what that storage container or that fermentation vessel does to the flavor. I think there's so much room to play there with oak and cherry and maple, and it'd be really fascinating to get these different barrels and see how they would interplay and draw out different flavor dynamics from the kombucha ferment. It'd be just absolutely fascinating.
That would be awesome. I feel like it's a natural progression of a lot of craft breweries. It seems as though at some point along the line you'll see their barrel aged sort of experimental line.
Just seems so interesting. I've always kind of dragged my feet at moving to steel. I remember originally, it was glass all the way, and then it was, okay, if we can't do glass, then ceramic all the way. And it was a really kind of a big hesitancy to ferment in steel. And I remember one of the original tests in these larger vessels was a failure. And it felt like, oh, that's not very good at all. But it ended up being that it was just larger, scaled up, meant that there wasn't as consistent of a yeast distribution within the vessel. And so now that we stir the ferment part of the way through the fermentation, it's made a huge difference on how the flavors come through at the end. Like, what are you thinking of this kombucha, Ryan? You're the one drinking it with me right now.
I feel like the effervescence of it is really lovely. I mean, you're mentioning a bit more of a stout beer, but it tastes almost more champagne to me. But I was thinking, just like my mind was spinning off, thinking about barreling and wondering how much nutrients. Well, and again, this is probably not something that Jared Barani will even postulate at, but I'm curious to see, like, if you just got sugar, water, like, could a SCOBY start to consume a cask, like a keg, and like, could you just brew based on the flavor of the keg? I mean, that's how bourbon came from the whiskey trade and sherry kegs, right?
That's an interesting point. From what I have heard, I know in terms of the flavor, there are three sorts of reactions that you can consider with regards to the barrel and the aging process. Those that happen within the liquid from molecules that hit each other and form new molecules. Those that happen in between the liquid and the barrel, something reacting between the two. And a third kind from new molecules that have been generated from the aging process that then react to form something new entirely. And I would imagine that in terms of providing nutrient, that the dry kind of barrel might not be the most lending for something that the brew would use. I think it might be more of a finishing kind of purpose, and I would be curious to know. I always try to imagine things on a much smaller scale. It'd be really neat to see what's actually happening between those two mediums, and see what kinds of molecules are being shared and created between them.
Yeah, it would be really interesting. Just to have a way to measure that, hey? Yeah, that'd be really, really fascinating.
There are a lot of great chemical and other types of sort of structural analyses that can be made. One of the things is you need very expensive equipment to do them.
Yeah.
My other dream is to have a chemistry lab in another room.
Yeah, totally.
And we could then test these things, and we could look at them, and so it's possible. And one of the hopes in the future is that there will be a kind of university type partnership where both parties are investigating something in the liquid.
Yeah, that's interesting. I was watching some articles, watching some talks by Christopher Hendon, and that was a University of Berkeley, I believe, teaming up with some coffee shops and using like some pretty sophisticated multi-million-dollar equipment to bounce I think it was atoms off of like coffee molecules to measure extraction, and it was this amazing technology that's being used. It would be pretty cool to be able to have that kind of partnership with a university with some specialized equipment and be able to look at this stuff in some really great detail that would be impossible for a private company to afford. Be like borrowing the Hubble telescope to take a look at the.
We'll need a convincing argument, and I'll have to think on that.
Get to work. Yeah, awesome. It would be great, though. It would be really, really interesting to be able to see this. I think now I think we've kind of answered our question. Hey, like if I think it's a resounding yes to me. I wasn't sure, honestly, like even as much as a year ago, that tea did have an impact on the flavor. I kind of convinced myself that it was just an accident, that that it didn't really play as big of a role as people think, and that scobies and the sort of interaction with yeast and sugar was so much more paramount, and that tea just, I think the role that tea plays, just to kind of bring it back, is a little bit slower. It's kind of like you only miss it when it's gone kind of role that it plays, but it is one that becomes more important the more fermentations you do with the same SCOBY, is what I'm starting to understand. And also it's a flavor guide or a flavor creator, or a structure maker.
Yeah, I think another idea that comes to mind, I heard this in different contexts, that the fate of alcohol is vinegar. And it's likely that for many millennia, yeast have been producing alcohol, and that has been getting turned into vinegar by very similar processes.
Makes sense.
And I think, for maybe by definition, when we talk about kombucha, we consider it to contain tea. And likely we may have looked back in history and found examples where there was a quasi kombucha of other alcoholic starts that could have been a precursor to what kombucha is today.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's under that scope, that definition of kombucha containing tea, or a vinegar that's with a tea source, that might be a kind of catch-22 here for understanding its role in kombucha.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, and for those watching who are just tuning in as well, like talking about kombucha and its interaction with tea, and whether or not tea is important for the ferment. But also, you may not be aware that when you oxidize alcohol, that's a way to turn it into acetic acid, which is vinegar. And that alcohol is one of the byproducts of yeast consuming sugars. Another one is carbon dioxide. So in this sort of anaerobic environment, or this environment, this fermenting environment that doesn't have oxygen in it, you're going to create alcohol. So if you want to make your kombucha alcoholic, a simple way to do it is to just trap any, like, don't let oxygen be playing a role at all. But if you do that, then there's no SCOBY development either. So it's kind of a catch-22. You can't really make an alcoholic kombucha unless you start with a lot more sugar. You complete the development of the SCOBY, then you block oxygen so that the yeast that is developing, that's offshooting alcohol, can then produce enough to make it alcoholic. But if you keep the most of the ferment oxidized, then you're going to create acetic acid, which is vinegar. Kombucha is basically vinegar, is the long and short of it, and that's why Jared Vrani is bringing up vinegar. For those of you who weren't making the connection between kombucha and vinegar, kombucha is essentially a vinegar. So, yeah, it's kind of interesting. Okay, there's there's about 3 minutes left here with you, Jared. Is there sort of like any final thoughts you wanted to sort of bring to the discussion, or like kind of wrap this up a little bit, and or anything you'd like to say to the viewers that are watching around the world?
Yeah, I think this might be a good opportunity to think about the future, and I think there will be a growing need for kombucha to fill a lot of roles in a market of beverage consumption, whereby we bring people together in more positive ways, and barring the global pandemic and that future implication. But I think considering kombucha in the future, and I think as we understand more about the effect on our microbiome, I think I'm curious to see what the future has in store.
Awesome. Yeah, likewise. Yeah, really fascinated by where the journey goes, for certain. Ryan, did you have anything that you wanted to say here at the end before we sign off?
No, it's just that anytime you can think up of a question, I think it's always fun to throw it at Jared, Verani, because you're just like, what about a keg? What about a cask? What about a this? What about a that? And I feel like he's already been thinking about it and just wants to take it further. So thanks for indulging that.
Appreciate that. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, no, amazing. Yeah, really, I feel the same way. It's always a treat talking deep with you, sir. Thank you for coming on the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival, and 2021. We'll see what it has in store, but we might just see you there as well. Hey.
Yes. Thank you for having me, and I look forward to seeing both of you sometime soon.
Fantastic. All right. You guys, Ryan's staying with us. He's here for the whole rigmarole. But you take care, Jared.
Good luck. I'll be tuning in.
Awesome. Cool.
Great way to start the day.
Fantastic. Take care. Bye, Jared.
See ya.
Okay. So that was Jared Verani. Jared Verani helped to found the kombucha program at my company, Jaga Silk. Really fun having him on, talking about the role that tea plays in fermentation. One of our viewers says real old pu'er can have a vinegar smell. I'm certain that there's some parallels here that would be lovely to discuss with Jared Verani in the future. You want to take it from here, Ryan?
All right. Yeah, perfect. So thank you to Jared Verani for just taking us through the I love kombucha, so it's always one of my favorite talks. But coming up next is Kevin Gascon, coming to us live from French Canada again. And he's going to be talking to us via his company association with Camellia sinensis. And his talk specific is going to be, he's just going to let us know what he knows, and we're going to pick his brain until the clock ticks out. So if you catch us in 15 minutes from now, we'll be right here waiting for you as the sun rises around 6 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So just stay tuned, and thanks for being part of this.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. We are on hour 18. That's what's going on. So it's actually the 18th session in a row. My co-host Ryan Moen is on this broadcast with me the entire time. This festival was to happen in March, and it was postponed to August because of the pandemic, and then it's now gone virtual. And we are really happy with the sessions that have happened. We've had farmers live from Kyoto, live from Yunnan, China, live from Vancouver. We've had herbal tea farmers in Quebec. We've had we have some speakers coming on from New York. We had a beautiful performance of a musical interlude at 3 a.m. Pacific Standard Time with the Chinese tea ceremony from the people who do the Guizhou Tea Festival. It's been such a fascinating festival, and today, right now, we have Kevin. Kevin, can you pronounce your last name for me? Is it Gascoigne?
Gascoigne.
Okay. So. So Kevin Gascoigne is on the call with us. He's from Camellia sinensis. Camellia sinensis, I have to say, Kevin is such an inspiration to me as a tea merchant. I have your book. I'm a huge fan. I use it a lot for when we're, I love the flavor wheel in the back. I love the descriptions of the different tea production methodologies at the different farms. I love the interviews with the different folks in the industry. It's such a well put together book. So people who haven't got it should. If you're a tea enthusiast, it's called Tea History, Terroir, Cultivars. I might have said those out of order, but lovely book. And we're really happy to have you here. Kevin, you might be listening to the show at the same time as we're watching you. There's a little bit of an echo happening. I don't know if
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I just turned it on with the link.
Okay, all right, then we'll just rock and roll.
But I don't see the show happening. I just see you and Ryan.
Okay, I think we're
Thank you.
I think we're going to be okay. Lovely. Okay, Kevin, you want to talk to us a little bit about who you are, Camellia sinensis, and what that's all about for you?
Okay. 30 years in the business. Primary trade is a tea taster.
Okay.
I started as a hobbyist, as most of us did, and got into then writing and then buying and selling, and gradually built up. I have 3 partners. We're a group of 4 tea tasters. Each has a regional specialization. So I've been in India. In fact, this was supposed to be my 27th year, the first time I haven't been to India in 27 years.
Oh, wow.
I usually spend a month and a half doing buying over there. So we have a catalog that changes continually. My partners specialize in China, Japan, Taiwan, etc. Other countries too, but those are the primary sources. We have a catalog at any one time of about 250 teas that changes continually. It's a dynamic catalog that follows the seasons. And around that catalog has many different things have happened. Obviously the publication you just mentioned, which is now in 5 different languages.
Very cool.
And has won World's Best Tea Book a few times. We have stores. We have 3 stores. We decided to stop at 3. That was as much retail as we fancied doing.
Okay.
We have tea house, 2 tea schools. We have a big wholesale operation, so we sell to a lot of other tea companies. At one point, we had to decide, did we want to go to retail or did we want to continue buying tasters? And then we moved to selling to other tea companies and so on. So we do a lot of that. We also now have a factory in India called the Tea Studio.
Very inspiring.
Where we do experimental manufacture. And I'm sure I've forgotten something, but that's roughly what we do. We do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, you an expansive project indeed, but one that seems to have been very carefully put together through a lot of. I've heard some CBC interviews with you guys, some trial and error in your history. There's been some really careful choices that you've made along the way, and you've been able to sort of curate a space for yourself in the tea industry that's quite unique and really inspiring for certain.
Thank you. Yes, that's nice. Nice way of putting it.
We're also a wholesaler. It's the majority of what we do. We're a little bit younger, my company, but the tea festival has always wanted to have your involvement, and I know that you have been, you've kind of toyed with the idea of maybe making it happen, but you're such a busy individual, and as are the other owners as well, and I'm just so grateful that as much as COVID-19 has been this terrible, horrible crisis, it's also presented this really interesting opportunity to connect in ways that we have otherwise not been able to. So and a chance to just kind of like put things on pause for a little bit and just kind of look and see what's important and what we want to do, and it also allows for opportunities like this where we can put together this crazy 24-hour show and you can send us.
And in some ways, usually I spend this season going around doing conferences all over the place.
Right.
Some really far and some near, and in east and west and everywhere. But this virtual conference season, the first time we've ever had a virtual conference season, I've actually unplugged from some of the big ones and done some of the smaller ones.
Fantastic. Well, we are very grassroots,
which was
and
nice. I'm really glad. It's great to join some of these great enthusiastic little hubs of tea culture that I haven't explored before. So I'm quite excited too.
You should check out the archive version of this festival on YouTube.
I will.
We had a really lovely session with the owners of the Doak Estate, if you know the Lochan family.
Yeah, the Lochan, I know them.
Yeah, and they took us on a tour. Neha was showing us the rolling happening while it was happening live from India.
Nice.
And we had a tour around the facility there in Bihar. And it was just such a fantastic. Rajiv was on the line. They were all in like three different videos. We had Vivek and it was just a lovely.
Did you see the baby? They just had a baby.
Oh really? No, I've seen it on social media, but they didn't have it on the show.
Oh right.
No, that's
the next generation.
The next generation of Lochan. Yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
It was really lovely, and then we had the people over at the Wadzuka Teatopia Tea Festival in Kyoto.
Oh yes, yeah.
They were on live. Yeah. They put together a beautiful presentation. They had a whole slideshow going about what makes Wadzuka special. It was absolutely exquisite. And
great.
Yeah, we've had Pedro from 05T. We've had. We had the Tikan people. We have Olivia coming on from Treasure Green as well from Vancouver. Eric Smythe from Cloudwalker Teas. I don't know if you know him, but he's quite an interesting individual. So there's been some really lovely shows, and we've really enjoyed it. But
that's great. Nice work.
It's been great. It's been a really fun one. So I have a few selections from you here. We are in Pod A and Pod B right now. And Pod B is Ryan Moen. He's over in James Bay here in Victoria, and we've been making teas together, though we're not in the same. We're walking distance, about 10 minutes from each other, and some of the volunteers have run over these selections as they arrived. And I'll have you know, Kevin, this arrived today. Rather than I think we were all crossing our fingers hoping for that Friday delivery, and when it didn't show up, it was like heart stop. But Canada Post delivered, so we were good. We got the Camellia Sinensis selection, so I'm excited. Should we start with a Rogue or a Puer?
I can't remember what we sent now.
I have. Let me see the packaging. Do I still have? I better have that packaging somewhere. I must.
We had the Rugui, and I can't remember which Puer we sent you.
Am I mispronouncing that? Is it Rugui? So Rugui, Darjeeling was a first Putabong biologique, and then we have a Puer.
A Putabong, yeah.
Yule.
Yeah. Oh, nice. Good.
2005. So.
Great.
I can, whatever selection you think I should start with.
Start with the Putterbong, the
Putterbong?
Darjeeling, because that's what I've got in my teapot at the moment.
Okay, all right, let's do it. And then I'm going to do so it's a first flush. You want to guide
It's a first flush Darjeeling from this
through
season.
What you recommend I do for this? And you can just kind of,
I would
what does
do,
Kevin recommend?
do a 95 degree.
95 degree.
How big is are you doing it in a Gaiwan?
I was going to do it in a little 180 mil Kyushu. Is that okay?
180 mil?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Okay, sweet.
So for 180 mil, I'd put about 5 grams.
Okay, that's exactly what we split in half here. There was 10 grams sent. Ryan,
okay,
you have 5
perfect.
grams.
So
I have 5 grams. We're golden.
Dump it all in then. Dump it all in.
It's gonna happen. Just gonna get some water in here.
I give it about 40 seconds.
40 seconds. Okay, that's a pretty fast infusion. That's surprising. That's awesome. Yeah.
And then you'll get a second infusion.
Yeah, makes sense. That's cool. Okay, 95. I think.
Yeah.
Almost. It's gonna take me a moment to heat up, but I can put in the tea right now. Ooh. So I just spilled water on my keyboard. So let's just hope that I still remain able to control the show.
Have you got rice? I think rice is the thing to do.
Is that what I'm? Oh, jeez.
And I'm curious.
Or maybe turn it up. Maybe turn it upside down so it drips out.
There's a good plan. I think I'll do that.
You said you started as a purveyor of tea. What was the tea that made you have to go out on your own and search for the first time?
Well, during my teenage years, I got into. I was one of those kids that had lots of hobbies. I grew up pre-internet, so we had lots of different hobbies going on, and one of them was drinking tea. I grew up drinking tea. I was weaned on tea. I come from Yorkshire, so we have tea in our bottles when we're weaned. So we drink tea all our life.
That actually came up earlier. We were told that
we're drinking.
English mothers produce it in their breast milk. Is this true?
Yeah, there you go. So, but obviously, I grew up drinking builder's tea or tea and milk. So I grew up drinking that, and then in my teenage years, I come from the same town as Taylor's of Harrogate. So I grew up there, and they had a store that sold single estate teas. So I got into the Darjeelings and the Assams. This is back in the very early 80s, I would say. Okay. And obviously those teas share much of the flavor chemistry as any of the black teas that we drink, but in a much more refined, defined and structured form. So I got quite excited about that. And then 19 head off backpacking to Asia and tried Darjeeling tea and fresh from the garden. And that was it really. From that point I started getting excited and spending way too much money on going over there and buying first flush and writing articles about it, and then buying and selling a little bit, and it sort of evolved. It wasn't a plan. It was a slippery slope more than a plan.
Going into the thralls of tea addiction.
To the dark side.
The dark side. And you have a fascinating part of what I think Ryan is curious too. So was there a particular so it was a first flush Darjeeling that kind of did you in, and it was that. Yeah. It smells amazing, by the way.
Yeah.
I assume I'm drinking 2020. Is this
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. Cool.
So what happened this year because of the pandemic? Everybody was set up with their air tickets ready to go.
Yeah. Cheers.
And we only really made the decision a few weeks before that we wouldn't be able to go. Right. So in the initial stages, we were worried that China wouldn't have a harvest and we'd have to buy more Indian tea to fill the gap, because we'd need to have tea of some kind. Because the big problem in China at the beginning, there was no movement, and all the workers in the different tea regions are all migrant workers, so they couldn't get town to town.
Right.
But China got super organized, pulled it all together, and by the time March harvest came, they were all set up and things were fine. But in India, they managed to get about 4 or 5 days first flush before lockdown, and then they had a complete lockdown, so they lost the rest of the first flush, and then the second flush, having been abandoned, was all screwed up. A few really great batches. So with that initial 5 days, I had to buy all my teas in that initial 5 days. And the problem with those initial 5 days is you get the prestige ticket of the early numbers.
It's like the bourgeois.
Sometimes
it's not necessarily
your invoice numbers like DJ1, DJ2 on the teas.
Yeah.
There's a certain prestige for some companies to have DJ1, whether or not it's the best tea of the season. Doesn't seem to matter to a lot of people. It's just because it's number one, So, but a lot of those teas are the best teas too. So I managed to get a selection, but before having to write to my contacts in India, because obviously having been there for over 30 years, but nearly 30 years consecutive, we know everybody over there in our regions where we go every year so well. We know their kids. We saw their kids growing up. I've got people that I knew when they were teenagers that are now 45. Wow. So before we even had to write and get some sort of contingency plan together, like, we really need some tea, can you select this for us? I was getting emails from friends in the Himalayas. Don't worry, Kevin, we've chosen something for you. We got the best thing put aside, la la la, and they sorted it all out. Wow. So it was quite sweet. We were very lucky to have that fantastic base of producers around the world that took care of us like that.
Because our viewers may not know this, but in India, lockdown was lockdown. Like couriers, like FedEx wasn't even moving. Like this was
total lockdown.
This was a total. This was different from what we've experienced in Canada. This is not the same thing. In India, it was like you were not allowed to leave your house.
Oh yeah, the police were on the streets. Yeah. You couldn't move around. Yeah.
And the last thing they were going to allow to happen was going to be to have those the pickers go out because they have to be close together. Like that's the nature of the beast. Like it's not possible for it to happen. And so this loss that percentage of Darjeeling's income is not a small thing. Like those first flush teas to sell for top dollar. And
first flush is where they make most of the money.
That's like 80% of their revenue for the year, is my understanding. And so to lose most of that was a huge deal, and obviously for the pandemic to not spread, this was the goal. And but wow, what a huge loss. That's amazing though. That this is delicious. I had a sotang, like an ambari, ambari vegetative from the Sotang estate this year, and that was all I could get my hands on. I don't have near the connections that you do, and I got some selections from the Lochan family from Doak, in Bihar, and they were quite interesting. But this is really nice. This is
well, part of my obsessive life work, if you like, has been to be in Darjeeling each year, to meet the right people, to understand which gardens are in a period of quality at the moment.
Right.
Because gardens don't stay in a period of quality forever. Some are better at it than others, but it's very hard to tie all the variables of the garden, the manufacture together to keep the garden in a period of really high quality manufacture. So it takes a lot of connection to the industry to know which are the gardens at the moment that are doing the best stuff. because next year they might start sliding and another one will suddenly appear out of nowhere.
Right.
So,
the people
you know,
involved,
it's
the
a bit
garden
like hockey
managers.
teams. If you think about it, it's like the manager changes and then the key players change, and you know, same kind of an idea. Plus, they've got the state that the garden's in, the age of the plants, what they did last year, whether that was good. And then they've got all these weird little microclimates in Darjeeling where certain gardens are getting better rain at some point. They get 2 years good rain, so the following year the plants are in a better state for some fantastic stuff.
So that not
being able to
necessarily-
be down on the ground at that level of sensitivity, you start to work out which gardens are making the best stuff. And then the advantage of traveling there each year is you go to those gardens and you taste everything they made and select the best ones. So it's pretty obsessive. It's quite a personal, you know, it's a personal thing. I like to try to get the best Darjeelings of the year every year.
It's
sort of
what a benefit this year, hey, to that like obsessive commitment and this commitment to sourcing the level of teas that you are sourcing, but to have that work out in this very special way this year, where they know, okay, this is what Kevin's going to like. We've seen.
Well,
him
they
for
know
30
which the
years,
best teas are too,
right?
Yeah.
But that's a certain level of. It's not just that you know that your trust. There's like a mutual trust thing happening there, right? Like you're
For
saying,
sure.
hey, that these are people I respect their opinion, and they respect yours. Because if they didn't respect you, they could say, hey, Kevin, these are what I believe are amazing, and it's not really. They kind of keep the secret stash for the people that really are in. You know, the ones that
they know they won't get away with it.
Yeah, that's great. You know, like and that's the relationship, right? And you know, we've talked a lot in the tea festival with different origin hunters, as they're often called these days, is this idea of the relationship and how key and critical that is. That is critical. That's kind of above everything, right? Like if you have that, then you suddenly have not just access, but you also have a future. You have you also have a participation card where you can.
Well, it's sustainable. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, this human interaction with one another. It seems to be so critical, and becoming more and more so as things develop. This is. The cup, Kevin, is amazing. Like when I'm finished, the residual oils in the cup are just magnificent. I'm smelling some nice.
This is one of my best clonal Darjeelings this year.
Okay, and for
so I split my Darjeelings into classic old plant and young plant. So this is a blend of AV2. And P312, which gives it that sort of fruitiness. Okay. It's a fruity, musky type of edge.
We got this one from Rohini last year. It was an Ambari and Fubsering, we called it, which is those two cultivars, right? It's
Oh yeah, P312, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah.
And it makes it it makes for that clarity, like
because the AV2 is very herbal. And the P312 has this sort of spicy, almost musky flavor.
Interesting. Okay, what is it that gives that? Like, is it just production style that gives that really rich umami flavor? Like, where is that from? What am I? Is that?
That's coming from the P312 and good manufacture.
And good manufacture.
Yeah.
It's really.
One of the benefits of the first lots is that you're getting all the really initial stored up flavor chemistry that's been sitting in the plant over the winter.
Makes sense.
The plants have been dormant since November to March. So they've been putting all their energy not into growing leaf, but into reinstalling their starch reserves in the roots and the sap's getting thicker and so on as the plant starts to dry out a little bit, because it's fairly dry in the winter. Then when the first rain comes, they start to grow, and they grow very, very slowly at that point because it's cold still. The nights are really cold and the sunshine hours are short. partly because of cloud, but also just because they're subtropical, so they're outside the tropics, so they have different varying daytimes, whereas in the tropic the daytime's always the same. So got very, very slow growth, cool nights and so on, and you get this beautiful dense flavor chemistry going on.
Yeah, no, it's very, very apparent.
Yeah.
That's like a.
The other thing you have
like
at that
shade
time of
growing,
year.
Hey? It's just brought about
Pardon?
by. It's like a shade growing, but it's just like brought about by the climactic, like the climate itself. It's like it's just that is the way it is at this time. You have the I don't know. There seems to be that connection, hey, between the product that comes out of that hibernation and it appearing at the right moment where it's slowed down a little bit by, say, some moisture from say, like, you know, oftentimes some amazing origins have a story about two rivers coming together, or the fog is in the right moment at the right time, or there's always this story, but it seems to have to do with a certain level of moisture percentage in the air at the time that those slow growing leaves come out of that hibernation at just the right moment, at the right time, in the right place.
Yeah. Plus you've got a differentiation in primary metabolites at this point, because the plant has growth hormones going on at the beginning of its growth period. So
can you say that word again for me again? Primary
metabolites.
Okay.
So you have the primary metabolites that the tree actually grows with, and then you have the secondary metabolites where it reacts to its environment against insects or drought or wounding or things like that.
Interesting. That is, you know, there's that sparks just a thought in my brain about there's sometimes a comparison between some of the flavors that you get out of some of the higher quality selections from Darjeeling during these first flushes, and some of the wild card selections you can get from the Baihaus or the Oriental Beauties out of China. There is there a similar thing happening? Is there a that secondary metabolite? Is there a like a interaction with insects that's also creating?
Of course, of course.
A nicer and finding that right moment where the those little critters are contributing in a really interesting way to complex flavors.
Well, of course, because if you have a swarm of insects come through a field, first of all, you've got a wounded leaf, so you've got oxidation around the whole in a tiny way.
Yeah.
You've got an injection of enzymes, because insects do external digestion. So they inject enzymes and then they suck it back up, basically. It'd be interesting to see a human restaurant done like that.
Yeah.
And then the next thing, you've got the plant starts to react.
Right.
So the plant introduces naturally first hormonal messaging as it knows what to do, and that's chemical. Secondary introduces repellent into its leaf to fight against this. Thirdly is introducing healing chemistry for the healing. And fourthly, which is the weird one that it's really hard to get your head around, is the messaging for the other plants around it to start doing the same.
Right.
That's what I'm
The enormous
curious
amount
about.
of activity subtly going on inside that leaf. And this is what we call secondary metabolites. This is reaction to the environment. So all of a sudden, you've got all this different chemistry. And chemistry, you know, it has flavors as well. So we're adding these extra layers, even on a really subtle level of flavor chemistry.
The secret life of plants. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, is it
Sorry,
gonna
Ryan.
be the older trees or the clones that have a harsher reaction to an insect invasion? Like, because you probably have seen these happen year to year, where there's just a year where you know, obviously you're acquainted with the region, so you would, and especially yourself with such a developed palate, be able to taste the reaction between clone and then an established tree.
Well, most of the regions where this is a big part of their cycle is old strain plants. I suppose in the Baihao area in Taiwan. I know a good example actually. Yes, there's a company making Baihao teas in Jingmai, Chinese company. Taiwanese company in China.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Sorry for any Chinese viewers. So they're growing Taiwanese plants in Chinese land that has the same jacid that they have, the jacid insect that they have in Taiwan.
Huh.
And these are young plants, and they do have a different flavor, but the overwhelming flavor is young plant and clonal plant, because clonal plants have a different flavor rather than deep root seed plants. So the difference between deep root seed and clonal cutting is the big variation. I'm not sure if I could get into this. I'd have to taste them side by side to get into the subtleties of the insect difference. I don't think I've done that before. I'll put that on the list.
Get back to us on it. That would be really interesting.
Yeah, that is an interesting question.
It's just the alarm signal that when you can actually taste the alarm signaling in the plant, because it is such an expressive plant. It would be a beautiful thing to isolate that note.
Yeah, it would. Yeah. Whether the old ones do a different note to the younger ones.
One would posit that the clonals would be more fragile by their very nature, and that there might be a more aggressive
they're
response.
usually more fragile.
Yeah, I mean that would be the hypothesis going
generally
in, right? But it'd be really interesting to see that proven. Like drink it, compare it, and be able to pick that out blind would be really an interesting cupping to.
And at the same time, when you choose a mother plant to take clonal cuttings, you always choose a really healthy, good stock.
Right.
So then when you plant a full field of that mother plant, you have a reduced complexity in flavor profile.
Right.
But at the same time, you have a plant that has genetic success in the past.
Right. It's the
So I'm not sure I'm not sure. I don't know the answer.
Interesting.
But it's a good question.
I'm doing a second infusion.
I intend to find out.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Should I do another a minute here?
Yeah, do another infusion. Okay. 2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes for the second. Not for 40 seconds. We're doing 2 minutes. Okay. Amazing.
Yeah. I cheated. I made a big teapot of it.
Oh, did you? Okay, that's awesome. Great. We can be drinking this together. This is good times. Okay. I have a question for you that's more to do with the company. I'm really interested in this idea that you were able to, they say that a business partner is like a marriage partner, that it's so 4 of you, and you started it quite some time ago together, and you're still operating together. Nobody's killed anybody that I'm aware of, right? There's still 4 of you?
No.
Okay.
And actually, we've never had a fight.
How this boggles my mind. This is amazing. Could you speak to this a little bit? Like, this is such an interesting part of.
Well, obviously, after that many years, spending so much time together, developing so many projects together, one after another, with a great big staff. What seems big to us now. It's funny. It's a strange relationship. I guess we're kind of, the nearest thing I can think is brothers, I would say, like a brotherly relationship. I would say that's about the same thing. We've held each other's kids. We've seen each other through heartbreaks and marriages and so on.
Fair.
We're pretty tight. We're a pretty tight crew. I think in some ways 4 is easier than 3.
Okay, because there's a possibility of
because you don't get any ganging up.
Right.
and it's probably I don't know. It would take the right people, I think. It could be awful.
When it's 3, there may be moments where it's 3 versus 1, but that's probably because you're really, really in the wrong, right? Like, and you just kind of realize.
But I think, I don't know. We often say we just got lucky, and we just, it was like last week. It was 22 years that we've been hanging out together, doing stuff. So,
wow.
I think the other thing is that we quite quickly structured the company, even when it was small, as if it was a big company.
Interesting.
To allow for it to grow. And we very much focused on each other's skill sets. So each one of us does what they like doing and what they're best at in the company.
That's a smart role.
So that helps because everybody's like doing their thing.
Yeah.
And then coming together to set, to see what needs doing. So,
that's like, it's like, I see this, I feel the same way about rock bands that are still together like 30 years later. It's like, wow.
Yeah.
Amazing.
He's saying we're like the Rolling Stones.
Oh yeah. That's exactly what I'm saying right now. Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to feel like Keith Richards.
Yeah, you gotta bust it out. I'm cheers, this is the second infusion too. Like I love experimenting with different brewing methodologies and tasting, like really teasing different, whenever I'm making a first flush Darjeeling, I'm always this 80 degrees centigrade kind of guy. I like to drop it down to, and then I do a three to 3.5 minutes, sometimes 3 minutes and 15-second infusion.
Yeah.
This is so interesting to do like this, like really full on dose. And and
I find when they're fresh, it's good to do lower temperature. But as the year goes on, as they mellow, because they mellow in the first 3 months.
Right.
As they mellow out, it's better to bring the temperature up.
So you're going to brew them a different way when you first get them. Then how do you even adjust for that on the packaging? Then you just change it as you go through the year, or like do you?
No, we put an average. We put an average for people. Yeah.
Okay, so we gotta talk to Kevin to get the real scoop on making this Darjeeling this way. Okay, this is fascinating.
But I drive the clients nuts. I tell them to make it differently every time if they want to really understand what it tastes like.
It makes sense, right? You want to bring out and draw out different characteristics. That's cool.
If you obsess on the brewing method, you're missing the tea.
I see. I feel like this is 24 hours, right? This session. I'm hearing this over and over again. I think people are. I'm very empirical. I use scales. I like to have temperature variable options at my disposal. I like timers. I really not necessarily want them always measuring all the time, but I love keeping tabs on it. I love understanding what I've done so that I can see what I could try differently next time. But obviously, like you're saying, there's different.
I think it's good to. I mean, it's a good way to share among people. Oh, I tried it like this. I tried it like this. Give it a try. See what you think.
Yeah.
So that's good.
That's the
but
perspective.
I think
it's like
if
a starting point, kind of, rather than finishing the conversation.
Yeah, I think eventually, by the time you've been in tea for a while, if you really want to connect with the leaf, it's got to be coming from inside.
It makes sense. That totally makes sense.
Because that's what you want to connect. You don't want an interface in between. You want it to come from deep. I think I learned more about tasting. In my early days, I always had what we call I always did free infusion. So leaves in a big teapot of water and drink it from light to dark. And I think I learned more about tasting, drinking tea like that than measuring and all that kind of stuff.
Interesting. I guess
for me anyway, but that might just be my way of doing things as well.
I guess it's healthy to keep that perspective, but I take it very to heart. Like I've noticed that the more people are in tea, it's like Bruce Lee, right? It's before he started studying martial arts, a punch was just a punch, and then he started studying it and he realized that a punch was not just a punch, and then I think it might be a kick, and then once he got a lot deeper into the art form, he realized that a punch was just a punch. It comes full circle. So you know,
Yeah, yeah.
For me, I'm just like, I'm a wholesaler, so it's really important for me to provide a methodology for people that are just
Of course,
starting
yeah,
with the tea.
yeah.
It makes so much sense.
No, people
But-
need a guide, yeah.
Yeah.
So we always give a guide.
But when you get down to it, really connecting.
I'm
with
talking
it.
I'm
Yeah.
talking like
Yeah, totally.
I'm going down next level.
This is Rolling Stones. This is like
Yeah.
yeah. We're
Yeah, I'm looking like down. You know, as you get deeper and deeper into the the downward spiral, I think it's just leaves and water.
Yeah, awesome. That's awesome. That's actually that was the name of one of Pedro Villalon from O5T, right? His talk last year at the Tea Festival was "It's just leaves and water."
Yeah, heat the water, throw the leaves in, drink.
Yeah, that was the name of the talk. We're actually nearing the end of our time with you here, Kevin. It's not quite over yet, but we only have about 4 minutes left. Was there anything you wanted to bring to the conversation in this last little moment that we have with you that you'd like to? We have a number of viewers watching from around the world, Finland, from Japan,
hi,
from
viewers.
China. There's just been some really incredible contributions from everybody. Just some words for them, or some words you'd like to leave with
well,
us?
I'm sure there's a few out there that I know. So hi to you. Awesome. And if there's any I don't know, I look forward to meeting you. Otherwise, it was great fun to hang out and drink some tea. Enjoy those other teas. And how much longer have you got in your marathon?
We're on our 18th hour with you. The next one will be our 19th hour. It's 24 hours total. So we're nearing.
Okay.
We're near. We passed that 75% mark. We are, when we hit halfway through, I think me and Ryan were both kind of sitting there dazed and going, what have we done to ourselves? But are you there, Ryan? Are you in that place?
I'm still here. No, I'm good. I love that there's been so many themes about people who really love tea, and I guess this is where I want to leave is a big thank you to Kevin for always reminding us that tea is an experience, and that maybe it's like a math formula with a parabola, like a curve, and then yes, maybe there's a pinnacle of what is right for you, but there's both sides, and understanding both sides of that makes it so much more personal. So getting the light to dark, I think that's exciting to hear. And then just even I'm going to look into the difference between clones and aged trees, because there's so much going on under the soil and in the roots, and there's a lifetime of questions to ask, and that can be held in a cup of tea, and that you can give that to people every day. Thank you so much, Kevin, and thank you for coming on here tonight.
And don't forget, below all the information, there's a deeper wisdom.
Yeah, man.
Of this beautiful connection between one species and another. Wow. That doesn't actually exist that much on the planet. I think probably each animal has a partner plant, and I think it would be difficult to find a plant that has more connection to the human species. So I think there's a deeper connection of wisdom beneath all the information, and sometimes that can be white noise. I mean, it's fascinating and it's fun to chat about and so on, but we should always have a few moments where we just feel the connection without all that white noise going on.
Hear here. Powerful words, man. Really appreciate
Hey, cheers to you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for the invitation. It was great to join you this morning.
Thank you for coming on. It's been
let's
been a
chat
pleasure.
again soon.
Yeah, really it's meant a lot for you to be here, and I look forward to one day this whole pandemic's going to be subsided, and we're going to be able to make it over to
we'll
your neck
sit
of the
and
woods.
drink tea together.
It's going to happen. It's going to happen.
All right.
Okay.
Let's make it happen.
Thank you so much, Kevin. Really appreciate you coming on.
Cheers.
Okay. You take care.
Take care.
Okay. Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
So that was Kevin Gascoigne with Camellia sinensis Tea House. I'm huge fans of Camellia sinensis. What a joy that was to have Kevin on, and some really powerful words. The idea of the companion plant for human beings being tea. That's a wonderful addition to the conversation today. Ryan, if you want to take it from here.
Yeah, so yeah, that was beautiful. I'm loving the welcome for all of us novices out there. That there really isn't a novice or an expert. There's just curious people, steep tea leaves, and a means of enjoyment. So, with that being said, we have Tim from Postcard Teas. He's tuning in from London, UK. Perhaps a person with a French accent in the UK, that would make the most amount of sense with what's going on with our festival. But Tim's actually going to be exploring where tea is going, or where he believes tea is going in the next 20 years. So we've been talking a lot about the past, the now, and it's time for us to, as we're nearing the end of our festival, to look into the future. So stay tuned. We have 14 minutes and some odd seconds, and we'll be back, I promise. We'll try to even be on time. All right, thank you.
We are back live, the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. What an inspiring discussion we just had with Kevin Gascoigne of Camellia sinensis over in Montreal. We've had farmers live from Kyoto, live from Yunnan, China. We had some farmers in India showing us around while manufacturing was happening live. We've had some amazing sessions with folks from Vancouver. We're here in Victoria right now. We've had such an amazing 19 hours so far. So there's 24 hours. We're on the home stretch. Ryan Moen is here with me, of course, co-director of the Tea Festival and co-host of the Online Tea Victoria Tea Festival. We're joined from London, England right now, where we have Tim from Postcard Teas joining us. Really excited to have you on, Tim, and wonderful to meet you.
Lovely to meet you too, and lovely to say good morning to everybody on the west coast of Canada.
It's 7 a.m. Yeah, we're at 7 a.m. We've come across the other side. It was late night, and now we're at breakfast time.
Yeah, it's first light, and you're here to brighten up our day, I hear.
That's
It's the end of the day for me though. So I'm drinking not a normal type of tea. I'm drinking a tea alcohol, which I'll talk about a little bit later because I need to take the edge off speaking, and also it's the end of the day, so I can have a.
You're allowed. You're allowed. Are we allowed in the morning? I don't know.
I should have sent you some.
It would have been great. We next time. But we could drink some teas while we're talking to you. Maybe we can drink one of. We can drink one of Kevin's selections. This Rogue would be pretty exciting from Wu Yi. I assume that'd be cool.
Perfect.
Wouldn't that be good? That'd be good. Okay, we're gonna do that. That's what we're gonna do. So maybe you can tell our viewers a little bit about who is Tim. What is the Postcard Teas project? So they get a sense of what you're all about.
Of course, yeah. Happy to fill anybody who doesn't know about us. It's I have a tea business in London called Postcard Teas. I've been visiting tea growing areas for about 28 years since I lived in Japan. I was studying with mainly East Asian people, so people from Taiwan, Korea, China, Japanese in Kyoto. So I started to become interested in Japanese tea culture, then Taiwanese, Korean, Chinese tea culture, and that's how I became involved in it. And 20 years ago, I started importing tea, and I've been doing that obviously for 20 years. The shop is now 15 years old. We started off at a little farmer's market, and then as it grew, and as I went to more countries, and I got involved I had a Chinese colleague, Lou, joined us. I got married to a Japanese woman called Asako, who's really helped. And so that made us do things that maybe some of the other companies in London and the UK weren't doing.
Very cool.
We kind of specialize on very small farms. That's another point of difference. So the average size is just 5 acres. The largest is 15 acres. And that's across the 7 countries we work in. We work in India, Sri Lanka, Vietnam, Taiwan, Korea, China and Japan.
Wow.
And also we focused very early on provenance. So I thought that was going to become important. And as I was selling quite expensive teas, even if they weren't expensive, I thought it was very important people knew where they're from, had a connection. I had visited all the farms, so it was important to do that. So in 2008, we put the maker's name or maker's names, if it was a blend, on everything. So we now have about 80 teas, and we always have the maker's names on them, and you have the provenance on there. So anyway, I mean, what I thought I'd do today, apart from drinking alcohol and getting drunk before your eyes, was to just talk about, I've been in the tea business for 20 years. think about how it might change in the next 20 years, and ask people for questions at the end. If anybody really wants to speak in between, I'm very happy for them to do that too.
I just wanted a quick interjection. Is just that I don't know if you wouldn't know this, but I have had a chance to have your teas not at your space. I believe you supply Prufrock in London. And when my wife and I visited London, England, I was really excited to check out Postcard Teas. But how it happened is that didn't end up being possible. But we did get a chance to try them there, and it was. I know it's not the same, but it's
often.
I said, okay. Well, they were really careful. It was really, and they really believed in what you did, and that really came through. They were really happy, and actually, that was where I learned about you. Was at Prufrock. And then since then, I've heard about Postcard Teas from a variety of different people. Jen, who owns the Tea Mistress here in Salt Spring, she speaks the world of you, and really felt your involvement would be opportune. I was really excited that she knew you because, we work with the. My company supplies a lot of specialty coffee shops. So James Hoffman and that whole conversation. It ends up coming up a lot, and the fact that you're working with a coffee company that is also working with him, it just ends up. I don't know. It just there seems to be this interaction.
Well, actually, I mean, really where I started, my second tea company was at Borough Market in 2000, and that's where Gwilym, who is one part of Prufrock, was managing Monmouth Coffee then. So we go back a long way.
Cool.
And specialty coffee, I've seen it change and develop, and it's done lots of really great things for tea.
It's a really interesting parallels, right? Like there's just so many ways for, like, I look at tea as a resurging not market, I don't know how to explain this, like it's a resurging industry, whereas specialty coffee seems to be like very like maverick new, and so there's just so much to learn from this like ancient. And not that coffee isn't ancient, but just the way that it's being discussed is a really new way of talking about it. And tea did used to be discussed this way, so it's really interesting to see that resurgence happen at the same time, and that give and take, and that the sharing. But sorry, I didn't want to take away too much from your talk. So you want to talk to us?
Not at all.
Yeah.
But yeah, I love Prufrock, and specialty coffee has been a real big changer. And the provenance side to what we did was prompted by, I guess, specialty coffee. You weren't buying any specialty coffee in the early days of specialty coffee, the third wave here, 2005, 2010, without provenance. And yet it was very common within the specialty tea industry at that time not to have provenance. But yeah, let me whiz through what I wanted to speak about. I hope people find it interesting. It's kind of about two topics. One is kind of the big changes in tea to do with bag tea, leaf tea, and bottled tea. Is kind of how people will consume tea in the next 20 years, or may consume tea in the next 20 years. And then I wanted to briefly touch on, I don't know whether other people have, an issue which I even sometimes ignore because it's so painful for all kinds of tea, but even especially specialty tea, which is worker pay and worker conditions in certain countries. And it should be kind of the most important thing. And
ethics.
I'll talk about how I think it isn't always talked about in the correct way, or possible things. There aren't any easy answers. So shall I just go ahead? I've written some of these things down because I get nervous talking sometimes.
Sure, man. Yeah, I'm excited to hear from you. Your thoughts on this ethical component in the tea industry and how it's often overlooked.
Good. I hope you enjoy it. I'll keep an eye on the time too. I was born. I hope you can believe it. Looking at me online now, I was born just before 1970, and in the UK, 2% of the tea market then was tea bags. Now it's flipped completely the other side. It's just 2% or less of leaf tea. And I think this is to do with convenience, but I'm interested outside great little companies like ours, you know, trying to promote leaf tea and try and break down the difficulty some people have about making loose leaf tea. I find the convenience of tea bags is really triumphing, and this is a big sadness for me. I wrote a book called Easy Leaf Tea a couple of years ago, which was trying to get people to not be afraid of making loose leaf tea. I said it's the simplest form of cooking because you've just got 2 ingredients, water and tea, and a little bit of time. There's nothing else. And it's a wonderful thing to do because it's one of the few things where you tend to get better and better and better. You know, everybody with a little bit of practice can get better. So I'm a huge believer in leaf tea. However, we are up against it. And I think the tea bag is very clever because they give a portion size, you know, and people sometimes get kind of frightened by 2 large teaspoons or something on a measure. Because tea is difficult, you either need a small scales, it's harder to do by volume. You can do it by volume, but people like the simplicity of a tea bag in terms of a dose. Right. 1 bag makes 1 cup. It's super simple. And then people increasingly like no mess of any kind at all. You know, making loose leaf tea, I'm happy with a little bit of mess. I'm happy with leaves in my cup. But even, you know, people, I've been interested in the very, very hyper thin filters that some people use, even in Gongfu tea. You know, why? Unless your tea was grown with an absurd amount of pesticides or whatever, you know, you can eat it. It's a vegetable. So people are still afraid of the leaves. I don't think they're going to get over that. And this is why, sadly, I think tea bags are here to stay. And I think they will, you know, keep a strong market force. In Japan, when I used to go there, you know, almost 30 years ago, most hotels or kind of guest houses had loose leaf tea. And then they started to carry more and more tea bags. And now they sometimes just have that kind of tea powder, which you mix in with hot water. You know, so we're getting to the ultimate convenience. And that was this kind of second thing I wanted to talk about, which is about bottled tea and convenience. Bottled tea is really going to explode, I think. I mean, it's exploded in Japan, where it's the biggest soft drink category by far. You know, it outsells any other things, colas, and lemonades, everything. And 1, because it's healthy. 2, because, you know, it's quite delicious. It has less sugar, which people don't want. But it's also not great. It has lots of additives in it. It has plastic in it. You have to transport it, you know, long distances. You need refrigeration. And they're even starting to promote it. I did an Instagram post on it the other day, trying to promote this little talk with a famous kabuki actor called Ebizo, and he was advertising a bottled tea which you bought and then put in a microwave to warm. And that for me was kind of really heart-wrenching to see that kind of reaction to bottled drinks and promotion of something, buying something ready-made when it's so simple to make. But that's what I see happening. And I think obviously kombucha is a great thing. You're starting to also get some very premium cold brew teas with provenance on them, mainly from Japan, but also other East Asian countries. We've worked with, you mentioned Proof Rock we work with, but we also work with 3 Michelin star restaurants like the Fat Duck, and we work with the highest restaurant in the world, 50 best in London, called Clove Club, which the chef, Isaac McHale, is a real tea head. He loves tea. Nice. And we've been able to, with the head of drinks there, Rob Simpson, do ambient tea production, which is like cold brew, but using more room temperature brewing, and you get more body and slightly different texture, better aroma, in my opinion. And also, when you serve it at room temperature, it's really great. But I personally believe that both for things like that and for ready to drink teas, you might as well just make them yourself. So much cheaper, so much healthier. But I do see the rise of that really taking off worldwide, and I think we have to prepare for it a little bit.
Even less of a mess for people than tea bags really is these ready to drink beverages. And but the plastic, that might be an issue. I don't want to interrupt you here too much, but
the plastic is a big issue.
The waste element, I think, is perhaps what could play a role in not defeating but slowing down, or maybe even putting tea bags in their place a little bit and saying, hey, we don't have to have this waste. We don't have to have this challenge in terms of extraction. It can be a conversation about environment, and I think that's a good conversation to have, right?
Absolutely. I think that most people don't realize that in majority of paper bags there's a plastic lining, so they can easily be heat sealed. And then lots of the cornstarch, but the nylon ones obviously are definitely a kind of plastic. Even some of the cornstarches are they're natural plastics. So I don't know about the energy use in them, but in an ideal world, you don't use them. Obviously, we don't all live in ideal worlds, so we can't be purists. But I think the nature, you were talking about coffee shops, and it's been fascinating to see how specialty coffee, lots of small businesses took on much larger businesses and at least changed them. I mean, think of Third Waves, Bucks, and another big coffee chains. It was massive. Right. And hopefully smaller tea businesses can play a part in influencing larger tea businesses to do things better, to offer more loose leaf tea, which of course gives you a bigger choice as well, because if you're only choosing tea bags, it's a very small selection because it has to be bagged, whereas you can buy a multitude of different types of tea when you're going loose leaf.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But talking about bottled teas, this is not really promotion because there's none of it out, but I'm drinking, been working with a distiller for 2 years. This is done in 2018, but this is an early batch, not as good as the ones we're working with now. And we've been working on tea distillates. There are a lot of tea gins out there at the moment and things like that. I think, though, you can start going to get some really sophisticated ones. And I think more than the cold brew, ready to drink ones, I think these will perform a different function of kind of plug and play, or the same kind of ease that a wine bottle has, where you just uncork it and then you can share culture. I hope that some of the best tea distillates in the future, because they also give a very different kind of flavor of tea. They take different aspects because you extract such different sensations through alcohol than you do with water.
It's such a good solvent. Alcohol is like the best solvent you can work with, right? For extracting.
One of the best.
Well, one of the best. Sorry. Yes. Thank you for the correction. It's a really fascinating canvas to work with, right? For extracting. You use alcohol to combine. Like if you have water and oil, if you want them to work together, throw in alcohol, and there's going to be possibilities there that weren't possible before that. So alcohol can also be a bridge for helping different liquids to interact with each other. So that's another element there too, right?
It could be fun anyway. I predict, not only because I've been working on it for so many years, but I predict there's going to be many good ones coming out soon. In fact, I was consulting with a very famous vodka company this year during lockdown that is releasing soon a pretty good tea vodka, much better than I thought. When I was approached about it, I was a bit reluctant to get involved, and then when I started tasting it, I was pleasantly surprised. So I think you're going to see a lot of good things, a lot of not so good things, but you can see a lot more things anyway. So look out for that. Bottled tea is going to be, I think, the big thing of the next 20 years, whether we like it or not. And some of it will be good, but some of it will be horrendous for the environment, horrendous for tea. I mean, in Japan, bottled tea has really driven down the price of tea too. I don't know if anybody's spoken about that, but even in Japan, which is a very developed country and doing okay economically, tea farmers are having a tough time because their main real market is making 1,500 yen a kilo. So what is that? $15 a kilo. Very inexpensive, cheap green tea for the ITAS and the other ready-to-drink companies that want to use domestic green tea rather than Chinese-style sencha teas, but don't really want to pay much of a premium.
And so they go for those larger, and you see like a concentration of tea farms in areas that are easy to harvest using tractors and heavy equipment, and you see really a breakdown in these traditional regions. You see a huge abandonment happening where lots of trees that no longer have anybody looking after them. Kids don't want to take over from the family farm because there's just no money in it. And those that are staying on are getting older and older, and they're doing it just because they've always done it. But it's harder and harder to make a living doing it with this constant pressure downward, to supply these.
Absolutely, I'm drinking a tea, or the tea distillate I'm drinking at the moment comes from a wonderful village called Mandokoro, and it's in Shiga.
Yeah, I was just there last year hand picking.
Oh, magical! Lucky you. You know, it's I've only been there twice, but such a magical place. And Mr. Shirogi-san, that we sometimes import some tea from, he, I think at that time, was the youngest tea farm owner. That may have changed, but the last time we went back there were about 4 or 5 years ago. He was the youngest tea owning farmer, and he was in his 70s. So, and now he would be approaching 80. And we were speaking with Sato-san, who sadly died. She was in her mid 80s, and so many of that generation.
And it's mostly most of those farms that were producing tea were transformed into timber production, right? Like a lot of them aren't even growing tea anymore. Their land they converted into producing trees for lumber, and yeah, it's a really a sad situation. Those that are producing very small percentage of what it used to be, right? Used to be quite a region, but it's really hard to grow tea there. Like you cannot bring in
machinery.
You can't bring in machinery. It's too steep. You need to use the Zairaishu, the heirloom cultivars that grow there. Like, and they're amazing, but they're a very different flavor profile than most. I think people enjoying their teas in Japan are
That's right. I mean, one of our least expensive Japanese teas is, I love it. It's a Zairaishu, and it's sold very inexpensively to us by the farmer because he can't really blend with it. It's too distinctive. So we then sell it on cheaply because it's so distinct. And this is a strange way. In one sense, I wanted to price it up because it's so great. But I wanted to make it inexpensive. It's inexpensive because it's special or different rather than. Anyway, it's a weird one. But actually, talking about the economy of tea, I'd really like to get on briefly to the end part.
Yes.
Open it up for anybody else to ask questions. But talking about how difficult it is for people, I mean, I think one of the things which is difficult for the tea industry to talk about is paying conditions.
Right.
And the specialty tea industry is pretty good at also saying, this isn't really an issue with us. It's an issue with mainstream supermarket, inexpensive bag tea. But for me, I think it's is actually particularly relevant to specialty tea because specialty tea works in many countries where pay and working conditions are an issue. And for example, I wanted to see one of the most expensive teas I could find that was made by people paid very low pay. And I found one last night that's selling around the world at the equivalent of $2,000 a kilo for a tea which is made by people paid less than £2.50 $2.50 a day, so $2.50 a day. So it's bad enough that supermarket tea is made at that, people pay that amount per day. But the fact that a tea which is sold as being one of the most luxurious in the world and one of the most special in the world is made by people that I know are paid that amount per day because it's the statutory wage in that area is kind of deeply shocking. So I'm going to want to explore what the other issues that specialty tea has. I think one of the problems it has is that it tries to persuade us that if you pay more for the tea, you are somehow helping out. But that's not always the case because direct trade does help, it can help, but direct trade with a very large estate or plantation with many hired laborers who are paid a low daily wage doesn't really help. One of the reasons why we switched to small farms was that I got sick and tired of asking about this issue in the noughties with in the early years of postcard teas, when I would talk to people and they would say, you know, you can give some money for computers, you can give some money for the new buildings, you can give some money for this, for that, but you know, one, you don't have enough money to affect wages, and two, they're set by the local government, the state government, they're set with the unions and with us, and we can't alter them. I found by working with small farms where there was either no hired labor, or if there was very small, very few, occasionally hired laborers, in one case in the Sam, we doubled the local pay level because there was, they wanted to do it, we could do it by committing to buy a certain amount, and it made a very, very small difference. I don't know what the answer is on a much larger scale, but this is something which deeply concerns me. And I think the other big issue for specialty tea, but also mass market tea, is certification, broadly speaking, isn't working.
We had a whole talk on that.
On this. It works for organic, it works for environmental conditions, but so many numerous studies, Oxfam last year, Sheffield University, Columbia Business School, about 6 years ago, they've all done in-depth academic research which has showed that certification, some of the certifications, makes very little difference to the conditions. Most of the workers aren't even aware that their estate is certified. People prepare for certification visits. I mean, I've been to lots of certified estates and plantations myself, and while some of them are very happy places, the conditions as well as the pay were extremely low. When I was writing another book I wrote to the biggest UK organic certifiers, and I asked them whether they were happy that people were paid less than $2 a day, and they said they couldn't comment on whether they're happy or not, but that was the local minimum wage, therefore it was perfectly okay. Wow. So we had I really don't think those people should be certifying with organic or ethical certification, because that's what people judge in the supermarket and sometimes in specialty tea, and it's not the best guide. I wonder if we shouldn't have something where people are obliged to put the wage levels on packages of tea as well as the provenance. I mean, it's gonna, it would be highly controversial, and it would be very hard to enforce or get people to do. But in a voluntary way, it's an interesting idea, and it would make people think. I don't think it's going to happen very quickly, but it's something which I think has to be addressed, because it's the awareness issue, and then people could have a better discussion than what's the choice, non-certified, certified, go with certified. It must be better.
You know, that's an interesting question. I mean, we talk about borrowing from specialty coffee. There seems to be a movement in third wave coffee that's listing on the packaging itself what was paid for the product and making that super transparent. And I know you were just saying how the price per kilogram doesn't necessarily mean that that's going to translate to better wages on the ground. But it is an important,
that's the real issue.
It is, and you know, Wild Tea Chi delivered an impassioned presentation. We had Shana Chang on here. She founded the International Tea School, I think it's called. I'm sorry, Tea Academy. And she was talking. She said she felt like, looking back at her time, where she was that person who would be helping farms to prepare for those visits, or to be translating in a way, because the people being sent didn't really have the ability to communicate directly with workers on the ground, and so she felt like that was wrong, and she really wanted to participate in a more meaningful space for this discussion, and she wanted to bring forward a way of interacting with tea, and that was very real, you know, like that was saying, hey, you know, like, this is wrong to create these certification systems and then cheat, and that's definitely something that happens. And you know, it's not just tea, you know, like, it doesn't mean that there's nothing we can do about it, but it definitely seems to be that often is the end game with capitalism in general, is this downward pressure on wages, this, like, you know, like, you get to a point where there's, like, say, prison labor and people getting paid like $1 a day, even in countries that we're talking China here, we're not talking India here, we're talking countries you would least expect it, and it's a problem in a lot of industries. Maybe it's transparency. I know that when we started, it was all about, you know, learning, and it still is. It's just this forever quest. But one of the nice things about working with smaller producers is definitely being able to really see there's something really real. Hey, like, if you work with a small farm where there's maybe 1 hire, 2 hires, something like that, and it's a small space, you're able to get information very quickly. You're also able to see that when you do commit annually to particular harvests, that has really real effects, right? It's so much more real than these massive corporations. I'm a lot smaller than you are, my company, but that's it's an interesting effect that even a very small company like mine can have.
But I think that's the nice thing about what happened in specialty coffee, and what could and should be happening more in specialty tea, which is linking up. And I saw it very much in specialty coffee as it started. Gwilym of Prufrock famously did a disloyalty card, where he was encouraging people to go and drink coffee at other coffee bars. And I mean, I'm not. I mean, we do recommend other tea shops and other tea companies, especially if they have more expertise in a particular area that people want to know about. But I think the industry as a whole, if we joined together slightly more and started to work together to tackle some of these things, and as you said, I think it does help if more small companies work with other small companies, and you're going to see a lot more of that happening, I think, in the future.
I do think so. There's an opportunity for these networks to occur in a way that they didn't before. You know, like, even if we kind of analyze Japan for a moment, right? Which is where I started as well, and it sounds like you have a lot of experience in Japan. Is that there's this slow. There's these regions in Japan that are really famous, like your Ujicha, your Yamecha, your the tea production in Shizuoka, etc. I think that they became that way because of the proximity to different time periods when those were capitals of the country.
Yeah.
And I think it was just they were near the market. It was fairly good growing conditions. Sort of a conversation started about how amazing those particular growing conditions were. But the reality is Japan has a lot of very hospitable to tea growing condition areas. But having the factories nearby becomes definitely a big issue, and being able to bring them there. But once you have a factory nearby, that seems to really make a huge difference. And then you can have smaller families producing their teas and getting them produced for themselves. And then I think with these global networks that we're starting to see, I'm hoping for a revival. The work that we're seeing some people doing on the ground in different villages in Japan is really fascinating, right? It's really interesting, and I love to make visits when it's not a pandemic. My wife and I go about twice a year, and we visit small farms, and we really enjoy that relationship. And I do see a future there. I hope that in the next 20 years that is a direction that things can go. That there's the resolution, instead of being this, I think that might be the problem, is when the resolution of the relationship is just too large, we can't really understand what it is that we're interacting with. But when we can find that down a bit, we can really get in deep. I think that it opens up so much opportunity to be more ethical, to get better tasting product, to learn so much more and share that knowledge. It's a fascinating opportunity.
Absolutely. I think Japan actually is a very good role for other countries too. Of course, it's not perfect, but the flatness of society is very interesting. I mean, people forget that quite a lot of it was done post-war with American redistribution of land. So that's partly why you've got small farms, and it kind of works some of the time. I know we're talking about abandoned farms here too, but communal factories very much work, where lots of small farmers are sharing the same factory, even some private factories where lots of farmers process their tea together. I see that happening a lot more in somewhere like India in the future too. We work with one small farmers project in the south of India, in Sahadri, that Jonathan, my colleague, visited in Kerala, and it's an EU-built factory. But through that, lots of the small farmers could really do much better than they could do by selling to a normal bought leaf factory. So I think small communal factories where small farmers can sell their teas is a model which could go out into the world. Obviously, more technology. I mean, I saw when looking at a worker pay in India, for example, it's the largest private employer. 3.5 million people are employed on tea as tea workers in India, which is massive. Huge. And obviously, if you start to modernize and put in a lot of technology, you're going to lose some jobs. But I think people over-romanticize about how wonderful and how much pleasure lots of tea workers get from it. Some people do, but lots of them would like machinery to make their lives happier and better.
A little bit easier. Different design of the tea fields in general would then happen. It would be a very much a big change to be able to allow for this machinery to find its place. But it would be really interesting. That is one option for at least increasing production, while perhaps increasing wages, because you have greater outputs, you're able to pay more and make the profits. But I just feel like that's still like a race, right? Like to the bottom is
yeah, absolutely.
It's I think that not only is it important that we have this micro relationship, but I think that also some really inspiring stuff you see is like in Taiwan, where the government has participated in creating these tea festivals for educating the local population on the idiosyncrasies and the interesting elements of the different teas, and bringing this wine approach that's practiced in, say, France and Italy, etc., and bringing it to the local populace. I think that would be so fascinating to see more of, and it was really cool to have Teatopia, the Wadzuka Tea Festival, on the show. I think more of that is so important for encouraging that space, that opportunity to share knowledge domestically. And I love what wine does. I think it's such an interesting way of dealing with a botanical, right? Is to have this conversation. I know when we started, that was really fascinating to me, is just to see soil structure and the name of the person and the elevation and the year it was harvested, and all this data can be, maybe it's not important, but I think it is actually, it is. I think it breeds accountability. It also makes it cool. It makes it fun, like really interesting. I think there's a really cool opportunity there on a lot of levels to not only do this for this kind of global network that is slowly building and allowing these farmers to export, but I think it's important that be employed at the local level too. You know what I mean?
I think you're right. I think the countries that do best have both strong domestic markets and then an international market as well. The tea producing countries, they're not just dependent on an international market. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah, we're at 7:43. We only have you for 45 minutes today, Tim. And Ryan, I feel like we haven't had a chance to bring you into this conversation so much, but was there any question that you wanted to have for Tim, or any comments that you wanted to make for Tim before we move on today?
No, this seemed like a pretty concise. There was a lot of information coming, but it was all on point, and I think it was really important to hear the one end of the merchant aspect of the industry talking about the other, and we've heard when we listen to the farmers, and we listen to the actual nationals of China talking about how they want to change the next 20 years of the industry. I think it's just matching up the two. That I think that as long as there's people like both of you looking for those spaces, and that we can continue to keep farmers coming on here, that's the momentum that's going to take over, because there's no other option. It's a beautiful thing, and I don't think that we're all naive to be having all these celebrations all around the world. And if there's anything tea has taught us, that it's going to outlast all of us and all these trends, and it's probably one of the most beautiful relationships that humans have ever discovered.
Oh, that's lovely. Thank you, Ryan. That's really great. And also, I think you're right to talk about the farmers, because I think that's the other big thing, is that if you put the emphasis back on the producer, you don't negate the brand, but you kind of, the brand is there with the farmer. It's a kind of more equality. Whereas with the massive brands that are selling a bottle product or a bag product, it's really just about the brand. It's not about the farmer. So I think sharing the branding, or sharing the ownership of a tea with the producer. I was never comfortable of saying, this is my tea. No, it's not. It's made by Mr. Shirogi in Mandokoro. It's made by Mr. Aoki in Oita, in Kitsuki. It's made by whoever it is. It's made by Master Shu in Wuyishan. You can't not have that kind of information, I think.
It's critical, I think, moving forward, especially if we want to really give respect to these amazing craftspeople. It's true in wine, it's true in tea, it's true in specialty cheese, in specialty, like everything. Like, I think that the producer being part of the relationship is so important. Really appreciate you being on today, Tim.
Pleasure.
I feel like this at the end of every conversation on this series. What are we on? We are on the 19th conversation, and every time 45 minutes feels like it's gone in 2 seconds. So I hope to, again, once this is over, find myself in once the pandemic's over, find myself in England again. It would be lovely to share.
I'm looking forward to tea and cake in Victoria. Last time I was there 22 years ago, a lot of cake. I had more cake than tea, but I'm looking forward to.
Come visit. Maybe you can make it to the next the 2021 Victoria Tea Festival. Wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be grand. Thank you so much.
I'll mill you a fresh matcha.
Thank you.
Awesome. All right.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. You take care, Tim.
Care.
Really appreciate you coming on the show. All right. You take care.
Pleasure.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Okay. So that was Tim from Postcard Teas joining us. What a treat that was. Really appreciated this opportunity to learn from him and to have this conversation that's so critically important. Wow, yeah, I'll leave the rest to you there, Ryan.
Okay, well, yeah, exactly. That was pretty fast paced, especially for this time in the morning for us. But right up next is Kimmy from Wismaja. It's going to be actually a pretty reasonable time in the morning for them to be calling in from Vancouver, just our neighbors across the strait there in the Salish Sea. So it's 7:47 now. That means there's 13 minutes for you to rest, perhaps clean out your teapot and get it refreshing for our next guest. And until then, you have our waiting attention. We'll be back at 8 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So thank you.
So hello everybody, welcome back to the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. It is 8 o'clock. We are on our 20th hour. It's hard to believe. We are going to be exploring a little bit more of the world of matcha. But just wanted to let you know that if you do get a chance to jump onto our YouTube channel, all of the shows that have been on before this are archived. You can check out, we just had a great discussion with the owner of Postcard Teas. We had Camellia sinensis on. We've had farmers from origin in India, Japan, in Yunnan, China. We've had the tea festival in Kyoto. We've had O5 Tea over in Vancouver. And right now we have my co-host and the co-director on the show. Of course, he's been on since the beginning, Ryan Moen. And then we're also have Kimmy here, owner of Whisk Matcha over in Vancouver. Welcome to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival online, Kimmy.
Thank you for having me. Yeah. Hi everyone, bright and early.
Yeah, very.
Rise and shine.
Yeah, now for you guys.
yeah, nice. Cool. So yeah, you want to maybe explain to our audience a little bit about who you are and what Whisk Matcha is all about?
Yeah. So my name is Kimmy. I'm the owner of Whisk Premium Matcha. I've been doing this for the past 4 years now. We opened a little cafe just this June. Yeah, so we opened in June. Crazy timing, but everything has been going actually pretty well. So I started online platform, whiskmatcha.ca. The first year, I didn't know what I was doing, just bought some teas from Japan and start selling. Didn't really know much about it. So on the second year, I went on a trip to Japan, go to different regions. Most of our teas are from Uji in Kyoto, cool. And then going down to Yamei, Fukuoka, and then very down south, Kagoshima. I actually got my little bowl. If you've been to our cafe, this is like my precious bowl. I got it from Sakurajima. They made it using volcano clay out of it, so it's really cool. So I learned a lot from my trips over there. I connect with tea farmers, visited a lot of factories, including the government facility in Kagoshima. It was just really eye-opening. And I also met a tea farmer who grows tea and win competitions. And they are an organic farm. I know there has been a lot of conversation about organic farming for the past 20 hours. I heard a lot of conversations. Wild tea, it was really mind-opening as well. And I just learned about, biodiversity, the effect of nature, just finding a relationship between, the nature and our life. Sometimes people get really disconnected. So the reason for me to bring those competition great organic matcha from Japan to Vancouver is to get people understand that better and how much efforts that actually going into growing tea and to encourage people to appreciate better. So today I'm gonna just drink matcha. That's awesome. How I have to kickstart my day. And also I'm gonna talk a little bit about hojicha, gemaicha, and share some recipes and doing some demos. Everybody wants to do something at home now. So I think it's great to be your own barista at home.
Awesome. Yeah, we would love to join you for the ride a little bit here too, and make at least some of the matcha drinks along with you. So we're here to learn, and it's so interesting, this theme of how tea is just this connecting piece for so many people that get involved, and just how it's just a very good centering mechanism for so many folks in the world, really. And we have a global audience watching right now. that are saying hello. Yeah, we're excited to have you here. So yeah, please take it away.
Thank you. So Jared, I have to ask you. So if I ask you to rank the importance of matcha tools, how would you rank it? Let's say like whisk, bowl, scoop, whatever. What would you rank it? What's the most important thing that people need to have?
The most important thing that people need to have.
Yeah, if people say, okay, I want to get started on matcha, what should I buy first?
Jared, this should be easy because you didn't let me leave your shop without certain things, because I was going to try and do everything just with like some mason jars and like the hot water out of my tap.
Well, she's asking me to rank it. I guess the most important thing is the tea.
Yes, exactly. Okay.
You know, that would be the most important thing, because we can kind of make do outside of that, but it's all gonna start with the tea for certain. Yeah, and then do you want me to keep going?
Yeah, keep going.
Okay. So what would be the next most important thing? I guess the water, if I want to be cheeky. And then we're going to probably enter the world. So is the chicken before the egg? The whisk or the bowl? Interesting. You know, like the whisk has such a huge role to play in. I like the idea of cream versus whipped cream. How that oxidation and that adding of air and that texture making possibility. Like I'm not a big believer in you know, those electric whisks or and you know, like I'd rather create air in a different way or not have it at all. But if I have a choice, a good whisk is going to make such but a good whisk is kind of meaningless without a partner in the bowl. So yeah, it's an interesting question. I think the tea though. Why don't I just simple answer, Kimmy? Tea.
Yes.
There we go.
Tea, exactly. That's the first thing on my list as well.
Awesome.
I mean, yeah, lots of people ask me, okay, I want to start making matcha. What should I get first? I'm like, okay, a high quality tea that actually gonna let you appreciate matcha. Because like before I started this, I didn't really know much how the flavor profile of matcha could be. Because pretty much all the ceremonial grade matcha that I had, they are, you know, like almost like dusty and bitter and just taste not there. And for actually a very long time, I thought that might be it. And until I start learning more, I realized how we pursue a high quality matcha is mostly the umami flavor. I think same with Gyokuro, that we all trying going after the umami flavor. So today I'm gonna show everyone how I do it my way of making matcha.
Okay.
Everyone can do it differently, but again, good whisk is the second important thing on my list as well. Egg beater won't cut it. Yeah, electric frother. I don't know. I tried it once. It just won't work as good. Maybe it's me not practiced enough.
I tell people that if they don't want to get a half decent whisk in a bowl, and that's okay. You know, like if the tea is the most important thing. You can really shake it in a jar with some water. It's not going to be the same. You're still going to, though. You could make a half decent experience, but yeah, it's definitely a million times better to aerate it. And there's a reason why these whisks still exist. This long. This is not an obsolete tool, right? This is important enough because it's made a difference for enough people, right?
Yeah, exactly. Have you seen those electric bamboo whisks?
Yeah.
Like they put it on the handle. Have you tried that?
You know, one of my staff, she was talking to me about some stuff that's in Korea where they call it like a super matcha or something like that, and it's like actually
Okay.
a robot that whisks your matcha for you.
Okay, wow.
It's like
Gonna help me save some labor costs here.
I know, right?
I can totally just chill
Yeah.
at home. And,
You can just
so water.
can come and press the button.
So usually I would say I start my matcha with a little bit higher, like 80 to 85 degrees Celsius,
Oh,
because
interesting,
after
okay.
I, whisk and everything, the water temperature will drop. I usually warm the bowl.
Okay.
And I really like the seasonality aspect of it. So usually in the summertime, I would serve in like a glass bowl. And then now in the wintertime, I would start serving matcha in the raku bowls. I think that really helped people understand.
Is this gonna be okay? This is from Quebec. This is got like a feather kind of charcoal pattern on it. It's kind of interesting, I thought. Should I use it? Should I use a sieve or anything, or should I just like?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
That's actually that's the third most important thing on my list is a sifter.
Okay.
Because a lot of matcha are not pre-sifted. All of our competition grades matcha are not sifted.
Right.
So we need to sift on the spot. So very, very, very important. So I set the sifter on the bowl. My ratio for a good usucha, I think it's more like an entry level for people getting into matcha is the usucha style. I usually use 1 teaspoon whisk with about 60 grams of water and then add more water to taste.
Okay.
I'm not sure if that's how everybody do it. I just find
that's what works for you.
This is the best way, for me to explore flavors.
I'm really interested in this 80 degrees centigrade. I've not really made it with 80, and but I always use a little bit more water than you're using, so it's going to be interesting. It'll help. It'll help cool it. I normally do 90 mils over 2 grams, which is a teaspoon, so same amount of matcha, but a little bit more water. This will be cool. Okay, so I have my kettle at 82 degrees centigrade. That's what you were saying, right? 82.
About 80 to 85.
Oh, sorry, I misheard you there. Okay, so 80 to 85. Okay, cool. And I'll do 60 mils.
Yeah. So after sift, and then where's my scale? I didn't like to use a scale until I started working in this cafe. Everything is scale because my guessing just won't cut it.
Yeah, it's just better for cost control and consistency, right?
Yeah, consistency is the key. I used to use a bamboo scoop, but it's just lack of accuracy.
I know.
So now I have about 60 grams of water, and then I usually like to whisk it.
How long should I whisk for?
Oh, I should have a timer too.
Yeah, well, I don't use a timer. I just look at the clock as it's ticking.
I do it until I feel it's right.
Well, hey,
can be
what?
Longer, can be faster, and maybe on the weekend it's slightly shorter, and on the weekdays when it's not busy, I do it a bit longer.
Well, if there's anything we've learned, Kimmy, this whole we're on the 20th hour, is that tea is definitely it's a moment. It's what makes sense for you at that moment.
Exactly.
Okay.
Okay. So how long did I froth? Maybe like I don't know, 15 seconds.
Yeah. 15 seconds.
Yeah.
Okay.
And usually I would add a little bit more water.
A bit more water, okay. At the 80 degree water, okay, a little bit more. How much roughly would you say, like?
So it was 60 grams. So now I'm gonna add it to about like 100.
Okay.
And I encourage people to try it out first. And if you feel like it's too strong, it's always easy to add more water to it. But if you add too much water at the beginning, it's really hard to go back. You can't really add more powder to it. You know what I'm saying?
This just like allows everybody to like calibrate their own experience then, correct?
Yeah, some people like it stronger. Really, like after me drinking so much matcha on a daily basis, like my taste buds are all dead, and then I had to like go a little bit stronger. But for some people who never had matcha ceremonial before, and they got like, "Whoa, what is this?" So, okay, here's more water.
Makes sense.
All
That
right.
totally makes sense. This is delicious, actually. I was really expecting it to burn, because I've always believed that if it's not like 60, 65 degrees, that it's gonna bring out too much tannin. But by using less for this extraction at the onset, the 60 mils that we're doing, I'm not tasting. I mean, obviously we're not using the same matcha, right? But this is a pretty high quality one for that we're using, and it is a Kyoto, like it's a competition grade okumidori, and it's fragile. Honestly, this tea is very prone to burning, and so this technique that you've shared today, that's really fascinating for me, because with less water, maybe it's cooling faster, and therefore it's less. I don't know what it is, but it doesn't taste burnt to me. I don't know about you, Ryan. Are you tasting too much tannin? Is there like a big release of acidity happening there, or how are we doing over there?
I think Kimmy's got something going on.
Yeah, it's a cool technique. Kimmy, this is really good. Thank you
and
for
I mean,
the share.
sometimes acidity may not be a bad thing.
Oh, totally,
yeah, this matcha is very brothy. Again, not everybody like brothy matcha, but I do. Mine is a Saemidori single cultivar. So it's beautiful and frothy and warming. It's great to start my day.
I'd love to do a tea share. We should send each other some matcha,
We
and
should. Yeah, totally.
it would be really, really exciting.
Bowl is actually on the bottom of my list as the importance of getting matcha started, because it's readily available, to be honest, for people, especially on a budget. I think this probably is the last thing that they can get. However, this is probably the most important thing to me, because it just totally make it a ritual. It make it so special, and just enjoy your moment.
There's an aesthetic.
Not just drinking matcha, it's appreciating matcha and just really have a little moment to yourself.
Well, this is something I've been starting to get into. What are your thoughts on the hishaku? Is this important?
Sorry, which one?
The hishaku.
Oh, okay. I think it's same with the tea bowl.
Yeah.
It elevates the experience. I don't think it's necessary for beginners as well.
Sure.
We use like a little scoop, just measuring scoop. But I do have a chashaku at home for my own enjoyment.
Yeah, it's. I wonder how much of a role, like I do the same thing as you, where like instead of a chashaku, I use a teaspoon. Instead of hishaku, I use like an ounce cup, or I just pour directly on the tea on a scale. But I wonder how much we're missing. Hey, like we've learned to understand the importance of the bamboo whisk and understand the importance of the bowl. I wonder, like I feel like I'm missing something, but I can't make that. I can't make that change.
I know. I admire O5 to actually have the whole setup there. But for me, I think it is definitely important. But I usually just for the speed of service as well, because not everybody would. If people see so many equipment, sometimes they get a little bit scared that, do I need to really get the pots? But I usually just use something more convenient to get it started. But yeah, that's on my list. I also want to get a stone grinder too.
Yeah.
I think it would be super cool to
mill it yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, to do it in a very traditional way. It'll be so cool.
But 40 grams an hour on those traditional stone grinders, it's
well, that's electric. It will be less if you do the hand mill.
Oh, goodness gracious, you are correct. Yeah. But you get a good workout. You could start.
Yeah, exactly. I know.
Awesome.
Okay, so let's move to the next.
Certainly. Okay. Are we gonna?
So I'm gonna.
Are we gonna do hojicha? Is this a?
Yeah, we're gonna do hojicha. Hojicha misto.
Is it gonna be with a milled hojicha?
No, it's a whole leaf, loose leaf hojicha.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
so it's like that.
Okay. Very nice.
I haven't started selling, and I actually rarely serve it at the cafe, but I think it's definitely one of my recent favorite thing to do. Because after you drink so much latte in a day, you kind of, your passion fades for the latte, and you start trying to different recipes.
Sure.
So for this one, so it's loose leaf.
Yeah.
I use 5 grams of hojicha loose leaf.
Okay. Sorry, Ryan, we don't have some hojicha over there for you, but
that's all good. And what about temperature on the kettle?
So this is I go for like 90.
Okay. 90.
I'm looking for something stronger, so the flavor will stand out.
Awesome.
So I'm at 4.5. Okay, 5 grams.
Here, misto. I'm gonna grab my.
Well, this is honestly a loose leaf miso for someone who doesn't have powder tea at home. They can. This recipe also work with oolong, black tea. I'm not sure about green tea. Maybe. If you like green tea latte, like a jasmine latte. But any loose leaf tea would work.
Okay.
So my little teapot can hold about 6 ounces of water. And by saying miso, it's half amount of milk and then half amount of water.
Okay.
So if my cup is like 12 ounce, then 6 ounces of hot water, and then fill it up with 6 ounces of milk of your choice. So we are a vegan cafe, so we only have oat milk, soy milk, all the plant-based milk. So I think pairing with hojicha, I would definitely recommend oat milk. Okay, so I let it brew for about 5 minutes. You can let it sit longer if you like, but if you let it sit too long, it's gonna get cold, and probably you need to heat it up. But
you might have some upset customers too, hey?
Yeah. So that's why I haven't really started serving it, because it just takes a longer time. So at the same time, I'm gonna talk about like how to froth milk, because not everybody has espresso machine at home.
Sure.
Even though I said like back in March, people are looking for like something to make a good froth. Like before I opened the cafe, I tried a lot of different ways of frothing the milk. I got those little electric frother. I actually tried to do it yesterday, but I think my skill just got rusty. It won't work so well. But I think this is a good start. Just to put a little bit like warm milk. You can like warm it up on the stove or microwave it, and then just let it froth.
Okay.
But yeah, if people are interested in doing a really good frothed milk, it's better to have a little home use espresso. I have a bread bowl at home, and it works magic.
Okay, amazing. I actually have one too. It's slow. It makes a
it's very like slow. It's like a minute and a half. I'm like, really?
Boom.
I can get it here. Yes, exactly.
The pump.
It was
very
so
therapeutic.
Like the moment, they are really cute. The moment I drew something out of that little machine, I was like beyond joy.
First time I remember I brought like 16 liters of milk with me to a barista who could really pour latte art really well, and my wife and I we went there and we brought all this milk, and we brought a bunch of matcha, and we're like, teach us please, and it was quite a I remember just like so many drinks. It was just crazy.
So many drinks. I know.
It's just practice,
like
right?
Latte overdose.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. How big of a cup am I using? Am I guess it's the 6 ounces of hojicha, but I don't know how much milk. Is it? I guess it's defined by the cup size. Are you using an 8-ounce cup or 6-ounce cup?
I use 12 ounce.
12
so
ounce
this
cup.
is why it looks big, but it's a double wall one, so it's about 12 ounce.
Okay, awesome.
So that's what I'm saying, like half like water and half milk. But milk always has froth, so technically you are frothing less milk.
Sure.
Like
yeah.
4 ounces of milk, and then make it up to full. So my hojicha should be almost ready here.
Okay.
For loose leaf, I usually have a little strainer as well. I strain everything so it's nice and smooth.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Makes sense.
Okay, so I'm gonna actually go froth my milk.
Sure. Is that hojicha from Kyoto as well?
Yes. So it's organic hojicha loose leaf.
Amazing. Okay, so I'm gonna feel like it's too soon for me to start steaming yet. I'm gonna wait until I'm close to a minute away. Okay, so we're doing 5 grams of hojicha. We're steeping it in 90-degree centigrade water for about 5 minutes.
Yeah.
You can go longer, but you don't want to go too long, is what you're saying. But it's like basically a minimum of 5 minutes for the hojicha.
I would say so. Yeah,
Okay.
just to get that nice strong flavor.
Mm-hmm.
And also depends on like what kind of loose leaf that you have.
Right. Okay. This is interesting.
So some may. So
Yeah.
if you use like a black tea, let's say like CTC Assam,
Mhm.
then probably you'll brew less time. It's fine.
Fair enough.
But for like a whole big leaf teas, usually let it brew a little bit longer.
Well, what are your thoughts on the milled hojicha that's started coming out in the market?
Oh yeah, we mostly the lattes we make here are use the hojicha powder.
Yeah.
The flavor profiles I find is very actually different. Loose leaf hojicha tend to be a lot sweeter, and then the hojicha powder it's usually a lot nuttier and has a stronger flavor. So yeah, so this is the hojicha powder that we use
Nice.
for lattes.
Very cool.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is there a reason? So like for today, like I don't know. I thought whisk matcha would like I was so expecting the powdered hojicha. So is this a personal preference of yours that you really enjoy?
I'm gonna show the genmaicha, iced genmaicha latte later. So I figured it's nice to do something different, like also show the loose leaf tea latte, and also the powdered tea latte.
Cool.
So
okay.
if people don't have powder at home, then they can do the loose leaf version as well.
Sweet. Okay. Cool.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this in a cup. Nice amber color.
Okay. I feel
And
like.
I find hojicha loose leaf share lots of similarity to oolong.
Okay.
Like the flavor profiles. All right.
Okay. I'm gonna. I feel like I've wrecked it from. I don't have a 12-ounce cup. I have something really close though. So.
I think mine probably more than 12 because I just poured the whole thing in there and it's not half full. You're getting your milk started?
I'm steaming away.
Wow, you must be tea overdose at the end of the day.
You know.
Oh, that's every day.
I don't know. It does depend on the day. Today is an unusual day, I think.
Unusual, for
yeah.
sure.
I don't normally do these 24 cups of tea in 24 hours. It's or 24
it's
plus.
A little bit insane.
I think Ryan, we may have done more than 24. It's some of these sessions have been multiple cups.
Yeah, actually, I just finished my last course of the tea sommelier. So last night
cool.
I actually had to do blind cupping for my exam, and then I didn't realize that until like 8 p.m. because it was also my dad's birthday. So after like 8:30, I started doing the blind cupping and drink like 8 different kind of black teas in a row. So couldn't sleep until maybe like 1.
Wow.
Not a good idea.
Oh, geez.
But it's okay. Not as hardcore as you guys.
That's pretty hardcore. Blind
Yeah, it's
cupping for
pretty
your
hard.
tea sommelier course and staying up till 1 in the morning. It's pretty. I mean, where we beat you, Kimmy, is we haven't gone to sleep yet. That's all.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well, at least I had a nap.
This is
I
good.
got quite a
Yeah.
nap. Yeah, it's good. Okay, so I'm pouring my milk in.
Awesome. That's really nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's interesting. So your thoughts
Yeah,
on milk and tea, Kimmy? Was there a part of you that didn't want to do milk and tea, and you decided to do it? Like for me, I kind of had to think about it. I'm like, do I really want to do this? And then I realized, yeah, I do want to do this because I don't know. I had a good reason, but I'm curious what your reason. Like, why would you put milk in Japanese teas? What was your rationale? Why were you okay with that? Just with that, I'm okay with that. I really think it's great. I'm curious, like what helped you make that decision?
You mean like doing tea lattes?
Yeah.
Because it's fun.
Because it's fun. Okay, awesome. That's an awesome response. Yeah. Okay, cool. Yeah, I realized that too. I felt I really like matcha ice cream, and so like right, like so dairy and Japanese green tea, there's a beautiful opportunity there, and I think that if I was like too like tea snobby or something, and I was like, no, you can't put milk in your Japanese teas, it would be sad. There's I think if you do a good job and you have an interesting concept to put out there, it can be exactly like you said. I guess it's about it being fun, right? It's about it being and enjoying yourself with your tea for sure, not getting too held up. Hey, it's kind of awesome.
Yeah, so I think it's all about options, right? So if people are tea enthusiasts, purists, they can come here and have a bowl of matcha. We have that. It's not we're not a typical like a bubble tea place that just all about sugar and milk. But the reason for us offering latte is because you can still taste the quality difference even after making into a latte. I heard you guys do some like a ceremonial tea lattes.
Yeah.
100%. How do you like that?
Yeah. It works. Like I think that like it helps to make that the cup size smaller. So rather than doing a tea latte, more like a tea cortado or like a tea like a traditional cappuccino or something like that. Like those smaller sizes, you can really taste a little bit more. But even like our biggest size we do here is 8 ounces, and even in that size, you can taste the difference. Like we have a single cultivar Samidori and a single cultivar Okumidori that are both competition grades, and they're from the same farmer. But you can taste that micro variation even with the milk canvas. I think what's important is that the ingredient list is small. If you start adding vanilla or you start adding flavors to it, then you can't taste it anymore. But if you can keep it like with a good, like very neutral milk, like oat milk's a great choice, especially if there's very minimal ingredients. And same with dairy milk. If it's a good milk, you can taste it, right? If you keep it simple.
Yeah. I usually find it's a little bit too umami that you can't really. I think it depends on the blend.
Yeah.
But I try to use like high grade matcha to make latte, and I don't know, my brain just got disconnected.
It was like, no, not okay.
Too savory for me, and I probably just like to enjoy the way it is. But I haven't stopped trying because I think it's such a cool idea that actually people can pick what kind of grades for their latte.
I don't believe in ceremonial grade versus culinary grade. I like matcha by definition is a ceremonial tea, right? Like I think that this idea is definitely a like a North American invention. This idea that there is a differentiation.
Totally. Yeah,
right?
It's such a Western term that people get so confused.
They get stuck on it.
I think the harvest is really important.
Yeah, it makes I
think that's the bottom line. Like it has to be a first harvest. And then like the picking method, I think that comes second. But yeah, there are so many variants. And also it's very subjective.
Totally.
Like some tea I may like it, but other people may not.
Yeah,
So,
and also what you're having it with, right? Like a yabukita, which often has, if it's done well, can have a really balanced flavor structure. Can often pair really well with stuff like, a nice red bean or something, right? Like a red bean dessert. And then probably the sayamidori. Is that a sayamidori that you were having earlier? Like that.
Sayamidori, yeah.
That's gonna be probably really lovely on its own. It's like a dessert in a cup. You don't really need to have it with anything else. It's nice to choose if you're gonna have it with something or not, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Digging in. It's so nice and comforting. I think hojita is totally like a winter drink. It's just so comforting. And it's actually we sell more hojita than matcha, believe it or not. So like hojita latte is everyone's favorite. It's crazy.
That's interesting. Okay.
We have matcha cortado, 8 ounce. But people ask me if I can do a hojita cortado.
Wow. It's called the Japanese coffee sometimes, right? Is hojita is.
For me, it's more relates like a cacao, like a hot chocolate. Yeah, it's very comforting and naturally sweet. I think that's what get most people into it, because you actually don't need to add any sweetener. It's just sweet on its own.
Inherent. Yeah, no, that's really cool. And it's honestly, what a nice tea to have. I wish I could be sharing this with you right now, Ryan. I'm sorry that that I didn't get you any hojita today, but this is.
I'm the one that can seriously
microphone, man. Sorry, what was that? Hello?
I said I think will consume the dairy products and the meats and stuff, and I'm the one without any kind of milks or stuff in my house.
Right. Yes. No. It's all awesome. But it's just why I say that. It's just this time of in the sessions. We're on hour, 20 hours and 45 minutes in. And this is just such a nice, comfortable drink. Like, I want you to know, like, it's got this really buttery quality to it, and it's nice. Yeah, I highly recommend it. Next time I can hook you up.
Oolong.
Yeah.
Oolong is a really good alternative for making tea miso.
Cool. Okay. And you're on to a genmaicha now, are you? Is that
yes?
Okay.
So the genmaicha, I have both loose leaf and powder. So this is the loose leaf, and then but for making this particular ice drink, because I want to show people like how to make powdered tea latte. So yeah, I'm using the genmaicha powder.
Lovely. Okay.
Do you guys have genmaicha over there at the shop as well, or?
I have some Zaidaishu. It's like a heirloom cultivar from Mie. I can go dig it up. Actually, we got some samples in of the powdered stuff, but I'm actually gonna bring in some genmaicha, like full leaf. But you're using the powdered genmaicha, or are you using the full leaf?
Yeah, I'm using the powdered genmaicha for this demo, because I've already did the loose leaf hojita.
Makes sense. All the sense in the world.
So yeah, if people don't have like a powdered genmaicha, they can just follow the loose leaf hojita recipe to do like a loose leaf genmaicha. But if they have powdered tea, so this actually apply to matcha or hojita powder, any tea powder. I would follow the similar ratio.
Cool.
So
okay, I'm gonna go and quickly see what I can find. I'll be right back.
Yeah,
if
sure.
You wanna,
any powder stuff.
Yeah, and if you want to continue.
Yeah, sure. All right. So for making ice drink, I usually try to make it stronger, because iced tea usually require like a stronger flavor for the flavor to come out. I usually actually gonna go for a full tablespoon for the ice drink, and that's how much we use for making your iced matcha latte here. So for genmaicha, actually I have different preferences for the milk. So actually for hot one, we use soy milk. And for ice drink, I actually use oat milk again. So I'm gonna pour the oat milk in first. So this is actually a lot easier. So 1 tablespoon of the genmaicha powder, a flat scoop. Okay, like that. So for those of you who don't know what genmaicha is, so genmaicha is basically matcha with toasted brown rice powder. So it has like a popcorn flavor to it. It's definitely one of my favorites, even though a lot of people get really confused with hojicha and genmaicha. Personally, I really, really like the warming feel of genmaicha. So 1 scoop, I put it in my bowl. So typically for genmaicha, I don't really need to sift because it's already pre-sifted. Handy.
Are you doing 1 teaspoon? Is that what's going on?
1 tablespoon for the iced latte.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah, I like my iced latte strong, like really strong.
Cool.
I
hate to interrupt, Kimmy.
Yeah, so
I'm just gonna let you know that we have 5 minutes left in the session.
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay, awesome.
Perfect.
I just didn't want to surprise you with that suddenly out of nowhere. Okay.
Yeah, no worries.
So we're gonna do a tablespoon of genmaicha. Okay, sorry.
Yeah, tablespoon of genmaicha, and then for water, I start with a 1/4 cup.
Okay.
Mix it up.
Nice. Does it help to use a bamboo whisk for this as well?
Yeah, we actually use a different kind, but this one is a little bit close to me.
Cool.
Yeah, but I do use a bamboo whisk, so that's why you need to have a bamboo whisk.
Yeah.
It's so versatile.
It's not just a clever name.
No. Some cafe they even use bamboo whisk for hot chocolate because they just find it so magical that it can mix everything so well.
You know, bamboo whisks don't last forever, so when ours get when ours get damaged, we actually cut them down so that they're short like this, and this is what we use for chocolate.
Oh wow, that's actually pretty smart. Oh wow, I should start doing that too.
Might as well, right? You can use the
give it a last second life.
Exactly.
Okay, so after we mix it into super thick paste, I would add another 1/4 cup of water. Mix again, and then you're good to go.
Wow. Okay. And you can remind, I missed this as I was searching and failing to find genmaicha, but you use a tablespoon of genmaicha, you're pouring it over like a 1/2 cup of milk, it looks like, in a Okay.
Yeah, about 1/2 cup.
I love that gradation, the tea and the milk, like how it kind of falls down.
Beautiful.
Very nice presentation. Cool.
All about presentation.
How does it taste?
There you go. So it's very, very popcorn, like crackerish. I love it. Of course, you give it a stir. I usually tell people after I serve, because we have dirty matcha too. So we have like matcha, milk, and then espresso. Then I tell people don't stir it. You just follow the layers because you get different taste of, the espresso on the top and then the tea on the bottom. Cool. But other than that, please stir. Otherwise, you're gonna get a really, really strong flavor of the. Actually, I wanna try it.
You're gonna taste it just as is. Awesome. Okay. Yeah, strong.
It's actually really nice.
Oh, cool.
It's very nice. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, because it's iced.
Right.
Anything iced, I just have like higher tolerance for the strong flavor. But it's really nice. Very roasty.
Nice. Cool.
Yeah,
we're nearing the end of the session here with you, Kimmy. It's been really quite the treat to make all these drinks together and to talk back and forth a bit about about matcha. But Ryan, did you have anything you wanted to say here at the end before we part ways with Kimmy?
No, I think this is great. I can't wait to go back through the YouTube archive and just keep going through with when I have the things I want, because it's just like a recipe guide and you did such a beautiful step-by-step. So I'm like, oh, now I got 3 new things to add to my arsenal. It's so great. Thank you.
Oh, you're welcome. Yeah, like the powdered matcha, you can use hojita matcha. So yeah, the ratio works about the same.
Awesome. Cool. Well, thank you so much, Kimmy, for coming on to the Victoria Tea Festival Revival's online rendition. Hopefully we can see you in 2021. Who knows? Maybe you can make the trip over to Victoria and participate in our grassroots festival that we hope to hold. Hopefully it will be like post-pandemic. The COVID-19 will be done. It will be in the past. If it's not, who knows? It might be sort of like a hybrid of what we're doing now and something with plexiglass. But a huge appreciation for you coming on the show today. Hope you have an awesome rest of your day.
Thank you so much for having me.
Okay, and our viewers can find you at whiskmatcha.com. Is that where they can find? .ca. Okay, all right.
Yeah,
so
or 39 Kingsway. That's where we're located. Come and say hi.
Awesome. All right. So whiskmatcha.ca. If you want to go check her out in Vancouver. Thank you so much, Kimmy.
Thank you.
All right. You take
Bye.
care. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye. Okay. So that was Kimmy from Whisk Matcha, and it was quite interesting to just make some drinks together and have that opportunity to make a hojicha latte, which I haven't had in a really long time, and make matcha in a really interesting new way, hotter temperature than I would normally work with, but less water, and it ended up tasting quite nice. Really, always different layers and different learning opportunities possible. So that was a fun session. I'll give the floor to you, Ryan.
All right, so that was amazing because I loved it because it challenged Jared, which is always nice to put him at this point, especially during the broadcast of launching which ones are the most important tools that he uses every single day. Up next is actually Scott Norton. He's joining us from New York. He's the writer, founder, and everything of Scott T blog. So he's going to be talking to us about the song period powdered teas. So it's going to be a pretty interesting talk. It's especially nice that we're going from one powdered tea to the next, but I'm guessing his is going to be a little bit different. If you stay tuned in 13 minutes, we'll be back, I promise. Actually, I'll promise that we'll try to be on time. So until then, thank you.
Welcome everybody to the 2020 Victoria Tea Festival Revival. We are in our 21st hour straight where we have been talking tea with some amazing folks. We just had a great session with Kimmy over at Whisk Premium Matcha in Vancouver. We've had Takaki-san on from Japan. In Fukuoka, we had the Wazuka Tea Festival folks. We've had musicians performing alongside the Chinese tea ceremony in Yunnan province in China. We've had O5T join us, Camellia sinensis from Montreal, Postcard Teas in England. It's been an amazing festival, and it's just gonna. We're definitely in the home stretch here. We're at 9 a.m. Pacific Standard Time, and we're joined today by, of course, my co-host, who's been with me the whole time, Ryan Moen. But we're also joined by Scott, Scott of Scott Tea Blogs. Welcome to the show. Scott.
Welcome, Scott.
Okay.
Hey, welcome all.
I just there's an error that just occurred while I tried to get you on the screen there, Scott. So we can hear you, but we can't see you yet. The computer decided that it wanted to be difficult, but we'll figure this out. We can hear you, so maybe you want to give us an idea of what you are. What is Scott Tea Blog all about? What is your? Maybe you could introduce yourself to the people watching right now from around the world.
Sure. Thank you, and thank you, Jared. So my name is Scott Norton, and as was mentioned, I have a tea blog, but I've been working in the tea industry now for close to 20 years. Originally as basically like the tea tasting kid, someone who would go into a tea house and, either a tea house owner would, throw something in front of me and do a quality sort of QC. Eventually that turned into working with tea houses and doing that as a job, whether it be for tea houses in San Francisco's Chinatown, where I kind of grew up and lived for a while in the early 2000s. But eventually it turned into basically folks bringing me to places like Korea, China, Japan, and having me do some of the sourcing with them. So I've helped start some tea businesses within the United States. I've also helped in terms of, again, quality control. And that morphed into tea education, whether it was lecturing, kind of like what I've been doing in New York and New York City, working with museums. I've done programs with the Guggenheim, with the Pacific Heritage Museum, where tea was the focal point and kind of looking at it from different historical inroads, whether it be like what we'll talk about today, the Song period, but also looking at things like the tradition of Gongfu Cha, the sort of global history of tea, and how we kind of find the sort of threads of these historical trends that still continue to this day. Scott Tea, this blog that I've had for, 7+ years now, is kind of just my musings on tea and time. I think there's a really interesting link between those two forces. We sit and we enjoy tea and kind of appreciate time passing. But then as we do that, we contribute to this quality, this sort of history of tea, as we kind of formulate it as we make tea right now. So even right now is a little stitch in time that we're going to be adding to this, broader tapestry of this tea culture that continues to evolve.
Yeah, awesome. And you're joining us from New York. It's some New York State, I should say. Is that correct?
Yes, I made the move from New York City to New York State during this mad time we're in. So.
Wow, yeah, and it's been hit pretty hard where you are in your neck of the woods in the world. So
absolutely.
Yeah. Hope you're staying safe out there and wishing you safety and good health, good sir. But let's I'm gonna be enjoying some I'll make some tea while you're talking here.
Yeah.
But you wanted to talk about Song period powdered teas, and that's an interesting topic. I kind of got introduced to it with the the art of not the art of tea, the book of tea talks about like these 3 kind of periods. And it mentions this period of time, and when you were saying you wanted to do a talk on powdered tea, like historically and in Song period China, not a lot of people know about this period. So I'm really interested in what you have to say.
I'll share what I know, and I have a little presentation. We can kind of use it as a guidepost for conversation if you want. I can jump right into that.
Let's hear it.
Why not do that as we're kind of doing this? So I'll click the present mode, and let's see if we can jump into this. One of the junctures, or one of the segues into the history of Song period tea and why I'm so interested in it is partially because when I got into making tea kind of more seriously, whether that was gongfu cha or especially as I started delving into Chanoyu, where now I've studied that for close to 15 years, maybe a little bit longer, since 2002. So, and very seriously since 2005. This whole idea of using powdered tea is a thing. It's not really a thing in gongfu cha, but it's definitely a thing in Chanoyu. And there's always this talk, and you mention it in the book of tea. There's this talk of the sort of historical origin of it, and it being kind of sandwiched between certain periods in tea's history. And it's always been fascinating to me to kind of work our way back and maybe find approximations as to how that was made, how people made it. And something very interesting about food and tea and beverage culture as a whole is that when we're trying to turn back the clock and try to figure out something from a historical period, it's kind of like chasing a ghost. It doesn't exist really. It doesn't exist anymore, at least. And so this process that I've been going through for the past maybe 5 to 10 years of really seriously trying to figure out what's in a bowl of Song period tea has been a process of kind of reading the texts as well as trying to understand, through the sort of historical and poetic allusions from these texts and from these art history, what are they actually drinking? What might it taste like? Is it anything like a bowl of matcha? Kind of historically where Song fits is in this sort of later period, actually, of China's long, long history. As we may know, archaeologically speaking, tea has a 6,000-year-old history. And so when we talk about powdered tea from the Song period, we're talking about something that in sort of a historical context is actually pretty recent. Prior to then, tea was a medicine, tea was a sort of life elixir. But it wasn't until the Tang period, which is right before the Song period, that we have tea really as just an enjoyable beverage. And at that time, it was enjoyed with maybe flowers, roots, a bit of salt, as was described by Liu Yu. But prior to that, tea, again, was still a medicine and still continues to be a medicine to this day.
Cool.
During the Song period, this is a big sort of global version of Song period, from 960 to 1279. We have in this sort of goldenrod here, Song state, at its height before it breaks in the late 1100s or mid 1100s, I should say. And there you also have Japan, you have the Goryeo state, you have Xixia, which is Tangut, you have the Tibetan kingdom, you have the kingdom of Dali, which is kind of modern day Yunnan, various other countries, and the Liao or Kirtan. Tea during this time period, though, had been sort of expanding beyond its historical locus, and that historical locus was in the kingdom of Dali. Originally, even before Dali, you had this sort of borderline between modern day Laos, Burma, or Myanmar, Nepal, and modern day Yunnan and Sichuan. And tea expanded into the east regions of China at this time and produced a very different tea at the time of the Song, moving away from a tea that would have been roasted put into cakes and then ground into sort of this rough powder to be then boiled in water or simmered in water into something that became a refined process where the cake was then ground into a fine powder, pressed into another cake that was bound together, usually through like a waxy sort of camphorous substance originally, and then just bound together through, I believe, just the oils of the tea. And that's the sort of tea that made its way into the courts, made its way into the sort of populace of China at this time. And here you kind of see the spread of that originally from this sort of southwestern region out to the east, eventually to Japan and Korea, and making its way up the sort of interior of China, and then also going through the sort of ancient tea horse road further south. Very, very quickly, I'm just going to kind of run through this. These are the sort of images of cakes. These are images from the Qing period, but they are depicting Song period Longfan Tuancha, which is this dragon phoenix cake, sort of early branding of the Song period. And how they made those cakes, well, they steam the tea after picking it, and then they grind the tea and then compress that into a cake. But then to make the actual bowl of tea, you'd have to break down that cake once again, sift that powder, and then usually, put it in some sort of conveyance mechanism, like a tea caddy. And then you go through the whisking process. And I'll kind of go through that today very briefly as we drink our bowl of tea. During the Song period, the sort of panoply of different tea wares expanded. And this is sort of the classic 12 that were depicted in the Chaju Zhuzan by Shenan Laoren in the late Song period. And then, kind of reflecting that and reflecting the spread of tea and tea culture, you also get this diversity of form and diversity of styles. And these are all sort of the famous kilns during the Song period. And if we had a whole year to go over this, I'd go over this in great detail. But just to kind of yeah. So, and please interrupt me. Ask any questions that you might have. This is a Song period dragon kiln.
Where you where's this information? Like this looks like a significant amount of research and compiled. Where is this information gathered from? Is this from museum study or from?
So a lot of these images are either coming from museum collections or actually through like Christie's auctions and bottom auctions. A lot of this stuff has become very popular, especially as the Chinese economy has been booming. And so a lot of folks are trying to buy this stuff back. What we see here is a jianyao bowl that's stuck in its sagger, which is this device that's used in one of these running kilns or dragon kilns. And so that bowl cannot be liberated from that sagger, but even that is sort of a historical artifact and also just shows the quality of bowl. But yeah, exactly. A lot of this is coming from, either the British Museum, the Met, a lot of these non-Chinese, conspicuously non-Chinese collections, where these were picked off during times when, maybe the Chinese economy or Chinese sort of hegemon of that area was not as powerful, couldn't keep this stuff. And a lot of this originally would have been from scholarly collections or from imperial collections.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Cool.
This is a hump mold that you're seeing here. This is an incised bowl with boys and prunus. These are some jizhou yao with various different, this has an applique. I have a reproduction of that, which we'll make some tea in later. Jun yao, Longchuan, and Qingbai. These are also very famous kilns, and these are all tea wares. So there's a famous cup stand, which we'll go over. And then also during the Song, one of the things that you begin to see the more prevalent use of are ewers. And the ewer itself was either a way of conveying water or wine. And during this time, it became specialized, at least within the equipage of tea and teaware. And it's one of the reasons why you can produce the sort of beautiful foam for tea is not just the whisking, but also the use of a very, very precise pouring device, such as one of these yours. Kind of akin to like why we like to use gooseneck kettles today.
Right.
Because it actually does a great job of, in this case, pointing into the bowl of tea, what we later called dian cha, pointing the tea. And here you see a number of probably courtly servants making the tea. Okay. When we think of the act of making tea and the art of making tea during this time period, it was often not done by the person who was actually consuming the tea, unless you were a farmer or a tea connoisseur who is, part of the actual production of the tea. You yourself, if you're a courtier, probably wouldn't be making that tea. So,
interesting.
Yeah. And this is a great case in point. You see this sort of very big class divide in this image. You have the sort of cha tong making the tea and grinding the tea. In the corner, you see the gentleman grinding the tea with that sort of drum grinder of the late Song period. And then you see somebody who's pouring water into a large bowl to make tea. And then you see what looks to be two scholars and a priest who are kind of sitting around enjoying a scroll, eventually to enjoy some tea. Another case in point, here we have some arhats enjoying some tea made by this very typical cha tong character here in the center. And here we have a grave painting. This is a mural that was found in a tomb. This is from the Liao kingdom or Liao dynasty. They're contemporary to the Song, and they too have tea culture that is highly influenced by the Song. And here you have a tea stove or a little brazier.
Nice.
And here we have a painting actually from Emperor Huizong, who himself was a tea person. He was very proud of the tea that he appreciated, and he was kind of an aesthete during the Song period, setting the sort of taste, or he was kind of like a tastemaker in the imperial court of that time period. And he wrote what was called the Daguan Cha Lun, which is the great treatise on tea during the Song period, where he describes, what you want to look for in a bowl of tea. And he's one of many during this time period who began to sort of build off of Liu Yu and sort of take it into a different direction, but also where they're getting a lot of this information, where they're getting a lot of this know-how are from tea producers and tea connoisseurs who are much further down that sort of social ladder. And here we have some individuals. These are probably tea sellers, most likely from Fujian. And here they're being depicted conducting what's called a doucha, or a tea battle or tea fight. They're basically competing, trying to say like, this bowl of tea that I've produced here, I'll hold one up. The bowl of tea that they've produced is going to hold the foam the longest, and therefore it's going to show, not only how fresh the tea is, but also my prowess in whisking the tea. So
we got to start doing that at Jaga Silk. That's awesome.
We've done a few in New York City. It's very silly, but at the same time, it's like, this was a way for people to show their mastery over something, in the same way that kind of now when we think of these like barista competitions, or even like gongsu cha, it's this mastery of this craft or this art. This art, one of the reasons why I love the Song period too is because you really do begin to see tea expand outside of China. During the Tang period, the 600s to 800s, it did make its way into Korea and into Japan and into sort of Southeast Asia and sort of Central Asia by way of trade and tribute states. But during the Song, you begin to see a lot of these areas really begin to take on their own style. Here we have some Goryeo period celadon, absolutely beautiful pieces. These are from the National Museum in Korea. If you're ever in Seoul, you have to go here. And then here we have Saicho and Moen Eisai, both of whom brought tea to Japan, and oftentimes are credited for bringing in the sort of homunculus version of tea of like, oh yes, it was ready, and from here tea ceremony or chanonyu, Japanese tea ceremony, kind of comes forth. But really that didn't happen until the contemporary period of the Chinese Ming court, and really there was a lot more development even after the Song period, during the Ming period, of powdered tea. That continued from the Song to the Yuan to the Ming period, but we don't oftentimes think of the Ming period as a period for powdered tea, mostly because you have this imperial edict that says that at this point we're not going to powder our tea, we're not going to put it into cakes to become powdered tea, and instead we'll move towards using loose leaf tea. So in many ways, the historical trend of this powdered tea, this sort of mo cha or ground powdered tea, ends in the Song period, at least in the way that we've seen it just now, and it becomes somewhat more diffuse as well as more diverse as it makes its way beyond the borders of imperial China and its period states. So it itself is a little bit of an anomaly when you think of it. This is how I kind of go about making the tea. I grind it and sift it. I've refined the process since these images, so it's even more fine. I run it through a sieve that's about, I think, 20 microns thin, maybe 80.
Okay.
And so it's akin to a very low grade matcha at that point.
Right.
So, and then you go through the process of making it. So, which we'll show you right now. So that's all I want to go over for the moment.
Okay.
Because I also want to just share you a little bit more.
We had a question. There's a small village called Dali in Yunnan with some famous tea masters and teas. Maybe the village name comes from this background. Is a question we have from Finland.
From this background?
Yeah.
From.
Maybe this came up when you were showing the map. I think that's when this question came up.
Oh yes. The kingdom of That's exactly where it's coming from. That would have been one of the capitals if I think it was the center of that kingdom at that time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very cool. That's so interesting.
Bill, I want to know, or am I still in weird presentation mode?
You are, yeah. If you wanna, there you go. Okay, you're back.
That was just beautiful selections of the pottery, and I think we all enjoyed the tea battle.
Yeah, I was so into that. Was the moment. That was awesome. It's like
there are some texts from this period that if you dig into, I think Sai Chang, who's a calligrapher as well as a poet from this period. Sai Chang talks about the tea battle. He talks about also like what type of specific wares they use and like what the foam looks like. Try digging into his chalu, and you might find a little bit more. There are also some scant records around this as well, most of which have not been translated. So, yeah,
that's awesome. It was really interesting. Even like the grave or the tomb sort of like imagery, and I love that bowl. It's like trapped forever in its birthing space, and just really fascinating. And this you do think that like when I talk about powdered teas historically, I always my understanding, and it's obviously wrong, is that it kind of ended with the Mongolian invasion. But I guess that's not the case. Obviously, there wouldn't be this sudden death. It would just be less prominent. Like it would go from a foreground role to more of a background role, but not a total disappearance, I guess is what you're talking about, hey?
Yeah, the cutoff is in the early Ming period. So I think it was in 1391. Don't quote me on that, but you had the first emperor, the first Ming emperor, Hongwu, who decrees that tea is no longer going to be pressed into cakes and then ground. And part of that is because it's a bit of an extravagance to do that, quite a bit. You use about 5 to 10 times the amount of leaf tea to produce just one bowl of tea,
right,
which is crazy. It's also kind of pointing towards the fact that even while you had powdered tea, you always had steeped tea.
Right.
That's when you think of tea as a medicine, it was always this leaf, and like here's a caddy from the Northern Song period. So up until the 1120s, they would have been making tea caddies like this. I like to keep the tea that I use for grinding, and this is a raw kind of wild white tea from Fuding, so like a Fuding Baita. What is interesting is that a lot of what we see kind of turning into Song period refinery kind of comes from a lot of these either non-tea objects becoming tea objects, or they're coming from traditions that would have originally had tea as kind of a medicine. And so it kind of links it back to before it was powdered. Here we have something that's being co-opted into this other culture, this medicinal culture, or this cosmetic sort of finery culture. And so, yeah, the Song period is kind of this flashpoint in Chinese history, at least. But to your point exactly, it kind of fades off. And before it fades off, it cross-pollinates to other cultures. So the Japanese tea ceremony carries on a lot of what we see in the Song and sort of early Ming period. Partially because during that time period, you had a lot of Buddhists, predominantly Buddhist monks, coming over to the Song court and to later the Ming court, and picking up these things and bringing it back as new technology, and Buddhism and Buddhist temples were always a center for medicine. So he played part of that.
Makes sense. And that is actually for me a huge drawing piece to what got me into tea in the first place is this idea of it being a profound medicine for the system, and it just an overall interest in health. And then honestly from there it's kind of gone into this more like an exploration from some of these flavor elements and this history and culture. For me, the inn was definitely this healthful component, and it's so interesting, like when you really think about how that is the root, that is how it all, even before these, you were talking about it in this talk just now, like before the milled teas, we had this boiled tea. I often like to tell people that's kind of like the ancestor of the masala chais that we know today, right? It's this decoction. It's this, there's a perspective in Chinese medicine that if you really want to get the essence out of your botanical, you got to do that intense decoction, right? So it's an interesting perspective, but it's also an interesting point. Like for me, it had always been like, I guess I was almost too linear in the way that I was thinking, that it was just this end, begin. But obviously it's not like that. That's not how human culture, society, anything works. When something diminishes, it doesn't necessarily mean it diminishes everywhere. So there's like this cross-pollination process like you're talking about, but I'm also just this communication to different areas, like the history of tea in Russia, for example. That whole area of study is quite fascinating. And then going into making your way east, making your way west, making your way north, making your way south, like there's just such an interesting opportunity to follow that lineage. Super fascinating stuff. Love that old map too. Wow, that was really cool. Just to see these old names, I love it. You wanted to make some tea. Was that like an unusual chasen that you had there, or like what is that?
Let me walk you through at least the versions of teaware from this period, and we'll make tea as we go through it. So
sure.
In the early Song period, in the Song period, we think of whisk tea as taking a whisk. It's a modern tea whisk from Japan, made in Nara, which is a historical place where tea whisks are made. And you don't see this form emerge until the really late part of the Song period. You actually see there are pictures or paintings, one of which I found of a sort of street peddler, a toy vendor actually, who has within his huge collection of stuff a Song period tea set, and tucked in the corner is a whisk that looks more or less just like this.
That's fascinating.
But when you look at something like the Chaju Chuzan, the sort of illustrated book of tea from the late Song period, you also have a whisk that looks very similar to this, which does not have a splayed out tines. They're very well kept together. And they're
quite interesting.
Slightly longer and more flexible. This is a sort of crappy version of it, but they still actually make whisks like this in Japan. They usually use it for buku buku cha or arai cha, I think is another one that they use, where you whisk the tea.
Quick interruption, sorry. Is it possible to tilt your camera down a little bit? We can't quite see the space in front of you. That would be really interesting to see.
No. Yeah. Let's do it. Oh yeah, look at that. So you tell me, I could be the headless tea man. I don't mind.
No.
So
we can see pretty good. Yeah, that's a great angle.
Great. So, and what I found is that this whisk actually makes a very thick foam. The sort of freed up tines kind of allow it to flex and bend as you're going through the different steps of making Song period tea, which classically you would have 7 draughts of hot water added to the tea as you're whisking.
Right.
So, and we'll go through that. Prior to the whisk, though, you would have actually something very similar to this, which we now use as a tea scoop. But back in the day, it would have made in either gold or silver. If you were, unable to afford that, maybe bamboo, and that would be used as a rudimentary whisk. I don't know how they did it. There's some writing about this of how they do it, but it doesn't sound like it would do the same as something like this.
No.
So,
just basically stirring it in, I guess. Hey,
you're stirring it in, and it links it back to the earlier forms of tea that you might see in, Lu Yu's Cha Jing, where you would have kind of a scraper device that you could pull some of the sticky foam off of the tea that you would be boiling. But yeah, I don't know. So,
awesome. I want to just. I guess as we go into whisking this, it's just, there's a little bit of time we spent making this call happen, and it's such an interesting conversation that we're having right now. But we are at the 40 after mark, so I just wanted you to know there's about 5 more minutes left in our talk that we have.
Let's do this as fast as lightning.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this. Okay, cool. So let's.
So I'm gonna put in about 3 to 6 scoops of this tea. This is the Fuding Bai Cha. And I use a lot, partially just because I think it produces a better result.
Right.
It's a lot of tea. Okay. It's also a lot of, leaf tea, as I mentioned. The steps that I'm doing right now are similar to those described in Wei Zhan's book. But it's also being adapted to forms that are still continued to this day in Chanoyu, where you would have a setup like this, where you have a Temoku bowl. This is a Jizhou Yao replica bowl sitting on a Tenmoku die, which is this sort of wooden dais. Originally would have been made in wood and lacquer, though they also make them in ceramic. What I'm doing now is I'm just making the tea into a thick paste, and for folks who have made koi cha, they'll know this process.
Right. Okay.
And this is going to be the first of 7 steps.
Oh, crazy.
Okay. 2 points, and I just kind of thin out the liquid at that point.
We're on step 2 right now.
Step 2.
Okay.
Still very much about making the sort of paste water thin. By step 3, I'm going to start picking up the speed. And I might need to stand up. I hate doing this sitting down.
Yeah, totally. By all means. Yeah, I'm often the headless speaker for these sessions.
We'll do that. And if you look at all of those old paintings, and they're making tea, they're always standing up.
Yeah, of course, it makes sense. It's like I often explain to people these whisks are made for this. Or kneeling, right?
So China, even back then, was more of a chair society.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So a lot of what you see is not on the ground,
Hmm.
but it's in a chair. So I think this is DN number 5. And by this point, I wish I had another camera so you could see. You're beginning to see the foam rise. It's still pretty thin, but as I speed up, it will begin to thicken. By 6, you can really speed up. And then by 7, you're just kind of softening it out.
SS BM Golf wants us to do a tea fight. Yeah. Okay. Very cool. So it's just adding a little bit of extra water, whisking a little bit more generously with your vigorousness, and gradually starting to build up that froth.
Yep. And then by the last moment, you're just kind of doing the finishing touches. There are no big bubbles on the foam at this point. It just looks like meringue. If you've ever made one.
That would be fascinating to drink. Yeah.
It's yummy. It's, if you like white tea a lot, it's like you're drinking literally a lot of white tea. So
very cool.
It's actually pretty ridiculous how much tea you think you're going to drink when you do this. But these forms are preserved. I don't know if you can see any of in this bowl.
If you hold it up a little bit more. Not that, sorry, vertically up. And then tilt it toward up again, vertical, up. Perfect. Okay, we can see that a little bit. If you tilt it towards the camera just a bit, obviously we don't want you to spill, but that looks great. Okay, we got a good sense of that. It's kind of like got some frothiness in the center.
Here.
Lovely. Okay.
Let's just see the keyboard.
There you go. Okay. Awesome. Okay, very cool.
So the foam is white. It's a sort of cream white.
Okay.
And the flavor is incredibly floral, like a fresh white tea. So
awesome. You're kind of half headless, but when you crouch like that, we're good. Yeah.
So
awesome.
Anyway, it's still a process that I'm refining.
Yeah.
And for this reason, the form that I'm doing, which involves just using this sort of suribachi, Japanese suribachi, this is a style that they would have used during the early song. It's not until the mid and late song that they start using that stone mill that you see in like making matcha today. It's called a ishi usu or a cha usu, a stone tea mill.
Yeah.
So that's my next step, hopefully, and that will turn this into a much more refined process, and it will also improve flavor. And it will move it much closer towards getting what is described in these texts, this very bright light, but also beautiful and kind of, well, certainly aromatic flavor, but they also describe the flavor being that of some of these, I don't know, like some of these very lightly fragrant flowers. There's one text that describes it as like the flavor of fresh snow, if you can imagine. So yeah, and mind you, this is trying to reproduce something that existed in a late song rather than early song, because in the early song they would have impregnated this with the flavor of different flowers or incense, which in itself would be crazy.
Amazing.
Like just to make that. Yeah.
You know, the living history, bringing it to life. A huge thank you to you, Scott. I want to remind our viewers that they can find Scott at Scott T blog. It's, I imagine, it's scottt.wordpress.com is what we have for the website they can check you out at. People watching the archive version of the show, there's a lot of information that Scott's gone over. Been really amazing having you on the show. Really appreciate you making the time to join us here on the Victoria Tea Festival Revival, Scott. Ryan, did you have any words to say to Scott before we part here?
It was just so impressive. I love the fact that at the end you were able to display within what was it was a rushed presentation, but almost an iconic bowl that you started your presentation with as a photo. I was like, it was gorgeous. So I love the fact that you've honed in this whole ceremony and this whole practice to the point where you're enjoying it, and then you're actually still going to further it so that you get greater depth and actually do bring that history back to life. So thank you for taking that time.
No, thank you guys. Thank you for making this happen too. This is a joy.
Awesome.
So,
Thank you, Scott, for being on. I hope you have a really good rest of your day. And there's been some lovely comments on the chat here. Lots of enjoyment from our viewers around the world. Thank you again, and I hope you have a fantastic rest of your day.
Thank you, guys. Stay caffeinated, please.
Yeah, definitely there. All right, take care. Bye, Scott.
Bye.
Okay, so that was Scott Norton with Scott Tea Blog talking to us about some the Song Dynasty powdered teas. Always a fascinating subject. When Scott wanted to come on to the Tea Festival Revival, we were excited for him to do that talk. So learned a lot, really fascinating stuff. That was our 21st session today. We're almost on to our 22nd. To you, Ryan.
Yeah, that was perfect. Thanks for that. It was such a concise presentation that fits in at the end of our 24-hour period. Obviously not the end, because right up next is coming Jen. We just call her formally Jen. Can I just say Jen, the tea mistress? Because I think we're all friends here, because Jen is one of the reasons that this festival ever happens. So we're looking forward to seeing her in about 12 minutes, which is quicker than usual. But you know us, we'll find some sort of technical difficulty. It'll be a great 15-minute break. So stay tuned and just hold on. And thank you for tuning in. Bye. Make sure your sound is off. I did get your attention. Don't forget to call Mew. Yeah, okay.
Dog walk time. I don't want to fall asleep on anybody. No, he's like, I was like, why is he so ordinary? And I'm like, oh, it's like 9. I'm going on 10. I was like, he probably needs a bowel movement. They are important. I saw her try to generate a invite or something. No, Google never goes into spam. Is it a Gmail account? You should be able to send that via text. Hey, love, I'm on a call.
Hello, everybody. It's kind of interesting that the microphone was left on, but we knew we needed to do that at least one point during the show. So you got to hear our banter outside of the festival. Managing to somewhat stay sane for this last 2 hours. We're having a lot of trouble getting Tea Mistress on the call. We've been resending codes, but they're not working for her today. We're hoping we can get her on the call. When that can happen, that will be amazing. But for now, I have my co-host Ryan Moen is here with me for this 23rd session we have going. Ryan.
It always seems like when we start these things that somebody will pop on.
Yeah, right. I think maybe the trick is to just begin, hey, and then maybe when we're live, something will just happen. I'm hoping that this happens. I know Jen has a really cool talk. I'd really love her to speak on it. I'm gonna, I've tried sending. I'm gonna try again. I think it's worth it. So we'll just we'll stay live. Oh, we have her on the line. Just give me a moment. You want to talk to the?
Yeah, sure. So as you can see, it's totally grassroots, totally volunteer. And part of that is that we run 100% on donations. We're running this year's platforms paid for via last year's donations, and it'll be the same for next year. So you can go to victfest.org, and you should be able to see that there's a donate button there. So it's victfestrevival.org. And you can just check out all the people that we brought on. Big thanks to them. Nobody's making money off this. Nobody's really on our end is offering more than just entertainment. So it's a gift of love. And I think that everybody's kind of shared that, is that the commonality is just an appreciation for making that space and time. I don't know if I'd do 24 hours again, but whoa. Well, hopefully Jared's mic is turned off. Oh, it is. Perfect. Yeah, so I'm just out making sure that my co-pilot, which is a four-legged friend, is taken care of, so that at least that's our biggest accomplishment for the day, is not falling asleep waiting for the call to come in. And I guess my big thing is not just killing time, but I came on as the novice, and I think that I learned more than anything that is the best place to come in, is the curious, the wanting to learn.
Awesome.
There you go. So hopefully you learned something too.
Awesome. All right. Thank you for holding down the fort there, Ryan. I know you were explaining to everybody about what we're up to right now, and I appreciate that. We did get Jen on the call. Fantastic. Jen is with the Tea Mistress. You're our second to last session. We're on session number 22. Sorry, 23? Is this 23? We're at 22 hours, 20 minutes into our 24-hour tea festival that we're doing with everybody. Wouldn't be possible with all you beautiful people watching and participating, and these wonderful presenters and farmers, and this global sort of interactions that are happening. We've had Montreal, we've had London, we've had Japan, we've had China, we've had Vancouver, we've had Victoria, and now we have Salt Spring. Jen, you want to tell us a little bit about who you are, so we can understand a little bit where you're coming from?
Oh,
and
sure.
What the Tea Mistress is about?
My name's Jennifer, and I got into tea 20 years ago when I was living in Taiwan, and I had a tea aficionado family who really threw me in the deep end of exquisite teas. And from there, it's just been a love affair, and I've had 2 small tea companies, and now I live on Salt Spring, and I have a tea school where I teach the art of tea ceremony and about tea culture. And I really enjoy writing about tea and philosophy and ideas. And my main focus is on reclaiming our attention and how tea is a tool for that. So I've prepared a talk for today, and I'm looking forward to sharing it with you all. And I just want to say, Jared and Ryan, nice work. It's like you've really held the fort for 22 hours now. It's incredible. And I also want to thank Stephen and Kaylee and Micah for all their help as well, and everybody else who's been volunteering with the festival. And it's been really wonderful. And Salt Spring is on the land of the Quetsutan First Nation and the Tsao First Nation. So I just want to acknowledge that I'm living in their traditional territory, and am blessed to be here. And normally we'd be up at the tea house, but it's really windy today and quite stormy here. And so the power is really spotty, and you don't really get email up there unless I put an extension cable up, and which is a good thing, which you'll see with my talk here. But that's why we're in my home. And I just also want to say that this is a work in progress. So if you have questions, and I'd love feedback. And also, I know we've got some really amazing listeners that have a greater tea knowledge than I do. So as I'm speaking and you're like, oh, Jen, you should read this book, or, you know, speak to this person, or did you know that this happened? Please send me an email so I can add it to the talk. And any comments, please put in the feed. I would love that. And so can I just get going, Jared?
Yeah,
here?
lovely. Yes, let's hear
Okay.
this conversation. I mean, the rebellion. It's your talk today, Rebellion in a Teacup.
Yes, it's called Rebellion in a Teacup.
Okay.
And I'm not going to attempt to detail the history of tea nor focus on political upheaval, but rather my intention is to show how a simple leaf can be a catalyst for collectivity, commonality, reciprocity with the natural world, and a tool for reclaiming our imagination and our attention. So any good tea talk begins with tea. So Jared, have you got some tea there?
I have something from the folks at Camellia sinensis.
That's a treat.
It's a what am I drinking? I'm drinking a 1970 Puer. So this is
oh my goodness.
Yeah, this is keeping me. I have never been so awake. If you want to get through 24 hours, this is what you do. You just like these exciting, amazing people and exciting, amazing teas. That's how you do it. Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah. Really.
So I'm going to make a tea here as well. And one thing that is like a nice practice, and I can see you're on the move, Ryan. So I'm going to ask you to join us for tea when you get to your destination. So a nice way to start your morning, or anytime you have tea, and part of this reclaiming and rebellion in a teacup, is just when you boil the kettle to just sit and be still and sort of use it as a moment for mindfulness or meditation or whatever you wish. And don't worry if you get bored. Right. Rest in that uncomfortable sensation, because we're conditioned to always engage. And so we're forgetting how to daydream and how to relax into the spaciousness. So I'm just going to boil my kettle, and maybe we can all just sit quietly for a minute while this happens.
Lovely.
Okay. So it's winter here in Canada, so I'm going to be drinking a dark roasted tea because it's really warming for the body. And I'm having a roasted Taiwan yen from Mekong in Taiwan. And it's from one of my favorite farmers for when I go tea sourcing. And Chang Ming Fong is his name, and he's a third generation tea master. And he has a small 10-acre farm just north of Taipei in the mountains. And he lives there with his wife, his parents, and his 2 children. And he's been organic farming for 20 years. He restored his family 10-acre plantation back to organic after recognizing that chemicals on the teas were killing the surrounding vegetation and the insects. And he says that the key to our organic farming is to follow your intuition and to believe in what you're creating.
Okay.
Recently, I read this amazing and very in-depth and well-researched book called Braiding Sweetgrass, Indigenous Wisdom, Scientific Knowledge, and Teachings of Plants by Robin Wall Kilmer. And in the book, got my tea pad.
I love that book, by the way.
Isn't it? Oh, it's such a exquisite, slow burning read that brings you just think about it for days afterwards after each chapter. She writes in it, she says, a species and a culture that treat the natural world with respect and reciprocity will surely pass on genes to ensuing generations with a higher frequency than people who destroy it. The stories we choose to shape our behaviors have adaptive consequences. And so Ming Fong's response to the degradation of his family's tea farm's ecosystem because of the chemicals has bestowed on his 2 children a deeper understanding of our responsibility to steward our shared world. And I also allowed his courage to risk restoring tea fields to organic, knowing that he had 3 generations to support, and during a time when the perception of productivity is paramount. That's where success in the monetary-based consciousness lies. And for me, this reifies an ecosystem of activism, and it's one small example of what rebellion in a teacup is.
Right. Wow. Okay.
So I gotta pour myself some tea here.
Awesome.
So how is tea a rebellion?
Right.
Tea is accessible. It has permeated social stratification and national borders. It is recognized for its health benefits as well as offering a quiet sanctuary and an arena for social discourse. Those who drink tea cherish it. It is non-dogmatic and is a point of common relation. In our current socio-political climate, we desperately need accessible forms of everyday ritual which are universal, promote peace, and foster human connection. What we're investigating here is the aesthetics of refusal and how the daily ritual of tea can anchor itself in contemporary culture and shape the gaze of participants in such a way that they become capable of discovering alternatives to mainstream consensus and develop their own independent narrative. Why is this important? Each epoch presents challenges that affect the social fabric and requires courage to think critically and stand up for injustice. As Douglas Rushkoff puts it, our technologies, markets, and cultural institutions, once forces for human connection and expression, now isolate and repress us. We've been hijacked by technology, so much so through our commodified worldview that our greatest asset is our attention, and we're living within the attention economy. Social platforms like Facebook, Instagram act as dams that capitalize on our natural interest in others and an ageless need for community, which is so frustrating to our most innate desires and profiting from them. The mediascape through AI, analytics, and algorithms is eroding our sovereignty, our sense of self, and our ability to think critically. Currently, there is no legislator ensuring the ethical development of technology, and we are left to map our own discernment in a landscape with no compass. James Williams, who works for the Center for Humane Technology, it's a really great website if you're interested in this. And afterwards, they put a lot of papers and amazing speakers together to talk about ethics in media. And so he wrote this, which really resonated with me and kind of made me take a step back. He says, "We experience the externalities of the attention economy in little drips. So we need to describe them with words of mild bemusement, like annoying or distracting. But this is a grave misreading of their nature. In the short term, distractions keep us from doing the things we want to do. In the longer term, however, they can accumulate and keep us from living the lives we want to live, or undermine our capacities for reflection and self-regulation. Thus, there is a deep ethical implication lurking here for freedom, well-being, and even integrity of the self." So this current mediascape has taken upon itself the responsibility of developing our social narrative and has become the main source defining our cultural perceptions. This results in extreme limitation to the varieties and qualities of self-reflection. In this climate, it is imperative to spend more time investigating what tools have the ability to train our intention and help us embody this human experience. Like drinking tea.
Like drinking tea. Cheers.
So how is tea a tool for reclaiming our attention? A basic daily tea ritual is an ongoing training to reclaim our attention. It has an innate quality that nourishes the body and mind. It creates spaciousness to sit with ourselves. And in that spaciousness, we can develop self-knowledge so that we can see through our biases and our perceptual distortions. Sitting with tea on a daily basis has the potential to build our capacity for sovereignty and come from a place that aligns with our values and virtues. This is really important with the election and all the sort of events and the disparity and the segregation that's happening. And so realizing our own place in that and being able to have discernment and focus is really key. And so by sitting with tea quietly every day, we're slowly allowing the mind and the body to come back into itself and sort of unplug and sort of integrate ourselves back into ourselves. And so you say, Jen, how do we drink tea this way?
Yes.
So Thich Nhat Hanh, in his Zen Mastery, describes drinking tea like this. He says, when you hold your cup, you may like to take a deep breath in, to bring your mind back to your body, and you become fully present. And when you are truly there, something else is also there, life, represented by the cup of tea. In that moment, you are real. The cup of tea is real. You are not lost in the past and the future, in your projects or in your worries. You are free from all these afflictions. And in that state of being free, you enjoy your tea. That is the most of happiness, and that is peace. So, such good tea. Really good. I'm going to bring you some next time I come to the shop, Jared.
We're doing it. And you know what? This is close enough that I think I have a little plexiglass sort of tea sharing station that can happen. So if you do make it over, this is like COVIDable, like without the transmission of said COVID, there can be tea.
Oh.
There's a little like window. The guy who built it for me called it the prison tea making station. It's like, passing things back and forth between a
to the little sliding door.
We just need a phone. we can how does it taste?
Just caramel vodka, please, Jared.
This is I'm sure you a thought that comes to mind as you're speaking is just, when we were talking to Tim at Postcard Teas about tea bags and ready to drink teas, just how that seems to be the end game here of our inability to focus, and this distraction of our attention is it takes away this opportunity for self-polishing and self sort of centering that we gain when we're really present with a tea. Is these quick answers, these quick attention deficit sort of encouraging ways of working with the tea. It's really important to utilize this power that we can exercise by allowing for that space that you're talking about.
Definitely. So I'm almost done. I've got a little bit more to go.
Yeah, please. Yeah, sorry, I didn't want to say that too soon.
No, it's okay. I was hoping to have a back and forth between, because I'm really just developing this talk, and I'm an essay, so feedback is wonderful.
Okay.
So in this liminal space, a space of presence and quiet reflection, we are able to cultivate our imagination and discover points of intervention, thus new forms of participation. So that's that saying of who was it that said it? It was Buckminster Fuller. He said, was it him who said you can't solve today's problems with the mindset that built them?
Oh, interesting.
So with tea, when we sit in this quiet reflective contemplation, we maybe something will arise like, oh, this is a new way of looking at it. Or maybe, gathering with these people, we can create this. And maybe that will lead to some sort of, altruistic agency that can help move it forward. And another beautiful part is that tea is a simple leaf.
Right.
It's pure, it's from the earth, it carries a resonance of the soil and the rain and the wind and the farmers who grew it and the process. And through embodying this clear encounter with tea, it's able to bring us closer to the natural world, which is something that I fear a lot of us are drifting away from. And while we drink tea, we enhance our presence and our awareness with our relationship to the earth and our surroundings. And so I'm going to say another quote from Robin Wall Kilmer, because I was so moved by the book Braiding Sweetgrass. She says, "We need acts of restoration, not only for polluted waters and degraded lands, but also for our relationship to the world. We need to restore honor to the way we live, so that when we walk through the world, we don't have to avert our eyes with shame, so that we can hold our heads up high and receive the respectful acknowledgement of the rest of Earth's beings." And this comes into a place where, as we're living in these hurried pace of life and trying to always keep building and progression, we drift further from the natural world, and through drifting away, we lose context of its value. And we need to connect to nature in order to care about it. So,
yeah, the carrot story always moved me. The child who's participating in growing a garden and understands where those carrots come from, and the enjoyment that develops as a result, and the understanding of that connection of soil to care to finish production, and just how much of a difference that makes on an entire way of thinking and an entire lifetime, just by being able to connect in that way from a really young age.
Definitely.
Sorry.
No, it's okay. Yeah, no, my daughter, we are involved in the community garden here. It's like everyone in our neighborhood has this community garden. It's definitely it's been interesting. It's had its ups and downs, with the idea of it's an actual shared, not everybody has their own plot, but we actually all work together to grow vegetables. And everybody in our neighborhood is eclectic and determined and has their own view of how things should be done.
Right.
But it's very humbling and inspiring to see people put their self aside for the betterment of the garden's whole.
Interesting.
And also how everybody really cherishes little Sia coming and helping and giving her the big shovel and that sort of nurturing of our children and the next generation and sort of instilling in them a sense of love for Gaia and for creating this, like, I'm going to love the earth, and through that the earth will supply me with carrots.
Exactly, this reciprocity, this theme of this book is this giving and taking and contributing and receiving. And I love that book so much. One of the big takeaways for me was definitely it's about the sweetgrass, and a big takeaway for me was she was talking about how her students would get depressed because human beings are so damaging. I brought this up a little bit. I was actually referencing this book when I was talking to Shanna Cheng, and that was that people get depressed about how we are destroying the planet, but there's a role that we can play, and I didn't really go into much detail because there was two things that came to mind. One was the sweetgrass, that if as participants in nature we stop harvesting the sweetgrass doesn't develop in the same way. The sweetgrass starts to get weak because it's not being harvested, and because it's not being harvested, it starts to weaken to the point where it cannot actually continue anymore, and it dies, and it is no longer around anymore. And there's a symbiotic relationship that develops over time. The sweetgrass needs us to harvest it. And when I was visiting Mandokoro with Miu, it was a theme that was brought up by the farmers there. They were like, these Saidaishu, these ancient tea bushes, if we don't harvest them, they actually disappear. They weaken. They actually get to a place where they get overrun with the wild around them, and they no longer exist. I'm sure that's not true I know that's not true for all tea bushes, but it was such a profound thing, that this was so important in this area, that symbiotic human element, and with the sweetgrass in this book, that there is it was just so symbolic to me that there is a role that human beings play that's really important. You know what I mean?
Nice, Brian.
Yeah.
Thanks for that. I just made a note. I'm going to hit you up later about that with some more details.
Because that's in that particular book. Because this she speaks on that the sweetgrass book that you're referencing.
Oh no, yeah. Oh no, I'm more referencing the ancient tea bushes that you were talking about.
Oh, Mandokoro. Okay, yes, fantastic. Yeah, for certain.
Really like that. So to finish this off, this small talk here, is I just want to say that this here at the tea festival, I'd like for everyone listening and at home and here, just that this is a call for contemplation.
Okay.
And a call for collectivity to come together as tea lovers and lovers of our planet, and let's commit as best we can to a daily tea ritual, be it a fresh autumn harvest from Mekong, or if you have a simple tea bag, black tea with your grandma, and you sit with her. It doesn't have to be fancy tea, it can be any tea. It's just about coming together or sitting on your own and having this quiet contemplation or connecting with another human being and creating that resonance and space together. And I think that the more people that do that and the more tea lovers that contribute to that, we can really generate momentum for more people to join our rebellion in a teacup.
Okay. Yeah. No, I'm in. I mean, if one thing this 24 hours has taught me is just, the importance of just that. Just seizing your moment and well, not even seizing's not the right word.
Oh no, you! I remember when you first talked to me about the festival. You're like, Jen, next month we're gonna do this and we're gonna like this, and you're like, I was like, oh, whoa, Jared, okay, wow, I think we can do it.
Yeah.
Oh. And then he was like, Ryan's in, and I'm like, okay, great, we got it covered, and we're good. Can you? And I was like, whoa, okay. And I didn't think that it couldn't be done, but I definitely was like, wow, these guys have really got determination and focus, and you've totally pulled it off. Here we are at hour 22. You're both still standing. When you said you were going to be up for 24 hours, I was like, yeah, right, Jared. And here you are, the pair of you. I love it.
And it's interesting. We've almost made it through safely too. We have Olivia from Treasure Green is supposed to come up after you, but apparently there's been an issue, and it's going to be a little bit of a challenge for her to join us. So we actually, I think if you're game, we can go a little bit longer with this discussion and talk a little bit longer until we can confirm that Olivia can actually join us. It may turn out that we drink Olivia's tea, but we don't have Olivia with us. Do you have Olivia's?
I have some Treasure Green tea in my tea cabinet I could get too, just for that. And Olivia is a very fascinating woman. She was one of my very first tea teachers.
Maybe you could talk to us. Is there a way to link up what you're talking about? I'm certain there is, to what you've been talking about in this discussion and this the rebellion in the teacup, and what Olivia brings to the table.
Yes, Olivia is. I don't know. She's not only a tea master, but she also works with Gong Fu, and has a strong lineage within that. And I don't want to share too much because I don't know where her boundaries are with sharing with that. So I'm just going to leave it there. But she's let's just say that she's a very skilled and very well refined and crafted. I might even say Shifu.
Okay.
And in her tea shop, which I think are one of these sanctuaries that people can go into.
In Vancouver, for those who are watching.
Pardon?
For those who are watching, it's located in Vancouver.
Yeah, it's located in Vancouver. It's on East Georgia, and it's called Treasure Green Tea. It's beautiful. It was the first Chinese tea shop in Chinatown, opened by her dad, I think in like 82 or 83.
Amazing.
And she's got an amazing aesthetic, Olivia, and gets really nice teas. Yeah, she gets wonderful teas.
Yeah.
And she goes every year and sources them herself as well, which is really inspiring. But with tea houses, a good friend of ours here, Deborah Campbell, she wrote the book Disappearance in Damascus.
Okay.
She's a journalist, and she travels to these war-torn areas and lives for, like, if not months, but years. I know she had spent many years in the Middle East. And we were talking about tea one day, and she was saying that what she found so fascinating about tea in the Middle East was that you'd be out on the streets, and it can be a bit chaotic at some times, especially in the more like war-torn areas. And she said that tea houses were these beautiful sanctuaries where you would pop into the tea house, and it would be peace, and everybody would be chill, and it was like everyone left their politics at the door.
Interesting.
Even though maybe it might be discussed, it was she said there was never any aggravation. There was always this, the tea house was a place of openness and for conversation and connecting.
And politics at the door. I mean, there's some revolutions that have started at tea houses. It's interesting because it's it's often also a creative bridge for people to leap off and think of another society that they might want to pursue. But it's I wonder where I guess in the modern day it's also a place of comfort. It's a place to just kind of chill with some friends and interact and kind
And
of
not
take a
engage.
step
Like
back.
I've never been to Camellia Sinensis in Montreal, but my girlfriend Tracy goes there all the time, and she mentioned to me, and I thought this was such a beautiful idea, is you're not allowed to have any digital technology go in, and so you're forced to just communicate, which is lovely, or sit in quiet contemplation and drink your tea. But they also have a gong.
I know, the gong is so amazing. We need it. You know, Micah asked me, one of the volunteers here. He said, "Did you ask him about the gong?" Like, we didn't bring it up, but I'm glad that it's being brought up right now. It's so awesome, right? Like when the conversation gets a little bit out of hand in terms of volume, there's this this ring that's made to sort of bring things down a bit. A reminder that it doesn't need to be a loud space for us all to communicate. We just all need to make that shared choice to just chill. We can talk about the same things. We don't need to be aggressive and antagonistic about it. We can figure this out, right? Just kind of step back. Yeah, for sure.
I did a lot of research and wrote a paper when I was in university on how tea survived Mao's Cultural Revolution.
Okay.
And what I found interesting was he, just keeping in the vein of tea houses here, is he had closed the majority of the tea houses, and he had left a small handful of them open, and they were mostly located in parks, and he renamed them like Red Road Tea House or Revolution Tea House, and I guess in this documentation I was reading that there was always sort of spies in the tea house. So because he closed them because he knew that these were places for people to gather and have conversations about political dissent, and so he had closed them all. And one bit of information after like digging that I found was so exciting is that in times when it was really challenging and difficult, people would still meet at the tea house, but would have this elaborate formation of teacups that they would use on the table to tell a story.
Okay.
Which I thought was so cool. And then there's the Wisteria Tea House in Taipei.
Okay.
Which is, if next time you are in Taiwan, I really recommend everybody going to check out the Wisteria Tea House. And it as well was built and was a home for artists and revolutionaries and story writers and a place for political discourse, and where a lot of movements were held and when times were, when they still are, but with Chinese invading and separation, and that was a real hub in Taipei for that. And the tea house is still there, it's still open. They get beautiful artisan, farmer direct teas, small batch, exquisite. So that's a really nice one.
Yeah, huge desire to go to Taiwan, huge desire to go to China. Haven't made those trips happen yet. It's been Japan for me.
Well, maybe we can do a trip where we can go to Japan for a stint, and you could lead the way, and then we can go to Taiwan and China, and I could lead the way.
That would be amazing, Jen. That would be amazing. We're gonna take a short break here. I believe Olivia may be able to join us. Are you game to be a part of that conversation as well?
Sure, honey. MOC is at school, and I've got a full pot of tea.
Okay, awesome. So we're gonna break shortly, or for a little bit here, guys, who are watching. We'll be back at 11 o'clock, a little bit after 11, probably 11:05. We're just gonna try and see if we can't get Olivia on the call. If not, we are gonna continue this discussion with Jen, and we are gonna end the 24 hours. With style. So just Just bear with us. Okay, so we are live. We have a 23-hour moment. Is this the 23-hour moment? I think this is the 23-hour moment. So we have been live for 23 hours, 20 minutes. We are hopefully going to be joined by Olivia from Treasure Green. She did say that she can make it. There was a little bit of an issue that was potentially preventing her from coming on. Jen from the Tea Mistress, who's also a part of the Tea Festival organizing group, is with us on the chat as well. Of course, Ryan Moen, who's been he is the co-director of the Tea Festival, and he's been on. What are you at, Ryan? You're at 26 hours and going strong.
I showed up at your shop at the home base to go grab all the gear. Like I'm not properly set up with kettles, weights, even a proper teapot. You didn't trust me to have a proper teapot, and that was smart. I think Pedro even showed that when I had to get that janky sieve and it acted like it was an extra sieve, but I'm like, that's my teapot.
Yeah. Fair. Okay.
So yeah, like it's been since 9 o'clock yesterday. But you know what? It's been so invigorating. There's been so many like pick-me-ups. There hasn't been really a low. I haven't cried. I don't think we've fought. The internet's definitely fought a few of our guests off.
Yeah. There were some moments.
It fends them off.
It does. Yeah.
It's like it's finicky. Actually, no. I think I got kicked off a call with Skype at one point where I was only a voice.
Skype was interesting. Skype was definitely interesting. But I think we made it through Skype. You know, I think it was the first time that was really challenging. We didn't get a chance for us to really honor a talk we just had too with Jen, and I just wanted to say like that conversation ended a little bit haphazardly there, but I wanted to also give that thanks, that gratitude for that. Jen, thank you for the beautiful talk on just how important it is for us all to really I mean, it's been a theme for the Tea Festival, right? Which is this idea of being with the tea and letting it center you, but I think you were just really talking about a very almost like a cognitive or like also a spiritual commitment, like making that conscious choice to just take a moment, make it a meditation, make it a practice daily. It's an interesting thing to bring to the table, and I think it's lovely. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Jared. Thank you.
So hopefully we have Olivia joining us soon. Olivia owns Treasure Green. It's in Vancouver. It's like Jen was saying before we went on our break. It's one of the it is the oldest tea shop in Chinatown in Vancouver. So yeah, that would be pretty rad if we can get her. We're trying very hard in the background. We know that she's ready and willing. It's just this last little bit here. It's been quite the challenge to make these sessions live with the folks that we're trying to bring on the show. I know Jen, you had a challenge getting on too, but we did get you on, so it's been good. Maybe what we can do while we're waiting do you think it would be, I wonder if it would be rude to just kind of okay, so apparently Olivia does have the link, so it's just a question of clicking on it. So okay, we'll look at the teas that she's brought us. So what do we got? We got a Treasure Green. Are
we going to do a 5 senses where we're at least going to smell and we're going to look at it and observe it?
Which ones did she send you? We
got a Bui Aoi Shan oolong, and we have a yellow golden oolong.
Goddess.
Yeah. Oh, yellow goddess oolong. Okay. And hold on. I'm just gonna. Why can't I find Streamlabs? There it is. Okay, cool. Broadcasting software.
I was hoping she sent you her Treasure Green tea. It's so lovely. Her sort of house tea.
Okay. Yeah, she sent us a yellow goddess. I'm barely conscious. 23 hours.
It's amazing.
I really want to be present for this too. So it's like being at the end of a quite an interesting. I'm gonna look back at this and ask myself why, but I think that it's been there's so much to gain and learn from this. I'm just gonna be very careful not to break anything beautiful and precious. Which there's a reason why we need to have care when we're making tea. Don't break anything beautiful and precious. We can all take that one home. Okay. What are we looking at here? What do you want to start with, Ryan? The Bui Rui Shang Udon?
Is that what you're suggesting?
Yeah, that's what
okay. Then I'm just gonna do what I do all night, and it's just like I'm kind of observing Jen's practice of just being mindful and kind of observing. I think that my quiet has been probably the most prevalent aspect. So I'm gonna listen and I'm gonna take your advice and we're gonna go together. I'm guessing this has already been weighed out. Is that correct?
That's a good question. I don't think so. Yeah.
I bet you it's been 5 grams. Knowing the helpers at your shop, I bet you it's exactly 5 grams.
I'm hoping.
I'm so appreciating how well, Ryan, Jared. I find it so humorous. You're able to spar a little bit. It's so funny.
Maybe there's my experiences with Japanese greens and the farmers often have this like a small analog scale that they'll use for measuring their tea. So and a fellow who joined me on one of my Jagavision episodes, who has this amazing teapot collection. We were trying to get him to join us for the tea festival this year. He was going to be there at the live version of it. Maki. He also uses a scale just for the measuring of the tea. He's pretty confident in his accuracy of filling the teapot and what those teapots are going to give him. But yeah, he's a big believer in weighing the tea. So let's make that part happen. Okay. So, do you want to join us for are you making something where you in your neck of the woods there?
I'm still working on my roasted Taiwan yen. I think I'm on my 3rd infusion.
Okay.
But I actually have some tea that I've saved from my trip, because I went to China with Olivia once.
Okay, amazing.
And I think I might have a little bit of a pu'er disc left from that trip, and that was in, I think it was like 2011.
Wow. Wow. So you're enjoying did you say you're enjoying my brain not processing information. Did you go for a trip with Olivia in 2011? Is that what you're saying? Or you're drinking a tea?
I was away.
Or you're drinking a tea from 2011. Sorry, my brain kind of crossed wires.
Oh, no, in 2011, I went with Olivia to China.
Okay.
And for 2 weeks with her partner at the time and her good friend.
Okay.
And we got some lovely pu'ers. And I think this is the last of it. Nope, it's not. I'm going to have to go. I've also got another one from her. Because she's got some amazing teas, because her dad opened the tea shop. And so she's got these old teas there that were her dad's collection.
I wonder if I can find some information about this that we're about to drink. I know Steven's hard at work trying to get Livia to join us live, so.
Yeah, I hope she can. I haven't seen her in a long time.
It would be amazing. I resent the link a few times.
It says it's asking to join.
Okay, I can see on my end then. No, it's is she joining from that email? Because it's not showing up on my screen.
You're sending to Olivia at Treasure Green?
That's correct, yeah. It might be a Gmail that is trying to connect through. You might want to ask her about that. Sorry, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
At the end, the very end of the show, hey, it's of course it feels like this needed to happen somewhere. So, okay, I think we can do this. Do you think she would be okay with us moving a little bit? Like, I feel like her conversation was gonna be on using the 5 senses to taste this tea. I put a preheated pot, 2.5 grams. Really lovely, aromatic. This Bui Rui though, that's Bui Rui Shang. I'm really interested in what she has to say about it. So I really hope we can have her come join us.
Is it a Roy Goi from Wei Shan?
It looks like Bui Rui Shang, not a Uruguay.
Huh.
Or Uruguay, sorry. Yeah, I know, right? Like I've never actually heard of this particular cultivar, Bui Rui Shang. And I don't have any information on it, so I'm sure she could tell us about it. Well, we'll see what happens. Okay.
In the spirit of all our presenters, I think, yeah, we can boil water and we can drink tea and we can love with all our intentions for, the reason that the tea's in front of us. I mean, without her, we wouldn't have this.
This is true. Okay, so let's move forward. Forgive us, Olivia. We're going to.
Thank you, Olivia.
Yes.
We're not committing a crime here.
Hey, thank you.
It's meant
Olivia.
to be drank.
We are pouring the water. Okay. So just added that. The rinse.
So you're doing a 10-second rinse or just a cover over rinse?
A covered over rinse, like 3 seconds. Oh wow.
Oops.
This reminds me a lot of this has got to be like a Wuyi Mountain tea, I would imagine, but it might be. It's like a darker roast. It's really, really fascinating. Okay. Hard at work in the background there. Well, I feel like we could join her. Like, she can get into the test call, but not into this call. It'd be interesting to go join that call, all of us, eh? But I know it was yeah. Anyway, okay. So I'm gonna do instead of 150, I'm gonna do like 75 grams because this is a 2.5 gram dose. So I'm assuming that that's a half dose. A lot of people do the Gong Fu Cha with like 5 grams, 150. So I'm gonna just half it. Because you and I split it, Ryan.
Ooh, that's why I was wondering why the 2.5.
Yeah.
Thank you for sharing, Jared.
Okay, amazing. Hope we can get her on.
And sorry, you're going to put it 70 grams of water?
I put in 70 grams of water, and it was like a fairly fast infusion.
How long is fairly fast? Or should I just feel it?
For me, I felt like, 20 seconds-ish was where I was at. Okay. It's a quiet moment. Okay. Okay. I would feel that probably Olivia would tell us to go a little longer with that tea, rather than the 15 seconds. She'd probably be like, hey, take that a little bit longer, guys, like more like the 30 or the 40-second realm. As it does taste lighter than she probably wants us to be drinking it.
Something that's really amazing about Olivia's tea shop is when you go in there, she's got her tea table where you're always welcome to come and sit. It reminded me very much of going to China and Taiwan, going into tea shops where you can go in and sample many teas, and then you buy a tea, and that's sort of the way to do it. But what I love is it's like I do with postcard teas in London, is I make a day of it, and I don't know if the tea shop owner really likes that or not, but there's something about spending a day and bringing a book in a tea shop and just sort of quietly watching all the different people that come in in Olivia's shop, you can see that there's a lot of old members of the original Chinese community in Vancouver come in and pay respect to her and her family in the shop.
Nice.
Because her mom often helps out in the shop.
Hmm.
I imagine she's still around. I haven't spoken to Olivia for a while. I hope her mom is still around. She's a really smart lady, and that was something I always enjoyed about sitting in her tea shop, is that these different members of the community would come in and say hello and sort of, just show their appreciation for them being there and what they're offering to the community.
Yeah, no, that's awesome. Yeah, I had a moment in there, just one with her. We spent about an hour together drinking tea, and I just remember marveling at just the. I mean, it's a beautiful space. It's set up really nicely, and the menu had some really fantastic. We mounted like some rock oolongs that just looked fantastic, and
yes, an extensive menu.
Yeah, it was lots of different selections, but those really stood out at me. I really liked her matter-of-fact style. Very. This is something I really wanted to bring to the tea festival. I'm hoping we still can. As she's got a very direct way of being that I really appreciate. So I'm gonna try one more time, guys. I want you to. Do you guys mind taking the floor here for a moment while I just I step back and try and figure this out with her myself, and maybe
Sure.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna give you the floor, guys.
I think it's so beautiful that you and Jared are both. We've talked a lot about how tea will stimulate the senses and the sense of memory, and that what might seem like just general conversation is your shared memories. And I think it's beautiful that tea can evoke memories, but it can also build memories, because all of us together, everybody watching is now learning and is starting to associate this. And then those of us lucky enough to be drinking this, or whatever tea you're drinking, are going to start to imprint that. That's beautiful.
Oh, that's a nice way to look at it, Ryan. I like that a lot. I think, tea is a beautiful memory. I like, and that's why I like keeping a nice tea collection, and why it's so beautiful to share tea with friends, not only in person, but also to send teas. You know, how everybody for the festival here has been sending teas in so you can drink them together. I think is really, really special. There's something, they can tell you the story of the tea, and then it's like you said, in sharing in that moment, you then get a sort of a vicarious lived experience with that tea. And it'd be nice to have a little, you know how they have those like gifting sort of loops where you send a package of tea to the first person on the list, and then have you seen those? Have you had those emails before?
Not I.
No, okay, so it's like a gifting circle, and sometimes people do it with like crafting. And so what happens is you pick 25 people, say, or 50 people, and 2 people are at the top of the list. I can't really remember how it works, but and then everyone sends, when you get the email, you send a beautiful tea to whoever's first on the list, and then you put your name underneath it, and then it gets sent to the next person, and then you end up getting 25 beautiful teas to try from different people. And it could be nice if we did that, and you wrote a small story about the tea that you're sending, and then that way you can just have more conversation around tea, and especially with people that really kind of get into their tea. It's a nice way. There was an article in Vice that wrote about Camellia sinensis, and they called it Tea Club. And it's a funny article. It's about this journalist goes in, and I guess at Camellia sinensis, once a month they have this not so secret tea club where people all come together and they drink tea all night, and they bring their sort of finest pu'ers, and everybody stays up, gets tea drunk, tea high, and just all night elates in these stories of tea adventures and tea travel, and I don't know, it sounded like my idea of a good time.
Yeah, I don't think that I think there's going to be many people that want to do that. I think if people played their cards right, they could have done that with us for the last 24 hours.
Yeah.
This will be on YouTube. They can pull it off for 24 hours, and especially where most of our guests had websites, you could follow along and go through this like a guided exercise, kind of like a guided meditation of knowing what's coming. But then each time that you're experiencing it, going through like a piece of this festival, you could continuously see how your relationship to that tea changes from hearing people talk about it. And so that kind of gives you both the now, where we can't be in person, and the many, so that you are enjoying with lots of different people. And maybe you do one tea at a time, so that you don't have to wait for all 25 or 24. We did trust me, we did about 30 teas today, I think.
Oh, I like that idea. It's nice to think of different ways we can all collaborate and keep a conversation going, and enjoying with that. Are you in Victoria, Ryan?
Yeah, I'm just 10 minutes up from Jagged Silk in James Bay, so
okay.
I've been running back and forth, and it's that nice. I've even had Mike at one point deliver teas to me. That was an amazing service, where we had teas coming over from Vancouver to Jagged Silk to like a full-on run up here during a talk, and had it brewed for the next speaker. It's been brilliant being this close, and I've gone down. And again, Micah being the kind of genius that he is, he was awake at the time in the night, and then was able to serve me some of the tea that Jared had brewed up. So it's been really lovely to be this close.
How did you get involved with the tea festival and with Jagged Silk?
I just wanted a wintertime festival. It was I have cherished Victoria for a few decades now, and I think, oh, sorry, do we have somebody on there? Okay. All right, well, when we see a screen come up, I'll believe you. Done.
Oh. Thanks for waiting, guys. Finally. Oh. Yeah.
Welcome.
I actually not looking at the screen, so hello everyone. I'm trying to look at the screen, but it's on the other side, so I can't really see it. But good to see everyone, and good to be on. Oh, perfect. Oh, 白瑞香。Okay. Oh, Absolutely, yes. You and I have met. For me, I'm Olivia, of course. I'm from Treasure Green Tea, and I'm second generation in the tea business. My father opened a shop in 1981, and I took over the business officially in 2003. So I do my own sourcing, and one of my favorite tea, of course, as I want to share with everyone, is Cliff Tea from Wuyi Mountain. So Jared has already got a head start on it, and I was going to the Bai Rui Shan is actually one that I'm focusing on today, although I've sent you two teas because I wanted you to do a comparison. So I gave you two packets of this guy. And yeah, so the Yellow Gouda is actually a hybrid of Iron Buddha as well as Wang Jingui, who's a hybrid. And they planted in Wuyi Mountain. So it is a lighter version of Cliff Tea. And the one that you try is this packet, am I correct? Oh. That's okay, no worries. Yeah, so this one, that's okay. It probably, if you say Bai Rui Shan, would be probably this one. Now you did half packet, so it's only about less than 3 grams or so. Traditionally in Wuyi Mountain, they make about 8 grams to about 10 grams, but I decided to package them a little smaller because a lot of people are not, because it's very bold and very overpowering sometimes. So so there's 6 grams each pack. So if you did half pack, that makes it 3 grams. Yes, it's one of the tea that's regarded as very powerful in terms of aroma, in terms of what we call yan flavor. Yan flavor is, that's something I want to talk about today as well. Yan flavor is very difficult to actually to put a description to it because it's a feeling of yan meaning the cliff. It's the mineral, and it's the feeling that gives you. It's like almost like listening to a piano that music that goes into your head and it brings you to a different environment. So that kind of feeling it gives you. Does that make sense to you? Yeah. So that's the yan flavor that we are talking about. So through that, then you can tell it's an authentic cliff oolong tea. There's also, when I say authentic, that means they're grown in the reserve. And there's a tea also grown in the half cliff tea that has been in the border. And there's also tea that we regard as in the region. And those are called, typically they should be called Wuyi tea instead of rock tea or cliff tea. Some people call it rock tea. That's why I mentioned that word. Yeah, okay. So the way to enjoy it when you have, how to tell is authentic cliff oolong, very simple. The mineral should be very present.
Okay.
So when you drink it, I was going to show you how to slurp, but we went through that, Jarek, some time ago, or a year ago.
Hey, I know it feels like that long. It was before the world ended. It was a moment in time before that happened. Now we're Ryan has not had your tea. He's not had but he does have some tea with him, and he's also enjoying this. He's the fellow who we split with. So we started it. We're supposed to slurp, and I remember this instruction. I found that really fascinating. There was a way for you to throw the liquid over your tongue that allowed you to experience it a little bit differently.
Yes. Yeah. So if you have some, slurping first of all, slurping is not for every tea. I do see sometimes people have a habit of slurping. Now, slurping is not for all the teas. Okay, slurping actually thin out the texture of the tea, and the purpose of slurping cliff tea really is to aerate the liquid in your palate. So you taste the mineral as well as make it smoother. So when it's smoother, then you pick up notes, right? Okay. So first of all, I'm gonna make this tea. I'm not. Are you sipping on that already? Okay, let's make some tea.
Okay.
So I'm gonna make the Bai Rui Shang, and I'm gonna go for 6 grams.
Good.
By the way, if you are in Wuyi Mountain, their portions 8 grams to 10 grams.
Right.
In actually smaller Gaiwan to about 120 Gaiwan.
I have a friend.
And I found it that's actually quite powering.
I have a friend from the corner region in Wuyi Mountain who brings 8-gram pouches sometimes with him, and it's a pretty intense experience. It's really good though, right? It's just very, very strong. It's a lovely way to have it as well, though. Yeah. This is So I'm following with a second infusion. Am I being bad? Should I not be doing this? I feel like I should have been waiting.
That's okay. You need that energy. You've been on a marathon.
Thank you. I feel like I would normally hope that I could be in a place where I would be just step back a bit and let Olivia lead this. And here I am jumping ahead on my second infusion.
Plus, I was 15, 20 minutes late.
Oh, no,
we had some technical problem, but I'm just as excited as I was 15 minutes ago.
Okay,
so
cool.
No worries.
Okay, great.
So
oh,
it's
Oh no.
Oh. Did we lose you? I think we might have lost her.
I lost you for a bit there.
For a moment. Okay, we got you back. Okay, great.
Just a few seconds, you're back.
You're back.
Okay. So lots of
It's okay.
Can we hear you? Olivia, are you there?
I am.
Okay, awesome. So I heard lots of orc, and then it kind of shut it off.
Yeah. Okay. Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Perfect. So I'm talking about when I just did my first rinse.
Mm-hmm.
So the first thing you notice with when I say is very dominant, Bai Rui Shang is a very dominant tea. So it gives you a lot of powerful aroma, like orchid. It's a face when you just did a rinse, and then when you're in the second brew, so you probably would pick a little bit of would be more osmanthus flowers.
Yeah,
and a little bit of honey notes in it,
aromatic.
okay?
Yeah, like there's like a buttery quality to this, like that milk protein with a really strong flower. Like an osmanthus, I can see where that would come through for certain. We'll just I think we've lost you. Olivia?
Okay, that
the signal. I think the internet is not being nice to you today. It's deciding that
it's getting tired.
I think so. I think that's what I was explaining to people. It was so simple to bring people onto the call earlier in the call, and then it just got more and more complicated the further we went along. I think that these programs don't like to be on for 24 hours straight. I think that's what we're learning. But
okay.
But we're enjoying this tea. Okay, so please continue. So we have the magnolia, we have the osmanthus, we have the butter qualities, we have
osmanthus, and it actually, and the subsequent brews, what you'll find is a little bit of like a milky note. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and then the orchid comes back. It's very fascinating, this tea. That's why I chose that tea to present to you and keep you awake and keep you excited.
Right, yeah.
After 24 hours.
It makes
so
sense.
so I'm gonna, because of time, we're running out of time. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're close. Yeah, I think we can push this to
okay.
to
so let's just go
11,
right to how to
11:55.
enjoy it.
Okay, awesome.
Okay, so when we talk about slurping, again, not for every tea, but for high mineral tea, you want to aerate it. This is tea to go with slurping.
Okay.
Now, double slurp. So when you sip it in, I want you to practice to sip it in and then let it fall back out a little bit, not dripping, of course. And then you want to sip it in again through your teeth. Now, your teeth is adding like a sprayer. So the liquid goes like that onto your tongue. And this is what you want, because that saturation will give you a sensation on your tongue. It will give you a little bit of tinglingness. You'll pick up sweetness if the tea has that substance in it. Of course, a premium cliff tea would give you that for sure. So how to slurp it is, of course, it's a little bit hot, so you don't need to do a lot. You're doing a small sip, okay? So basically, it's like this. Simple. So you're sipping it in, and you make sure your teeth are closed, because that's the hardest part. A lot of people will leave their lips too open and your teeth open, then it's on your tray.
Yeah.
So you want to close your teeth when you do that. Once more. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Do you
that's
taste
so-
the difference? So
yeah,
when you
that's so
sip on it, make sure you just do as a regular, try it just like regular sipping, and then try the next one with slurping. Then you have a good, you can pick up a lot of difference in the taste and profile of the tea.
You know what I find that it seems to do is it seems to kind of break apart the tannin a bit. Like if there's a little bit of acid, by slurping it through the teeth, it kind of breaks up that acid a bit, and you get a softer experience across the tongue. And that's,
Exactly.
that's super
Yeah,
interesting.
and then the notes become more prominent when the mineral doesn't overpower everything else.
Yeah, it's rounder, right? There's like a fuller spectrum of flavor. I find that
Correct,
fascinating.
yes.
Yeah, there's like a less tightness. You know, it loosens it up a bit. It feels like the tea.
Yeah, perfect. Yeah, so like I say, this tea for cliff tea, it should give you 6-8 different brews minimum.
Okay.
So then you get different spectrum of taste throughout each brew.
Okay.
How am I doing with time?
I think we have you for another 6 minutes.
Oh, okay. All right. You're holding up okay?
Yeah, I'm holding up okay. This is great. This is actually an awesome way to end the show. I'm glad we're just. I think, Ryan, it makes so much sense to just have tea with Olivia until the end of the and Jen. You know, let's just drink tea with Olivia until the clock runs out. I think is a good way to end.
Hey guys.
And the
cheers. I'm keep looking this way because my monitor is this way. So
But
awesome.
Ryan, did you have any questions for Olivia or Jen if you wanted to speak up, or is there anything you guys wanted to ask?
Olivia, I think that you're probably our best guest to end this on, because you're concise. You're saying, what do we want out of this? We want to get the best flavor and the best taste. And you taught us something new, and you taught Jared something new, because that was always fun at the very end of the 24 hours. And you did it in the most humane way possible by just getting right to it, so that it's not like 20 minutes from now, an hour from now, he can still do it.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. I'm glad you enjoy it. What are you sipping on right now? Brian?
This was the first steep of your tea that I let cool, because we were running around trying to make sure that we could get things going. So
Perfect.
I got to actually experience it.
Yeah.
Yes, perfect. By the way, when this tea gets cold, it's also very flavorful, because it's become a lot smoother. You don't even need to slurp it as much.
Yeah. It's like honey. Yeah, really, really.
Yes. And another good way to enjoy it is to do a cold brew after. Very delicious.
Makes sense. Yeah. And you know, like cold extractions really draw out a lot more of the floral and the fruit qualities. So I can see how like
For sure.
this being really heavy that way would make so much sense. I'm just brewing about 45 seconds for my third infusion. Do you think that's too long or too little, or would you suggest it go?
Actually, no. For the amount of tea leaf that you have, 45 seconds, it wouldn't be too much.
Okay.
I'm doing a full portion in 150 ml, so I am doing roughly just about 5 seconds here for my second infusion.
I'm kind of cheating.
I don't want.
I have this half full. My 180 is like I'm doing 70 mils over my tea leaves. So.
Okay.
Okay. Sorry, I interrupted you. Please.
Oh, that's okay. So I'm saying because I'm doing full portion of it.
Yeah.
This is my full portion. It's not really. A lot of people are doing a lot higher, like 8 to 10 grams, as I say. But I find it here that things are more balanced in terms of taste. So you wanted, when you first started with Cliff Tea, you want something a little bit more balanced, so you understand what I mean when it's mineral, what I mean when it's floral,